my god, there's a chat on Jazz's face. Hold on. Everything's new. Bear with me. Everything's new.
Wait, I wanna see this.
Everything new!
Everything
Jazz
new.
is now covered by the chat.
Fuck off,
Everything's
chat. Just
coming.
kidding. Don't fuck off. I love you. Come back.
Don't fuck off.
I like this setup
Fuck
a lot.
off, chat.
Fuck off,
Don't
chat.
please.
Hello.
No, I said don't fuck
Why are there
off.
two?
I'm deleting it right now.
Oh.
Let me check my face.
Why
Oh,
is
I'm
there?
You
why
know, it's
wanna-
fair. It happens. You
why
can just,
wanna-
you know.
good. Hey.
Hey. How we
Hello.
doing?
Ah, shit.
Hey.
You like my horns? I bought them.
I like your horns.
They're great.
Very horny.
They're so good. They make
Is it
me
because
so
I'm
happy.
I have to burp.
The
I
laugh.
believe in you.
There we
Listen.
go. Fixed it.
I did put
That
that
was a good
18
joke.
plus thing for a
Yes, in fact.
You know, yeah.
Hello, everybody. Hello,
We're all
hello.
very-
The new setup. New setup. I'll see. Okay, someone already jumped on. Someone said
What?
Theo's gone because no Arlo.
The audacity.
The
He's
audacity.
been kidnapped, you know?
Yeah,
It
you know,
happens.
fish napped. It
Happens
happens.
to the best fish.
Anywho, so new setup.
It looks
Do you
so
guys
good.
like it?
I
You
love-
guys
I
like
love
it?
the background
Okay,
so
I
much.
tried to make it look pretty. But
Your,
yes,
your hair changed on your character.
it
That's very
did.
cute.
It did. Thank you.
I didn't notice that. That looks so good, Bob.
Oh, thank you so much.
Looks
Thank
really
you.
nice.
Oh my god, we love the consistency.
Yeah,
I love
you
it
me
so much.
too.
It'd be like
It's
that.
like it all like matches now. I love it.
Yeah. So, new vibes. We love them. New vibes. And I'm gonna do the little spiel, and then we also have a little treat to show everyone. Which I don't
You
do? A
know
tweet?
if all of you
We
know
do?
about it. Yes, we do. So, I reached out
Okay.
to Superpower because at Metro we went as Andromeda, Arthros, and Aria. And Superpower sent us the little clip, so I get to show you guys the little clip and the stream the little clip for the first time. So, all of you get to see it, which is gonna be so cute. Yes, a redrawn Theron. I'm so glad you noticed. We fixed the colors because me and Vay didn't really have the thorough, thought-out look when we started, and now we
That was
do.
my bad. I did not
No,
give
you're
you
good,
any
you're
reference
good.
until
You gave me
after the
colors,
fact.
and I scribbled it, and then put it on there, and then we
And
were
then I
like,
drew him, and then I was
wait.
like, well,
So now,
Sorry.
no, you're good. It doesn't matter.
but it matches.
Now he is perfection, and he is accurate to his colors.
It was always perfection.
You're right. You're not wrong. But yes. So new setup, new everything. I'm so nervous. I'm like warm and nervous. But it's gonna be fine and great, and I'm excited. But I want to show you guys the little thing first. So let me do my little stream spiel, and then we'll jump into it. So stream spiel. Just so you guys know, if you guys like send super chats or if you become members, anything of the sort, we will not see it during the stream because we are busy kind of just organizing and discussing and improving and role playing and doing all those good things. So after the stream, I will look at all of them and go through and thank you guys for all the support. But yeah, that's basically it. You guys might have noticed the disclaimer on the first page of the stream, the first screen. It is a disclaimer because a lot of the content is going to start getting 18 and up, methinks. And also, I will say that there is some stuff in this episode that is a little bit disturbing for some viewers. So please.
Wait, I'm
please.
fragile and sensitive. What's going on?
So
I'm
please,
not, but I'm curious.
if you're sensitive to that sort of stuff, obviously I don't know and I can't control to make sure that everyone in here is over 18, but you have been warned officially. Yeah. So without further ado, let's test the microphones really quick because I have not adjusted any of this stuff. So if you guys want to just kind of talk and we'll figure out the vibes of how loud you are. A little testing moment, please. If you can.
Hello.
D.
Nice.
Hi.
Nice.
Hello. Very good.
Jazz's voice is gone, by the way.
Sorry. It's okay.
It happens,
fine.
you know.
It's all
It'd
good.
be like that sometimes. So
They are husky and sexy right now.
you know,
Yeah.
it does. It does
Thank
sound
you.
quite nice. I gotta say.
It does. It really does.
This is, you know what? It's Aria's in a new leaf It's a new
new
genre.
world.
She's going through some stuff, you know?
It's a new world.
A new leaf has turned over.
We don't know what's gonna
Yeah.
happen to Aria in
A
this
new
next
page.
chapter.
How do they sound, chat? Does everyone sound
I'll
pretty
listen to
clear?
it.
Everyone just say test,
Wait,
test,
James,
test
you
if
need
you
a
want.
test.
Microphone test
Oh.
phrases.
Awesome.
Phrases.
Thank you. Phrases. Microphone
Microphone.
test.
The small
sounds
pup
great.
gnawed a hole in the sock. The fish
The
twisted
s-
and turned on the bent hook. Pressed the
Oh.
pants and sew a
talking about
button
Arlo?
on the vest.
I'm listening
Press to the
this
The
pants.
in a
swan
round.
dive was far short of perfect. The
I'm
beauty
listening-
of
This is
the
like
view
ASMR.
stunned the young boy.
James, you should do audio.
I'm just gonna start reading.
You really should do
I'm just gonna start
bars.
reading.
That's
I'm
great.
just gonna
The
start reading a
beauty of
book.
the view stunned.
I was
Start reading
compelled,
50 Shades of
honestly.
Grey.
No!
Books of monologues. Just
I'm
No.
ready.
like
Twilight.
Everybody sounds good.
Start reading Twilight.
I
No,
ate the
I-
newspapers.
Everyone sounds
I
good. How do
ate
they
them.
sound? How do
With
they sound in
ketchup.
comparison to me?
With ketchup?
Am I
The divorce
quiet?
papers.
Am I good? Blah.
You're good, babe.
Blah blah
You're good.
blah.
You're
Okay,
good.
cool.
I listen. Yeah, you're good.
Cool. Poggy.
Everybody
Poggy. Everyone sounds Gucci then. Gucci gang. Okay. So you guys want to watch the clip? The cute clip. It's probably gonna take a second. You guys might want to mute on your end, but it's probably gonna take a second to catch up because it's gonna be on the stream screen. So just watch the stream for a moment. I don't know if you guys have it open. You're good? All good? Poggy.
I'm good.
Chat, it might be really loud for a moment. I will jump to turning it down, so watch your volume for a minute because I don't think I adjusted the volume of it. So, be warned, and we're gonna jump over. Are you ready? Okay, let's do it. I'm back.
Hey, yo.
Did you like it? So cute.
It's so wholesome.
So cute.
I love that more than I can even express. You guys
That
are
is
so
so
good.
cute.
I
Thank
love
you.
That
each
is
of you
so
individually.
cute.
So cute.
Please.
So a little shout out to Superpower Cinematics. Their MetroCon video is coming out on Sunday, so please go watch it because they're amazing.
Go watch, go watch, go watch, go watch,
And
go watch.
We also have a little Loki and Mobius bit in there too, so it's gonna be really
Yes.
cute. Yeah.
Whenever I can't go to the
Ooh.
cons and I'm like sad, I just watch their videos.
No,
I'm like, okay.
it's so good. It's
It
like
heals my soul.
Almost like you're
flashbacks.
there.
I watched
Yeah.
the Inuyasha one of all of us like over and over and over again. So many
I
times.
know, me too.
Makes me happy. We gotta do it again. But
Makes me
yeah,
so
so be sure to check them out on Sunday. And if you're not subscribed, you guys should subscribe because they're really cool. So they're like our con parents, and we love them a lot.
They're so sweet in person. They're
they
so
Are
fucking sweet.
literally the best. But yeah, I guess if everything is working good, we might as well begin. I'm losing my mind. I'm so nervous. I'm so nervous. Okay. We're good. We're Gucci gang. I have a cute little moment for you guys before we start as a little bit of a... I didn't get a chance to write out like a thorough recap, but we're going to kind of go over a little bit. And I think for most of you, like it's still pretty like, I want to say pungent, but that's not the word. Poignant?
It's
I mean,
pungent.
it's
Poignant in your
fresh.
brain?
no, it is fresh in my mind, but
Pungent in your
There's
mind.
also like so much happened that like I know I've forgotten like little
Valid.
moments, and I
You're-
couldn't get to watch it back. So
You're
I'm like,
totally good. I'm gonna go over a little bit of kind of like the main things that happened. So, we'll go over a tiny bit. But oh my gosh. Okay, is everyone ready? Okay. Okay. How does the stream look? You guys think the stream looks okay? It's not too crowded, too busy. It looks all right. Looks all poggy. All right. So
It literally looks so good. I love it very much.
thank you.
So,
I tried
so
to make it look organized. I'm really happy with how the little like leaf designs look on the name tags. They make me very happy.
What?
They're
That
really
is
cute.
They're very
cute.
subtle, but I love them.
They're so I love how everything's set up.
and I changed the font
Sweet.
of the names as well.
I love it.
Thank you.
It looks very
Thank you.
more. I don't know.
It looks
There's
more
just so many different,
fantasy.
like- Season 2.
Season 2
I love it.
updates.
Yeah, upgrades people.
Okay.
Or
All right.
Updates, I guess.
I'm so ready. Okay. So, we begin. If you're new to the RAVENWOOD Academy campaign, there's a few things that you should know before continuing forwards in this endeavor. Number 1, never play Jenga with Arlo. Number 2, Chuz Sunpass has blue eyes. Baby blue eyes, in fact. Mr. Wilson was naked when he first met an outsider on Earth. Aria walks in on a lot of shirtless men. Theron will never be able to go on a coffee date in peace. Keep Andromeda away from windows. Don't call Silky the S word, small. Darian might just be an ugly sea witch. Arthros has anxiety. It's okay to lie, so long as you tell the truth shortly after. Everyone is sexy. If you're friends with Arlo, you're going to constantly be in the splash zone. Watch out for his spray bottle. Theron is not a dragon. This is a 𝐂𝐩𝐢𝐤𝐬𝐸 hate club. Sin Shadow is really good at self-promotion. The 2 men working in that bookshop were definitely in love. Zophiel really needs to read his copy of Free Will for Idiots. Silas Basilisk is horny. Magical people are dramatic and vague. Aria will never like Chuz. Don't even bring him up to her, trust me. Julian's tongue has touched Silas's tongue, and I'm pretty sure he liked it. Mr. Wilson has a cat named McQueen. Theron is also horny. Arlo put down a down payment on a dog, and now he's missing. Rest in peace to the entirety of his credits. Does Andromeda have nipples? Spiders host Deal or No Deal in this realm. It's okay to talk to family members through poetry, if, of course, you know for sure it's your family on the other end. You do know for sure, right? Arlo is the water boy. If Nari paints your nails, she likes you. Do not sign up to compete in festivals you know nothing about. 2050 Earth is judgy as shit. Arlo is no longer the water boy. In fact, he's competing too. Chadwicks are werewolf chads. Always choose chest 26. Maybe portals aren't so gone after all. So, with that, as a little bit of a recap for you all, I guess essentially I'll probably recap the last episode because I think that's going to be a more pivotal thing in your guys' mind, that after the aftermath of what just happened. I know for a lot of people, they have all caught up with it. I saw a lot of people messaging in the Discord today that they are all caught up and they're freaking out. What you guys know is that you came from Austradel in a portal implosion and everyone ended up on Earth. 2050 Earth, in fact. And after a year of the humans trying to figure out what they should do with your kind, they developed a program that would turn historical buildings, monuments, things of that nature into schools for all of these creatures. And with those schools would come a lot of rules, a lot of regulations, but would come a little bit more freedom to the Australians and the other creatures that the humans deign to be outsiders. With that, you were all kind of thrusted into a completely new world. You were given dormitories where you all met your roommates, which was quite the adventure. Some of you formed very much deeper connections with your roommates, and some of you found really great friends in a lot of them. You found a way into the city, and through finding a way into the city, you found out that there were secret organizations of outsiders living below the subway, in subway tunnels, and having a little black market down there. And there's some creepy outsiders as well as some creepy humans. It goes both ways. And through going to this school, you made the intelligent decision to sign up for the sports festival, which, according to 𝐿 at the time, was simply a sports festival of sorts that would be playing sports, as is in the title. But it tended to turn into a little bit more of a psychological warfare type situation. A lot of the outsiders that were part of it came out very scarred, traumatized, if you will. And through that, though, as a little bit of like the cherry on top, the humans said, we're going to throw you a celebratory ball, though, for after your sports festival. And in honor of the sports festival, you all got this celebratory ball where you all got dressed up to the nines. Some of you, Julien, you know, went as you were. You know, he had a lot on his mind. It's okay. And you know what? That might benefit you with what has happened at the end. The fact that you had all of your stuff on you. So the celebratory ball was quite the moment. Arlo had quite a time avoiding his date continuously. And Silas and Julien had a moment, a very horny moment. And through that, through the chaos, Zophiel and Aria trying to dance, and Arthros admitting quite the big secret to Theron, and even Andromeda's betrothed showing up in front of her, and her current date to the ball. Lots of stuff happened. Lots went on. And it ended with all of you following a strange pull of a bracelet that was connected to Andromeda from a stone that Mud had found in the forest only a few days earlier. And it led you to a stranger that was standing before what looked like a portal. And without a word, he disappeared inside of it with Zophiel. And from there, you all decided to dive in as well. Arlo was not so lucky to come along with you. In fact, Arlo was, I guess we could say, in a predicament with Silas, and he doesn't quite know where he is. So, I want to start this episode with a little moment that I saw when I was watching things back, and that I thought was a very pivotal little thing for you guys. There was a moment in season 1, episode 3, where Arlo said, "I think we're in a lot less danger if we're together." To which Andromeda responded with how back in her grove, the rules said that if you stick in groups, you'd never be in danger, and that you're a family now, that you have to stick together. And yet here you are, a family divided. And with that, we're going to jump into season 2, episode 1. And I have titled it Unknown Worlds. I wanted to give you guys that little intro to keep in your mind. I think Theo's in the chat. Theo, hello! I love you. I hope you heard
Theo, I love you.
the first part because it was very funny and I called Arlo out.
Theo,
quite
we
a bit.
miss you.
We miss you and we love you.
Miss you,
Love
Theo.
you very
We're
much.
putting our D&D listeners into
not
this
boy.
for you. Good. Tear up as you
We'll
should.
get you back, fish boy.
We will get
We'll
you
be a
back,
family
Fish Boy.
again. I swear to God.
Yes, we will.
We'll be a
I'm gonna get you
family
that
again.
dog that you've been wanting.
We're gonna get you that
Anything
I
you
can't
want.
believe you
We'll get
wasted
you your
all your
dog.
credits and then you never went back for him. That's the saddest thing. That is the saddest thing
Yeah.
that has happened
Rest
on this
in
campaign
peace.
so far.
You're not wrong.
Sometimes you have to gamble to get that dog, and
Truly.
Yeah,
truly.
literally dropped all your credits. Is like, I'll be back. Never comes back.
Never comes back.
No.
All right. Are you guys ready to jump into the first episode of season 2? I have titled it
guess so.
Unknown Worlds.
I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes me think that we're not going to Australia. It's an unknown world. Somewhere we
So.
Ohio.
Well, I can't say I've ever been to
absolutely.
Ohio.
There you go. It's an unknown world.
Yeah, that is unknown world.
You're actually
It's
just,
unknown.
it's Canada. You're in Canada now.
Oh, I would take that.
Yeah, that would be preferred, honestly.
Great.
So, without further ado, each of you tumble somewhere that is certainly not Earth. Andromeda and Mud, you both come barreling through the portal. Mud falls to the ground below. Julien, you follow through next, darting out of the light, and Theron, you step out with Arthros still gripping your hand tight. And Aria, you stumble out last, watching as your large boots meet the rough gravel-like floor beneath you. The first thing that you all notice when the bright white hues begin to dissipate behind your eyes is the odd chill in the air that feels like no other you've felt before. There's a warmth that emanates from the ground you feel your feet land on, but the atmosphere around you is frigid to the touch, each breath icy in your lungs. When each of you open your eyes, you're met with a long stretch of wall that leads towards an arch-like opening. The walls are maroon in shade, solid copper brick that looks decrepit and grunge-covered. There is a strange black-colored moss that climbs their exterior, crawling into cracks and tarnishing the brick of the walls even further. The alley you stand in appears to be just that. An alleyway similar to others you've seen, trash littering the narrow space, rags lying on forgotten boxes and construction-like materials. The sky above you, or what little you can see, is amidst the derelict rooftops of buildings at your sides is a deep shade of red. Not a single star to be seen, only the strange smattering of gray clouds across a ruby canvas. As your senses return to you, you can hear hustle and bustle like that of a marketplace, but far more alive. There's shouting and yelling, and the occasional slew of an argument muffled in the distance. There's banging and clanging of who knows what, and every so often hoots of manic laughter. Everything around you smells stale and holds a hint of iron, like fresh blood and garbage intertwining. The end of the alleyway is far, but you can see the occasional passerby, although you cannot discern much. Each figure speedily passes the opening entirely hidden in cloaks and rags, baggy clothing that hides most of their frame. Most importantly of all, however, you feel magic around you again. Even through the thick, decrepit smell of the alley and the density of the air surrounding you, you can feel the buzz of electricity. In the aura breezing past your skin, you feel life. It is unlike the odd magic you felt during the sports festival. It is vibrating with sincerity and certainty. It feels like Ostrahdale felt, darker, but almost the same. Sophiel and the stranger you saw him with are nowhere to be seen, and this place is familiar to none of you. But before any of you can say a word, however, it is Arthros who speaks first with a shaky, whispered, "Oh no." She stands utterly and entirely still, her hands balled into fists at her sides. She turns to all of you, and in a moment she says, "I'm home. This is home. This is Aviosis."
Fuck!
You may all remember the name from the bard, the name from the bard Calanthe at the tavern in Cardinal Alley. Her words a harsh line of "May they burn in the fires of Aviosis." But aside from that, to many of you, you do not know the name beyond that single exchange. Theron, you may have heard it in your many comings and goings on Ostrahdale, mumbled beneath the occasional breath, always used as something spiteful. And Julien, you're pretty sure you've read about it in one of the many books in the capital's infamous library on Ostrahdale. Perhaps seen a paragraph or two on the realm. Would you like to roll a wisdom check to see just how much you remember?
That would be a math 9.
A 9. All right. So, nice. Okay. Julien, you remember that there are distinct wealth classes of each city in Aviosis. Muskwell is the lower class, Gloom being the middle class, and Firevale being higher class.
Oh,
And you
sorry,
remem-
10. I don't know if that changes anything.
Oh, no, you're good, you're good. It's the same. You rolled the highest, basically, like the high roll. You remember the name Devil's Gate, and the lack of information any text provided for it, other than it being a sort of penitentiary. Within a moment, you see the entirety of Arthros' expression change to an odd sort of stoic, her body stiff and focused, the only hint of fear remaining sitting deep within her golden eyes. She looks around the alley with haste, her eyes landing on a bundle of rags atop a frail and broken layer of boxes. She grabs for them and looks over to you. And she says, "You'll need to wear these. If the people of Muskwell see your outfits, you'll be stripped bare until they find something worth an ounce of currency." And she quickly tosses the rags at the group of you and holds one of her own. And they're dusty and questionably stained, but they are large enough for each of you to wrap them thoroughly around yourselves. I assume that you all do so. You can unmute now if you want. You guys are okay.
Very rough.
Yes.
I didn't know when you were done with the spiel.
Sorry, that was the spiel. I'm sorry.
I'm
the
a blade
moment
lady.
that Andromeda gets through the portal, she's gonna like take the bracelet and like rip it off her arm and like throw it on the ground and stuff. And she's like, "Bad bracelet! Bad bracelet!"
Oh, well,
When you throw it to the ground, Andromeda, as it hits the solid cobblestone, you hear a small little crack, and it dissipates into like little bits of ash that float upwards, and it vanishes.
God damn.
She's gonna look at the group and go,
That probably wasn't great.
"Is that bad?"
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I mean,
Should I
we
have
probably
kept it?
wouldn't be able to find our way back now, but,
Oh,
you know, it was kind of a beacon of sorts, it looked like. But that's okay.
I need to work on my decision-making skills.
If you ever want to consult
Maybe
a group before big decisions, that would be
I just got,
wise.
pulled through a portal and my dress is ruined and I think I have a concussion from hitting the ground, but
Also, the branches, there were a lot of trees.
that hurts.
Yeah.
Well,
Is-
close.
Is Arthur's, like, did Arthur, because they were holding hands when
Yes.
they went through the portal, did she, like, let go and, like, went over to the, like,
Yeah, she dropped your hand to go over to grab the fabrics,
rags.
and she herself has wrapped one around her shoulders, and she's pulled it almost like a cloak around her head, so it hangs kind of around, and gives it one solid tug, and her horns poke through.
I love
and
her so
she holds it
Oh my
on as a
God.
cloak. Mud also slowly pulls a piece of fabric around himself, and he looks undoubtedly nervous, and his eyes are kind of glued to Arthros in concern, seemingly eager to listen to whatever she has to say, considering she's the only one that really seems to know what's going on. And she turns to the group of you, and she says, listen, first things first, we need to find new clothes if we want to survive Muskwell at all. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay.
You see
Sure.
her you see her take a steadying breath, and it's clear that the entirety of her mind and body has entered a sort of survival mode. She looks
Can
around.
Theron, like, go up to her real quick and be like, I just feel really bad that, like, she followed me through this portal and I fucking knew it and we're going to her world. The audacity for you doing this.
Sorry.
It's good.
No,
It's
you're
delicious.
not.
It's delicious.
Well, I'm not.
Yeah, that's
not.
true. You're not sorry. You're not fucking sorry. Don't say it.
She glances
Sure.
at you for a moment, Theron, like, just, it seems like she's trying to detach her brain a little bit. And she glances at you for a moment and then back to the rest of the group, and she says, once we've done that, I know somewhere safe that we can go to figure out when the bloody Aviosis we're going to do. And with that, she tugs her cloak tighter around herself, and she casts a brief glance to you again, Theron.
Okay.
And then,
I'm just gonna stay real close to her.
valid.
Just like, be there, present.
Valid. And then she makes a beeline towards the mouth of the alley.
Yeah, he's sticking real close. He's
Okay.
into this world.
I assume the rest of you follow as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Julien follows, but then pauses when he like realizes something.
Mm-hmm.
Looks back down the alley, sees no one else. Oh shit. Oh, Arlo didn't see us. He didn't follow. At
Was he
least.
not with us?
No, I thought.
I hadn't
that he
seen
had-
him since the ball earlier.
Shit.
Well, he was with Claude, wasn't he?
Maybe.
Wasn't he?
I thought he was
Well-
avoiding him.
Yeah, he kind of was avoiding him.
Oh, why?
I don't know. I was staying out.
I don't know either. Yeah.
Last
Come
time
on.
I saw him, he was trying very desperately to get drunk or something.
Oh,
Oh, sounds like Arlo.
That's a little concerning, actually.
that is quite concerning, actually.
Well-
Remember last time he got drunk?
Yes,
It's not pretty.
it was not.
I know
hope
he's a
he's
water boy,
okay.
but still.
Well,
We'll
given
we'll
we
get
don't-
back though. We'll get
Yeah.
back to him. If he's with
He's-
Claude, he should be all right.
He's okay.
He's probably safer back there than yeah.
Where we are.
Anyways,
Yeah.
In this world, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's for the best.
Oh.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe we should have a roll call, so like we know nobody like wanders off.
Buddy system? I call Arthros.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm just saying, roommates and all, you know.
Yeah.
No other
Uh-huh.
reason.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Well, given Arthros's speed, we should probably keep up with that because I don't want to get stuck here. Not
If
knowing
we
what-
glance back, is the portal still there? Like, is it still
It's
intact, or is
completely
it
gone.
just a dead end?
It's just the dead end of an alley.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Also, yes, for context, you know what, just to make it canon, Arthros's tail did hit Aria in the throat, and so Aria has a frog in her throat at the moment. Because Jazz's voice is
Does
gone.
Aria comment on this at all?
She just, oh my god!
Arthros, like, I mean, Arthros is probably shocked from, like, New World or her home.
Yeah, coming through that portal was quite the experience, and limbs were flying in each direction, so it's, you know, it's bound to happen.
I'm not even gonna comment on it. Okay.
Oh my god. You're just trying to recover.
Alright, let's get going. Let's go.
Anyways, we're following Arthros, yeah.
You all make your way down the derelict alley, surrounded by black moss and maroon brick, trash beneath your feet, and choruses of chaos emanating from the end of the narrow space. Can you all roll a perception check for me, please? I
With
assume
what?
we can do it with... what would you guys suggest is a good one? Wisdom or
What?
Constitution? For a perception check, I guess.
Oh, I mean, like, what dice?
Oh, you can do two d6s.
I would maybe, I don't know, what would you say, James? Because I was thinking wisdom, kind of the closest.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, we'll do wisdom then. A wisdom check for me.
And what are we doing? D6?
Yes, 2 d6s. So you
Two
give
D6s.
yourself a better shot.
9.
Hey, yo.
7.
7. Right.
9.
Okay. Ray, you're muted, but I just saw the fuck.
I was using the wrong dice. Give me a second.
Oh, you're good, you're good, you're good. No worries.
You want us to put it in the chat so you can see?
Oh, you're okay. So far, only 2 of you are going to see this, so it's okay.
God damn it.
What?
It's okay.
I
You're
got-
a group. It's all right.
I got 8.
I'm freaked out.
Okay. Okay. So, Aria and Julien, as you're walking, following to try and catch up to Arthros, both of you, your eyes catch sight of something beneath a menagerie of rags and trash and broken objects. And it looks distinctly like skin. Do you do anything about it?
I want to, but I don't think I.
to.
But I don't think Arya would. I think.
I want to. Julian wants to.
Okay.
I probably shouldn't. Julian knows he probably shouldn't, but will do so anyways.
Yeah,
Okay.
Arya's gonna tap Julian on the shoulder, realize he's already looking there, and just look at him like.
So,
Julian.
Julien, when you lift the pile of garbage and forgotten objects, you see the sunken face of a stranger. It appears to be an elf of some sort that none of you recognize, thankfully. Their eyes are shut and their lips are pale, and their skin is taking on a lifeless hue, mottled green and yellow and blue in shade with onset decay. On their chest, beneath their rag-like clothing, is a number of stab wounds, the blood now cracked and dry. Before you can say anything, Arthros has turned around, and she sees you all looking at this. And she steps forward with a morbid expression on her face, and she says, "Leave it. It won't be the first one that you see in your time here."
He's dead.
Right. Okay, Andromeda, come on.
Mud just goes,
I'm gonna be sick.
"That's a body." Right. And he just keeps
I-
walking after.
Fully
Arthros.
forgot that Mud was with us until
Yeah.
this exact moment. Oh my god.
Mud is there as well.
Oh my god.
That orc man is here.
Oh. That's
My
wow.
baby.
Okay. All right.
28 stab wounds. I love that.
Andromeda is a distinct shade of green after saying that.
Dead body.
Valid.
She's like,
Valid.
Theron just kind of like sighs and continues.
Okay. Upon stepping out of the decrepit alley, you all emerge into a world of neutral tones and warm colors that should normally feel like a comfort, but instead feel like entrapped chaos. Creatures and people alike wander about, seemingly in a hurry to get to wherever they're going, flying by in their baggy clothing, covered in cloaks and jackets and layers of fabric and complexity. It is a rush of liveliness, a surge of adrenaline, and everyone with hurried expressions and determined features, seemingly with some place to be, somewhere to go, never looking back for a moment. They brush past others and shove through the crowds with fervor. The streets are lined like a marketplace, although they sit narrow and thin rather than wide and spacious. Canopies of tattered red cloth, and clothing I guess those works too, hang over the crowd of streetgoers, and the buildings attached are grunge-covered and cracked, an image of insecurity and unease. You can see more of the sky now, and even though the canvas above you is stained maroon in color, it's clear that the world around you is dimming with a fast approaching dusk. The evening air is dropping in temperature and nipping at your exposed skin. As you follow behind a speedy Arthros, you avoid the eager expressions of street sellers. Their eyes latch on to all of you ardently, and they thrust jewelry and bags and gems in front of you, spouting nonsense with their worth and how luxurious you could look if only you paid them a handful of abbeys. You soon learn that abbeys must be a form of currency on Aviosis. I do have, before I continue with my description, a little picture to give you kind of the vibe of the streets of Muskwell. I wanted to describe them for the chat, though, because it's not my artwork, so I'm going to send it to you. Who has a question? Sorry? Someone said
I
it?
do, sorry.
Yeah.
Did anybody get to see 𝙍𝙗𝐿 by any chance?
they were gone.
They
before
weren't there.
We could pop through.
Okay.
Sophiel and the
Yeah.
Stranger were nowhere to be seen.
Even as Andromeda and Mud
Yeah.
went through, they couldn't see them at all, I'm assuming.
We just
Yeah.
didn't touch on that, like,
No one
at
was
all.
there.
okay,
No one was there.
cool, great, good to hear it.
I sent it to references for you.
Well, I wouldn't say good to hear it. I would like to know what Sophiel is.
I'm
for
also
sure.
gonna send it to the live
Oh, I agree.
references chat because I forgot we had that. So for those of you in the Discord, if you go to live references, there will be pictures of Muskwell in there. Very nice. Did you guys get them?
Oh, I love that it connects the top to the photos. It's
Yeah, it's actually a taller
That's-
photo, but I like
Mm.
broke them up because I like this. I like them all to be the same size. And so
It looks cool.
my OCD is to
Valid.
to thank for that.
It looks cool, packed.
Thank you. But yeah, so those are the vibes from Muskwell. And with that, I shall continue my little monologue. Sorry for monologuing. That was something I wanted to say to you guys before we started. There is a lot of NPC conversations. So bear with me because I know that might be a little weird. It's weird for me because I'm talking to myself, but we just go with it, right? Okay.
It's awesome and fun, and I love it.
Thanks. So, thank you. So
It's impressive, honestly,
Oh,
and
thank you.
entertaining.
Thank you. It's just so because you guys can learn a lot of lore in this one, so there's those
I
conversations
can't
happening.
fucking wait.
Those barreling past you, pay no mind. But some of the sellers on the street and a few ominous figures sitting against buildings and beneath red canopies eye you all suspiciously. Their eyes catch to the gold of the bottom of your dress, Andromeda, and the royal shade of blue in your outfit, Aria. They watch each of you carefully, staring hungrily at whatever they can see of your outfits and gowns beneath the shield of your rags. Everyone you walk past looks to be a shady character. Their eyes and bodies hidden by cloaks and hoods and layered clothing. You're in a world of moving fabric, the creatures beneath a mystery to you. For some of you, it is a surely unsettling image. Probably specifically you, Andromeda, because you're a little sheltered. It isn't long, although it may have felt it, before Arthros is leading you towards a small door tucked away against a small building beneath one of the red canopies. The door is cracked in its frame, but atop it sits a small sign that reads, "The Bitter Crate." Once Arthros pushes through and ushers you all inside, hurriedly, you can see clearly that this place is a clothing shop of sorts. It's unlike one of many that you have really ever seen before. Julien, while spending your time in the capital, you feel as though some of this fashion and wear looks familiar. Like perhaps you've seen it recreated in shop fronts as an ode to Aviosis, or simply to highlight a different sort of look for those interested. Aria, you've sat and sewed and received requests for fabric and clothing like this before. You think, the layering of fabric somewhat of a distant memory, but a memory nonetheless. Theron, you may have spotted a glance or two of clothing like this in your travels around Ostradel. It's the type of outfit you'd avoid attempting to pickpocket from. Far too many layers for your hands to get lost in, and something tells you that's kind of the point. Andromeda, this is vastly new to you. You're not used to clothing, as it is, and this much clothing is surely a bit shocking. The room is small, and so the mess of things and clutter makes it look busy and even smaller. A handful of half mannequins with no heads are placed around the room, fabric layered atop them. There's a wall of belts in shades of black and brown and beige, and a series of hoods and cloaks lined up along a wooden rod. It is full of clothing, just like you'd seen outside the shop and in the streets. There is nothing of great value here, simply rags and layers and fabric and cloth. Arthros gestures towards the clothing, informing you all to make your pick and get dressed, before strolling through to find an outfit of her own. She's just like, she's going. She's not even stopping to think. She is in survival mode. You all have a moment to look and peruse the shop to find a look to your liking or simply one that will be suitable. The shop has a small changing room in the back where you can each change out of your ball gowns and outfits one at a time. What do each of you end up wearing? This is your moment to describe. We can start with whoever wants to go first.
Real quick,
Yeah.
are we like, can we sell our like, I don't know, our like ball outfits and stuff
You probably could.
to buy the new clothes, or like, how does that work?
Don't
I don't
worry.
think we have any money on us,
Don't.
or AV whatever.
We'll get to that. Don't worry.
Okay.
um.
Damn it.
So far, Arthros has basically just told you guys, like, go to the changing
Yeah,
room,
clothes.
change into the clothes, and she kind of seems like she's like, we'll take it from there,
Okay.
essentially.
Cool. I'm gonna put my stuff into live references. I have
Nice.
the ball outfit as well as like the new stuff.
Show.
I might still tweak it, but like this is
Show.
the general idea. So
Show. Is it in the? Is it in the? I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. I want to see. Is it in the my server one?
I'll do it in
Which
live
one?
references, I think,
Okay.
and then I can also share it into wherever else. but-
Whatever vibes. Whatever vibes, mom. Whatever vibes. Do any of you want to describe your outfits? Why Vay does that?
Sorry, I'm pulling mine up real quick.
You're good. You're good.
I
Take
can
your
go
time.
first. I can go first.
Go
okay.
for it.
Let me put these in the chair real quick. So Aria basically looks for anything that has, again, the multiple layers. She first grabs this little pant moment. Oh, he looks so cute. Sorry.
So pretty.
He looks so cute.
That is so cute. I
Wow.
love the feet covers. Oh, baby.
That's
They
what he
look
wears
like-
instead of like shoes like all the time. 'cause
I
he has,
love
like,
it.
the arms
Valid.
fill out, and then, but it's like it gives some coverage.
For context, chat, that is his ball outfit that Bay
Yes.
drew
You got
for
the
us.
toes out. Put
Guys,
those grippers
James,
away.
please!
Those grippers away.
the dogs.
They are useful.
They're beautiful.
They are.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I agree.
Ooh.
Yeah. So
That's
goes for
Aria's
just-
vibes.
yes, these is gonna be Aria's vibes. It's basically like very symmetrical shaped pants with different layers of like down angles.
Mm-hmm.
And then on top of that, she just grabs like raggedy like turtleneck, a big like trench coat jacket, and I kind of imagine too she had like another layer of like not like a skirt but almost like a holster type thing, that she puts atop the pants so she can put any belongings that she has inside of the actual pant pockets.
Okay. Very nice. I love.
And then she's just wearing her combat boots. So
Nice. Nice. Thank you. Alright.
Nice.
Theron, you want to do yours? Yeah.
After
Send that shit.
like hearing the description and more of the world, because I wasn't sure exactly what the vibes were.
Valid.
One of these outfits, like I'm glad I had a backup just in case, because
Valid.
he would be wearing more layers, but
Valid.
I don't know. It's sending. It's
You're good.
uploading. There we go.
Great.
So he just chose like pretty similar pants and like wrappings and stuff. The red is probably going to be like a deeper, like less noticeable one.
Valid.
Based on the vibes again. But basically it's just like a same like kind of sash vibe. He's got like the long like cloak hood thingy. He's got a very like thick raggedy like shirt underneath that he wears if it's too cold. And then I guess if it's hot, he'll probably take it off. But I don't imagine that happening now because he would probably want to like keep everything hidden and safe.
Valid.
But
So
and then he swapped out his like gold like band things with just red like cloth wraparound things for his horns.
Okay, schmokey.
And that's it.
Nice. Very nice.
He's so hot. He's so sexy.
You
Pretty
don't
pretty.
hide.
True.
Dragonborn.
Okay, schmokey. Wait, who wants to go next? Andromeda, Julien? Who's it gonna be?
Did we both do paper? Oh no. Fuck. Okay. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, again. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, fine.
Okay. So wait, what does that mean? Does that you go first or?
Oh no, we didn't. I'll go first.
Okay.
That was the most efficient round of rock paper scissors over video call ever.
It was
though.
good. It was good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
It's classic.
So Andromeda is not very picky with what she picks out. She goes for something a little bit more looser, a little bit more breezier for her liking because she doesn't like to be stifled by tons of layers. But she picks out very quickly from this pile of different clothes this let me send it.
You're good.
This like
Pretty.
very like kind of a little raggedy but tons of like layer, like not tons of layers but like, you know, loose
Layered.
black dress. It has no sleeves on it. It has this black kind of like very big like cowl neck, so she can use it as kind of like a like layered cloak thing to it. And I like to think also, since it's a little bit more colder where they're at, she also picks out this cloak that matches the same material as the dress, so it kind of layers on top. And then she has like the little cowl neck thing, so she picks that out and she goes to change really quickly. So
Yeah.
yeah.
All right. Julien. It's
Hello.
pretty. I love it.
With all the red cloth about and going through that bit of the town, is red clothing like a very common thing?
It seems like in Muskwell, it's very much like dark shades of like brown, red, like neutral tones, kind of like brown, red, black, gray, that kind of vibe. The red is very much like, it's like that deep maroon or like almost a little burgundy or mahogany, kind of like Haley's hair. It's like kind of that shade, not too flashy. The thing that is most noticeable about Aviosis, or at least Muskwell, is that there's no bright colors. It's all these like very neutral, just plain shades of warm tones, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. In that case, Julien would probably go for something, beeline for something that'll let him blend in a bit more. He go probably beelines for a very sort of dark red robe that might be a bit too flashy that he doesn't really notice it being that much, but
Valid.
it probably is.
Valid.
And notices the cloak is a bit long, and so he rips off the bottom part to sort of make a little makeshift face mask to sort of hide his identity a bit more, because he's still a bit anxious about the fact that he recognized that person at the other end of the portal, and he's still thinking about that a lot.
As he should.
And this is basically kind of what his outfit looks like.
Love this man. This is giving me Man in the Iron
I
Mask
love
vibes.
it very
Mr.
much.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah,
Love it.
that
I love it
also.
for you.
I mean, that's kind of the vibe. That's kind of the vibe of Muskwell, so it
True.
makes sense.
True.
Very nice. Thank you.
Finally,
I feel like we
can
just
wear
did like
masks again.
we just did like show and tell. It was very cute. So, Mud is one of the last to change in the changing room. I don't have a drawing reference for him, but I have the general vibes of what he's wearing. He has on a sort of like baggy tunic that is a shade of brown, and over it he wears almost like a jacket with a hood, or a cloak, I suppose, with a hood that cuts off at the shoulders. Around his what's that called? A waist. Around his waist, there are several belts, kind of layered. Very much the vibe of what I wore as Iden to the Ren Fair is kind of what I went with him. But it's more shades of brown and like grays. I have a photo that has the layout of kind of how it sits on him, but it's not the right colors. But I'm going to send it in the live references chat. Essentially, he has that, and then on top of it, he's also wearing, because he loves scarves, he's also wearing a thick scarf that goes around the neck and kind of hangs back almost like a cape of sorts, you know, those like kind of longer scarves, and it's tattered at the bottom. And yeah, and then he also has those little like wrist gauntlet type things on his arms. He's looking kind of schnazzy. His hair is still down, because he had it down to the ball, and he doesn't have anything to tie it up with at the moment, so he still has kind of his layered hair down. And I also have before that, once all of you have changed into your more appropriate clothing for both the climate and the characters and creatures of Aviosis, Arthros approaches you all with a brown backpack of sorts. The top pocket is a series of tied knots that close it shut and make it very difficult for anyone to steal from. She gestures towards your ball gowns and begins tucking them into the bag. You can see that she's also tucked her own in there as well, hiding them away within the beige confines and nodding at all of you as you step out of the changing room, as you're taking turns changing. It is clear that she finds it necessary that you all keep your ball gowns. Why? You're not sure. Perhaps maybe it's for the sentiment and just to remember. Arthros herself has changed as well. This one I do have a reference for. So I'm going to show the chat and also send it. I will send it in references and in the live stream one, because I want to make sure that it's in references for you guys. Okay, schmokey, give me a moment. I need to find all of my drawings. All of my drawings. Aha, I got it. Okay, let me show the... Oh, I don't need to send it in the live stream because I'm showing the chat. So I'll do that later. Okay, I'm silly. Okay, it's on the screen. And I'm going to send it to you guys here as well. So as you can see from the picture, she is wearing a, oh, let me move this really quick. There's a little chat down here. I don't want that there. She is wearing a cloak that falls back behind her, and attaches to the top of this like first part that she's wearing. And it hooks at the neck so that it can kind of pull forward and cover here as well. Should she like do, oh, I said here, but I'm not on the screen. Here as in like the top of her chest. And she can pull the cloak over her head should she like to. And she seems to do this around all of you. She pulls this cloak quickly over, and she does the same thing she did with the rags. She pulls it directly through her horns and makes it so that it covers a lot of her face so that her eyes are mostly hidden. Her outfit almost looks like the top half of like a dress, and it falls down in the middle. And she's wearing these like baggy pants beneath in like a brown shade. And after that, below that, she has on kind of combat boots of sorts, but they are like brown and leather. And she has removed all of her jewelry that she was wearing for the ball, and all of her jewelry is completely gone, and she looks just kind of barefaced now and in just her outfit. So, with this, she turns to all of you, and let me go back to my little adventuring screen. She turns to all of you and she says, are you ready? Is there anything else you need?
Andromeda's in the process of trying to like shove her hair into her hood
Valid.
To hide it because it's so bright and golden, but it just keeps falling out because it's loose and it's not in the pigtails anymore.
Right.
So she just like gives up and it's just like hanging there. She's like, ready.
Arthros looks at you and she goes up to a random little like one of the mannequins and one of the cloaks that are hanging on the mannequins, and she does similar to what Julien does. She rips a strand off and she hands it to you. And she's like, here, maybe you can tie it up with this.
Yeah, I'll try. She like goes to like kind of tie it back into like a little like loose ponytail in the back to see if she can, and it kind of like it's more hidden now, but it kind of like goes over one shoulder rather than being
Cute.
down both shoulders. So.
Valid.
Yeah.
This entire time also, just for context as you guys are going about this, Mud is avoiding your eye, Andromeda, for a lot of this.
She has actively been like turned away
Okay.
from him, like just
Right,
in
right.
body language and everything.
They're going through a
She
thing.
keeps the necklace on and she
Mm,
tucks it under her little
her
cowl
cloak.
neck.
Very
Like,
cute.
that is going.
Okay. So, as you all are oh, yeah. Go ahead.
As Arthros asks if we're ready, Julien reaches into his book bag and takes out Napoleon and starts flipping through the pages looking for a specific spell, and he gets to the page I was looking for and says, I think it might be pertinent if for me to cast telepathy and get a telepathic link with one of you, just to, make sure there's at least some connection in case there's some sort of split, or at least to be able to communicate without communicating out loud, possibly with you, Arthros, if you're okay with that.
She looks at you for a moment, Julien, and she's like, what would this pertain? How much of my mind would you be in exactly?
Just whatever you choose to converse. You have to choose to speak to me telepathically.
Okay.
I won't be able to read your passive minds and thoughts.
Right, then absolutely. Yes, of course. After we get our clothes, I'm going to take you all somewhere safe for the most part. If you'd like, maybe that's a good, safe place for you to perform your spell. Okay. And she looks at you, and she kind of looks at you with, because you guys haven't interacted that much, but she looks at you with, like, a shit ton of respect all of a sudden, Julien, and, like, appreciating almost your survival instinct here, and she like gives you a shy kind of shaky smile, and then she, without saying a word, just beelines it for the shopkeeper. And as she walks up, you see her kind of pull her cloak more around her face, hiding it further, and she pulls up like towards the shopkeeper and keeps her face kind of hidden. And the shopkeeper, he's a small little man. He looks like as though a small little man. Sorry. He looks as though he might be a halfling of sorts. And he's standing, and he looks tall, and it could be assumed that he's probably standing on a stool of some sort beneath the counter. And he looks up as she approaches, and she still keeps her face kind of hidden. And before he can say anything, she says, the family Älvåth. I assume you've heard of them? And the shopkeeper, he nods slowly in confusion. And she says, have you ever met them? And the man behind the counter kind of chuckles for a minute, and he shakes his head, and he sighs kind of in a way that sounds as though he's sighing in relief. And he says, no, of course not. And she says, if you'd like to keep it that way, I suggest you allow us to take these items without issue. And the shopkeeper scoffs in disbelief and kind of looks perturbed, and he says, what? You can't just take them for free. I'm trying to make a living here. And she stops for a moment, sighs heavily, and immediately pulls down the hood of her cloak that has been shielding her eyes and lifts her face to the man. And her hair and her horns and her skin and golden irises are now on full display to the man behind the counter. And you see his entire expression shift to one of fear and dread, and the pale color of his skin falls more pale, and he takes a step back in the minimal space that he has behind the counter. He swallows thickly and nods his head to Arthros, eyes dropping, to the rest of you and to the clothes that you're all now fully decked out in. And she says, thank you for cooperating. I'll be sure you're rightfully compensated as soon as possible. And with that, the human-like being, or short human-like being, behind the counter only nods, and Arthros turns and gestures for you all to follow her out of the store and back into the chaos of Muskwell, of the Muskwell streets. That's how you were gonna get your clothing. That's how I was like, so
Andromeda,
yeah,
as
I
they're
figured when
walking
you
out-
said that like, yeah, she probably has some kind of pull if
there.
she murdered lots of people. So
Andromeda, as they're walking
damn,
out, was
that
like,
though.
that was cool.
oh my gosh.
Theron is thoroughly impressed, but also kind of like sad because, I mean, obviously she probably didn't want to do that, but also very interested in what is happening.
I got the memory of Andromeda in the bookstore in the city in the first season when she puts a little dirt on the counter and she goes, "For your troubles," and she walks
For your troubles. I forgot that.
I was just thinking about that. So
just like puts like a rag on the counter
for your troubles.
For your troubles.
For your troubles.
We leave our dirty rags there.
Oh my god.
For your troubles.
Probably.
Honestly, you probably
I
left them in the
didn't
dressing
really
room. Probably just dropped them in the
she's
dressing room.
Some more
clean
clothing options.
Yay!
This little guy.
Yay.
He's living his best life.
Stains on all of them, so I don't know if he wants that.
Yeah. Some red
Come
looking
out in the
stains on
wash.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Use a little Clorox. There you go.
Sure. Burn them. Just burn them.
So, this time, as you rush through the city, past markets and more canopies and creatures of all kinds, you fit in far better. You now blend more thoroughly with the people of Aviosis. Their heads are down and movements are fast and hurried. Arthros walks the same, you may notice. She keeps her arms wrapped around her eyes forward, her steps nimble and quick, and it's clear that this is something she's used to and something she's done many times before. She turns back to you all as you walk, only briefly, to inform you that she's taking you all somewhere more secure for the night, stating to trust her, and that you do not want to be outside on the streets of Muskwell come nightfall. You all stick together as you walk, by this point surely simply hoping for a brief moment of quiet and calm and security, as you're still all in a brand new place without an ounce of a plan of how to get home, where 𝙍𝙬𝙀 is, or who the stranger was that you recognized, Julien, or that any of you saw in the first place that opened this portal. Arthros leads you to a small, derelict building. The outside is tattered, and the brick appears damaged and brittle, but the place still stands with red cloth layered over dirty windows, charcoal and gray stone giving the building an air of unease. Above the wooden door is a small sign, a name painted, slightly lopsided, onto its surface. It reads, "The Brass Lantern." Without much of a word, she leads you all into the building, holding the door for you as you all, I assume, follow her in. All right. Out of the terrifying streets. Once you get inside, the place looks to be a simple tavern. It's not quite as extravagant and decorative as the tavern that was hidden away in Red Cardinal Alley, but it's simple and quaint, and it looks as though it does the trick, if the numerous jugs of ale lining the tables say anything. It's a menagerie of shades of grey and maroon and black and brown, all neutral and solemn, like that of the entirety of Aviosis so far. The bar is lined with barrels of what is surely alcohol, and the tavern isn't quite the tidiest. Empty mugs, spills of different kinds, and knocked over stools decorate the place's eerie interior. It seems, given the time of day, that the bar has hit a slow point, which some of you may be grateful for, lest to overwhelm you after such a trying day thus far. There are only 2 or 3 patrons sitting about the small space, and 2 of them are entirely out cold, sleeping atop the tables with their hands still gripping tight to their jugs of ale. Behind the bar stands what seems to be a drow, and I have a reference for you all.
Are you kidding me? A drow? Are you kidding me?
I know how much Vay loves drows.
Motherfucker. This is a personal attack, and you know
As always, you know, it's just how it is.
You and your freaking NPCs.
So let me just save the image real quick so I can send it to you all really quick. Sorry for all the, I know I've been going on kind of a tangent for a bit.
No, it's good. It's
Okay,
good. We're
I hope
learning about a new place. I want to hear
this is
every
why
drop of lore.
This one
that
is
you
so
can give.
long is purely because I just went really hella with descriptions, because I wanted to try and help you guys picture this place.
Yeah, it helps build the world.
Yeah.
10 out of 10.
Thank you. So I'm gonna send it in here as well as show the chat. I have to jump to it on my stream real quick because I still have Arthros on the screen. So, we're gonna
I'll see Arthros again. I don't mind.
Really quick. Sorry. And there we go. Okay, and I will send it to the Discord right now. Dunzo.
God damn it.
You're so cute.
God damn it.
So,
Brothers, we must stay focused.
We must
We
stay
must stay
focused.
focused.
We must stay focused.
Oh my, that's my fucking type. God damn it.
That's my type. That's my type.
That's my
so
type.
what you see,
God.
what you see is a drow, obviously. He has short cropped
drow.
white hair, but a little strand in the back is kind of long and it falls forward in a little braid. He has a lot of like feminine features, but his body is very masculine. He's wearing a black shirt, no layers because he's in his tavern, and he has a black shirt that kind of hangs so you can see like a little bit of like his body under it. It's like one of those low cut ones. He has a bunch of tattoos on his arms, strange looking tattoos, very kind of dark, a little eerie, and a bunch of piercings, and his eyes are like a bright cyan color, and it's a little bit refreshing to all of you because he is vastly different from the vibes that have been outside this place. Rather than all these warm tones, he's standing here in quite a few cool tones, and he has a mug of his own ale tucked tight in his grasp, and in one smooth movement, he lifts it to his lips and he chugs. And after a moment, he sighs, kind of a breath of air, wipes at his mouth with the back of his hand, and then his eyes dart up to see the newcomers, all of you that have entered the tavern. And immediately, his eyes light up. His brows lift sky high, and a shocked smile, fully agape, pulls at his features. He looks relieved, he looks in awe, and he looks bewildered all at the same time. He bounds over to the bar and darts towards Arthros at full force before his arms wrap around her and immediately squeeze. He hugs her tight, and you see her hug him back, her arms lifting to grip tight to his shoulders. The drow gasps and laughs breathlessly, and says, "My God, I thought we'd never see you again." And Arthros responds with, "Ditto." And they pull away, And the drow is smiling widely at her and grinning from ear to ear, and Arthros is beaming back for the first time since really being here. But her own joy kind of looks more sad rather than excited. And she looks at him and frowns and says, still stuck in Muskwell, then? And the drow sighs and says, yes, well, with the portals, you know, our chances of getting out have dwindled. I'm just glad I didn't lose Rhea in all the chaos. And then we heard about you, and, well, and at this moment, Arthros realizes that you're all standing there. And she shakes her head and turns to the group of you and says, everyone, this is Favian. Fave, this is, well, everyone, I suppose. And she lifts her hand to point at all of you, gesturing kind of shyly. Do any of you say anything?
Hello, Favian. I like your stinky tavern.
Let me jump back to our adventuring screen for a moment. Okay. He smiles at you, Andromeda, and he says, it is quite stinky, isn't it? We're trying to work on that, but I'm glad you like it here.
You can do it. It sets the mood.
Thank you. You're quite sweet.
I try.
Do any others say anything? Do anyone else say anything? God, my English. It went away for a minute.
I think Aria's kind of just quiet, taking in
Overwhelmed.
things.
Theron's gonna like step forward and like extend his hand and be like, friend of Arthros's?
And he looks at you, Theron, and he's like, yes, well, we go, I could say way back, but I don't think it's that way back. Perhaps it's way back now, but anyway. And he shakes your hand and he says, you're interesting. We don't see most of your kind here, really.
Well, nice to meet you, and probably not nice to be here, but...
Yeah, it's not really a tourist attraction.
Doesn't seem like one. But this seems like a very... He just glances at Andromeda. Very nice tavern that you have here.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely, yes.
He smiles. He looks at all of you and he says, thank you, Rhea
Trying
and
to be very
I.
polite.
We try our best, that's for sure.
Rhea?
Mm.
Is that another friend of yours?
Oh, yes, it's my lady, you would say.
Your lady.
Theron,
Yes.
like,
Your lady.
relaxes slightly.
Valid.
Deep breath, like... Right.
So you and Arthros aren't like...
Andromeda!
He looks at...
It's an honest question.
He looks at Arthros and then looks back at Andromeda and he's like, oh, by Aviosis, no. Andromeda's more of like a little sister to me. Or maybe a
Arthros.
daughter. And Arthros kind of looks at him and frowns and is like...
What?
And he's a little bit older. He's like an older...
Oh.
Yeah. He,
Okay. You didn't
not
look
like
as
older, but maybe like by a couple years. Like if I had to give it a vibe, maybe like 25 or like 26.
Definitely not a father figure.
Yeah.
Right.
Maybe a daddy, but not a father.
Maybe a daddy. You know.
Possibly.
Julien, do you say anything in the conversation, or are you kind of just taking it all in?
Oh no, Julien sort of stays recluse.
Okay.
Make sure to pull his hood down a bit more.
He's mysterious.
Ooh. He is the mysterious figure in the
As he should
corner
be.
of the tavern.
As he should be.
I love it.
Arthros looks at all of you and kind of smiles a little bit and says, yes, this is Andromeda, Julien, Mud, Aria, and Theron. They're from Ostradel. And Favian turns to all of you and says, Ostradel, huh? That's where we've always ended up. Well, we've dreamed of ending up, Rhea and I. Yeah, but hasn't happened yet. Hopefully, one day. And he turns to Arthros once more, away from you guys, and he says, Rhea's going to be so excited to see you, Art. And we have some news for you. You're never going to believe it. And he turns his head away from all of you, and he yells out Rhea's name loud enough that one of the patrons in the bar kind of startles awake for a moment, and then quickly falls back asleep. And it's a mere few seconds before you all hear a gentle, yes, darling, to which Favian quickly yells back a brief, you may want to come out here, my love. Don't worry, it's safe. And
Couple goals.
truly. Moments later,
I love them immediately.
moments later, you see a door from the back of the tavern swing open, and another figure wanders out, and it appears to be a woman. And I have a reference for her as well. Let me change my reference on here.
I'm so excited for this.
Be kind to me, because I've never drawn a character of this vibe before, I'll just say. Let me describe
curious.
a little bit more first, because it'll make more sense if I describe it and then show it to you. When you see her, you see that she is a shade of gray. Her skin is like a light gray shade, and her eyes are completely white. And they're kind of like a faded off-white, to the point that her pupils, or her irises, I suppose, are brighter white than the whites of her eyes, I suppose. They stand out quite bright. They glow almost, and her brows are a light shade of gray as well, and almost like blend into her skin. It almost appears like she doesn't have any at all. Her hair is like down to the tops of her thighs. It is so long and luxurious, and it is also a shade of gray, a darker shade. And you can see that her hands, she has like claw-like fingernails that are white, and there's a little flower in her hair, and she's wearing a just a plain white gown she looks very ghost-like almost. But what you find the most interesting about her is that when she when she walks out of the door, you see that she is cradling her stomach with both of her hands, and it is clear to those of you who might know, of course, that she is pregnant.
I called it.
And she waddles out, and upon glancing up, her entire pale sheet white expression brightens even further when she sees Arthros. And I will send you guys the reference really quick so that you can see, because I wanted to explain that because I've never drawn a pregnant woman before, so be kind to me. So there she is on the stream, and let me send you her here. There you go. She's a pretty light.
So good.
Thank
You
you.
know,
I love her a lot.
Kind of reminds me of your
No,
mom.
that's literally
Lady.
Oh, my
She's
mom.
so lovely.
Yeah, the way you
Oh.
drew her kind of reminds me of how you draw your mom.
I see it. I see it,
Oh,
honestly.
I see it
Thank
too.
you.
She's
Um,
gorgeous.
Thank
She's
you.
so pretty.
I love her a lot.
Truly.
She does look like
That's
a
a
ghost, but
mom.
she's very pretty.
She does look like
Mommy?
a ghost.
Sorry. Mommy?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Mommy?
She's a literal,
Mommy?
literal
Sorry.
mother.
Literal,
Literal
sorry.
mommy?
Literal mommy?
Sorry.
Sorry. Literal mommy? Sorry.
Literal, wait, what?
You were correct about the mommy issues. You were correct.
Yeah.
Well,
When she
she's
walks
young.
out, though.
I think this is her first kid, probably.
Sorry, say again.
Nothing. You're good.
Oh, okay.
Continue.
I was like, what? So, when she walks out, she looks absolutely ecstatic to see Arthros, and she comes barreling forwards, kind of waddling a little bit. And Arthros, however, she looks shocked. Her jaw is open just slightly, and her eyes are wide, and her brows pull into a concerned frown. And Rhea doesn't seem to mind. She comes barreling forwards, flinging herself around Arthros with ease, and cooing out loud with joy. And she hugs her the best she can with her stomach, with the width of her stomach. And she says, Arthros, my darling, we thought you'd be taken from us. And when she's finished reveling in the hug, she pulls away to look Arthros over and backs up to stand beside Favian. And you see Arthros glance between the two of them for a moment before she says, and turns to Rhea and says, you're pregnant. And Rhea's smile falters, and she doesn't respond immediately. She only turns to the group of you and says, who's your friends? And Arthros this time doesn't seem like she's going to introduce any of you, so... Andromeda, you wave hello.
Yeah.
I'm Andromeda. You are very pretty and kind of spooky, but I like it.
Rhea smiles at you and she says, oh, that's quite the compliment. I don't think I've ever gotten one like that before. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I also agree. You're quite pretty. That's what being pregnant looks like.
She
What?
she frowns for a moment. She's like,
Theron's
Yes.
just like,
is she
Aria?
Aria?
That's
Give her.
Andromeda looks
I
like
mean, it makes
Aria,
sense
like
now. Well, it makes sense now due to the studies, of course. But like, wow, that is fascinating. And she gets like down, kind of like in space.
Oh
Andromeda does it too. She's like
Every
moving on.
time
She's like,
Theron is with the group and meets new people, this happens. Something socially
And it's just
unacceptable
like-
happens.
is that how they do this here?
No, stop. But it's, I'm just interested because the way your dress was made, I would think you would want some more support. That seems like it'd be quite heavy.
She smiles and she looks down kind of shyly and she's like, oh, well, yes, of course, but there's only so much we can afford here, of course.
I can
It
figure
does.
something out for you. I can figure something out for you. Hold on.
Oh.
And she's just gonna like look at her and kind of like draw out the width of hers. I've got it. Don't worry.
First meeting just measures her and like makes her some new clothes on first.
Yes,
on site.
I love-
On site.
On site.
As she should.
I love that this is Aria's
That poor
first
woman
instinct.
must be going through so much pain.
Yeah,
I
honestly.
mean, yeah, that back support it's not easy.
Not there.
The baby's inside.
I believe so.
She
Yes,
smiles
it
and
is.
she looks down and she says, yes, and hopefully soon, when with
Oh
time,
my God.
it will be outside.
Theron is going to extend his
Oh.
hand and just very normally greet her. Like, I'm Theron. Congratulations to you both.
She smiles at
On
you and she
your
says,
offspring.
thank you so much. Yes, it's one of our proudest achievements, I should say. And Favian smiles and says, he's like, yes, I'd say so. And the tavern is second, I think. And
Priorities, yes.
yeah, priorities. And she smiles and she looks at you again, looks at all of you, and she kind of eyes you, Julien, a little bit, seeing that you're kind of standing back and more recluse, and it's almost like you can see motherly instinct on her face. And she looks at you and she's like, will you all be staying for a little while? And
We all look at Arthros.
and Arthros kind of shakes out of her moment that she was having and looks back at Rhea and she says, if you have any space, we could really use it. And she looks back at all of you and says, I know there's a lot of us, but we'll take whatever you can give. And Rhea waves her hand dismissively and beams at all of you, and she goes, it's no problem at all. We haven't rented your room out since you vanished, Art. It would make me very happy to let you stay in it once again. And she turns to the group of you, and she smiles politely and says, with Art's room and 2 others, we have 3 available for you. I hope you're all right with sharing. Everyone's
Yeah,
all really
that's-
like,
I mean,
We're used to it.
yeah, we're used
Yeah,
to it.
we are quite used to it now.
she smiles and she's like, oh, well, that's wonderful then. And when she says this, Arthros avoids your eyes, Theron, and Andromeda, Mud aggressively avoids yours as well. And and
Wow.
Tension
Yikes.
in
Julien and Aria.
tonight.
Julian and Aria are just like
just like they just high five.
Yeah. Let's go.
yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we share a room, okay.
Roommates.
Hey, roomies.
Hey.
With that, Rhea tells you all that she's going to go up and ready your beds and the rooms, and she bids you all a very kind farewell and waddles back towards the back door. And Favian, he turns and he waves you all over to the bar, and he offers you all something to drink, water or ale. Mud immediately announces that he would like an ale, and Arthros, per usual, gets a water. And do any of you respond as well?
Water.
Ordinarily, Theron would absolutely get an ale, but things are kind of tense with Arthros right now, and he doesn't like it, he thinks. So
Oh,
he's just
Me
going to get a
thinks.
water for now. He
valid.
also needs a clear mind, just because new
That's-
environment, you know?
Yeah, you're in a new place, right? Mud doesn't give a fuck. He's down in some ale. What about you, Julien?
Julien is going to want to stay silent and sort of tries to mime water.
Sploosh.
Or at least he probably said, like, tries to mime, like, first part, water, not ale.
Oh, okay. Right. Like the first one.
Aria's
Right.
just gonna be like,
The guy hands him a nail.
I think he wants a water.
Sorry.
Okay.
Just a guess.
And Fabian goes about getting the drinks for you.
Oh,
Placing-
Andromeda's gonna raise her
Yes.
hand and she's gonna look at him and go,
Ale, please.
See, that was me thinking you had already said water, and that makes it better. He nods at you and smiles, and then he goes about getting out these little, they're like those metal, like tin jugs. And he starts filling them up with the barrels, and starts placing them in front of each of you at the bar. And there's enough stools that you can all kind of sit there if you would like to. And after you've all decided, and he's going about working on your drinks, Arthros leans across the bar towards him, and she speaks in a whisper, but it's loud enough that you guys can hear. And she says, "Are you insane?" to Fabian, and he looks confused, and he says, he doesn't say anything. He frowns, and she says, "Rhea, pregnant. Do you have any idea what they'll do to you?" And Fabian clears his throat and looks unfazed as he goes about making the drinks, and he says, "If they find out," and Arthur snaps at this point and says, "This is Muskwell, Favian. Someone always finds out." And he stares her down a moment, and you can tell that this conversation is very tense. And he says, "We're entirely different people, Arthros. My situation is not even remotely similar to yours." And Arthros is quiet before she glares at the drow at the bar and says, "Maybe not, but they will both meet the same end because of idiocy." And with this, Arthros bolts up out of her seat and beelines it in the direction of the door that Rhea disappeared through only moments ago, presumably making her way up to wherever the rooms are. And you all hear Fabian sigh a moment before he puts on a smile again and lifts your drinks to you all and gestures for you to feel free to drink, and he kind of clears his throat and says, "So, should I ask how you all ended up here?" Everyone's
So
like,
we were at a ball
I mean, they all heard
at our
that, right?
magical school.
Mhm.
yeah.
Magical school. A magical academia.
Get into it, Andrew.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, is that all she's gonna say? You what?
Yeah, she stops there. She takes
Oh,
a sip of
oh,
ale.
that's it?
Right.
God damn.
Yes, we're not quite sure what happened. But Andromeda's right, we were at a ball, and now we're here. Are you alright, Andromeda? Did they put something in the drink?
I just miss Olo, and no, I think it is just the usual ale.
Right.
No offense, I'm sure your ale is well renowned.
He shakes his head and he's like, "Not really, this is Muskwell, so it's the best I can get you."
Cool.
What exactly? This may be like a stupid question. But what exactly does that mean? This is Muskwell.
Well, I guess I say it so often.
Other than that's the place we're in, I'm assuming.
Yes, well, Muskwell is not for the wealthier classes, if that makes sense. It's kind of a phrase we say here. This is Muskwell. It's just like saying it is what it is, I suppose. This just is where we are, and it's unfortunate, but we can't do much better, given the circumstances.
Right.
Muskwell.
Are you okay? Arthur seemed like quite. I mean, she's going through a lot right now, I'm sure. But are you okay? That was tense.
He takes a deep breath and he says,
Mhm.
Yes, a lot's changed since she's been here, I suppose, so I think she didn't take Rhea's situation all that well. I suppose.
Is being pregnant considered a bad thing in Muskwell?
Oh, not the pregnancy, no. She's not a drow, and I am a drow, and we're not supposed to...
There are couple limitations?
Yes, they don't... Aviosis does not tolerate interspecies relationships. That's why we'd hope to go to 𝙍𝙗 one day, because they're known for being diverse and accepting. So
Yeah.
Mostly. Yeah, mostly.
right.
Well, since we are from there, we are hoping to eventually get back if an opportunity arises. You guys are more than welcome to join us.
Of course.
Oh, thank
if
you.
the portals are sorted.
I'm hoping
At some
that...
point.
Julien.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go for it. No, go.
Oh,
Go
Julien.
for it.
No, you go.
He's
No, go. It works.
Okay. Julien reaches into his book bag and takes out his school book for his notes, and rips out a page and writes on it a question asking, what has it been like after the rapture here in this place? And he slides it across the table.
Favian reads the note for a moment and looks at you and smiles, kind of a soft smile, friendly smile. And he says, business has not really boomed much, but, you know, the thing is no one really came to Aviosis before the rupture. Anyways, the only reason they really came here was either they were bringing in a prisoner, or they were, tourists, I suppose. Don't know why they would want to visit. But yeah, the only portal that we ever had in Aviosis was in Firevale, and Firevale is quite expensive to exist in. So many of us in Muskwell didn't really, it was hard to get out, and still is hard, and even harder now because there is actually no way out that we know of, I suppose. But you're all here, and that's strange.
So at magical school, there we were having a fancy dance ball thing, and I had a bracelet on, and it dragged me out of the building, and it dragged me to a portal, and there was a man in front of it in this big cloak, and he had one of our friends, which we don't know where either of them are. And then I was, subsequently dragged into the portal, and then everyone else followed. Thank you, everyone, by the way, for not leaving me to be by myself here. Very nice of you. Yep. And now we are here.
Oh, right.
So that is how we landed here. But the portal is gone. It closed behind us.
I see. And I suppose, what are your plans for the future then?
Well, presumably somebody with the technology or power to open portals is here now. So ideally we could locate them and perhaps get a portal to 𝙍𝙗 or somewhere better
I see.
than here.
Well, right. You said you saw a man in a cloak?
Mm-hmm. He was blonde.
Oh.
Have you seen him?
I think
No, I haven't.
he'd be traveling with a winged man.
A winged man?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Last we saw him, he was knocked out though, so
He's very handsome, if
yes,
that helps.
very handsome.
Oh, he's a
You won't
friend-
miss him.
He's
His
a friend
wings
of,
are huge.
a friend of yours then?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
His
I
name
see.
is 𝙍𝙖𝙁.
Oh. Well, if there was a man then, as you say, traveling through a portal, as you say, and with someone, as you say, who was not quite there, I suppose, the only place I can think that they would go is, well, the Devil's Gate. That's typically where anyone takes anyone in Aviosis.
What happens at the Devil's Gate?
Sounds scary.
What is it for, and what kind of people go there?
Oh, well, it's for criminals and insubordinates. It's a prison of sorts. I say of sorts because I really think it's just a cushy word for hell. But I hear they celebrate birthdays there. So there's that, I suppose.
Maybe it's Sophia's birthday.
The bar is on the ground.
Well, it's less of the birthday you enjoy, more of a birthday you dread.
Right.
As far as everybody knows, he's speaking to the party in general. Zophiel didn't break any rules, did he?
Like, as far as you guys know, essentially?
Like, I'm like speaking
Oh, you're
to,
asking
like,
them.
Aria,
Okay.
characters,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Like, in case, because they know Zophiel.
Valid.
But mainly this is a question opening up for Julien
Valid.
to say something if he
Valid.
can, or if he wants to.
Is Julien aware of anything like that?
I mean, you saw, wasn't Zophiel on the list of...
He was on the watch list.
Right.
You could devise something from what was written.
Because I don't think
that,
he's told
but-
everybody about that watch list yet.
No.
he hasn't.
No, he hasn't told
He's only
anyone
told
aside from
Silas.
Silas yet.
Exactly.
His boy
But
toy.
also, if I recall, what was their name? The lizard folk.
Goshi.
from
Goshi.
Cafe. Goshi disappeared, but Goshi was not on the list. And the other person who disappeared was also not on the list.
Fair.
Yeah.
So maybe he wouldn't even think to say anything.
Yeah. As far as you
But
guys
as far as
all
you guys
know,
know, he didn't
canonically,
break rules.
I feel like you could kind of like surmise something or like assume something, but you don't know anything solidly for sure.
Yeah. Because I mean, we did see him like,
Julien,
struggle with
yeah.
authority, basically.
Julien sort of just shakes his head and shrugs.
Valid.
Andromeda is gonna turn to Julien and kind of notice the silence going on, and she's gonna like lean in a little bit. She's like,
You are not speaking?
At all.
Julien writes in his book,
Does he need to protect his voice?
I recognized that person from the portal. Concerned.
Concerned.
Yeah, they don't even know that you recognize
If
them.
they're capable of casting magic to traverse realms, they're capable of much else. A lot of different things.
Mm.
Staying quiet. Unsure of anyone outside group. Skeptical.
Better
And
safe
that's
than
it.
sorry.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
playing smart.
Do you think he could hear you if you spoke?
Shrugs.
Valid. That's freaky. You're very smart.
There is
Julien
magic here.
flips to another page and then writes in big words, do you have any magical incantations placed on this place? Rips it out and then shows it to
Fabian.
bartender.
Yeah.
Fabian, yeah.
Fabian.
Fabian.
Do you mean in terms of like if he's protecting the place with anything?
Like any words and
like
stuff?
spells, that
Okay.
kind of stuff.
Yeah, any spells or
Um,
sort of magic.
He shakes his head at you and he says, oh no, unfortunately that's out of my capabilities. But you're safe here. We lock up every night. We have a deadlock. It served us well so far, except for that one time. And we
Fair
also lock
chuckles.
the other door that leads to the rooms. So
We have a
It
ring.
should be fine. We have a ring outside. We can see who's on our doorstep all the time.
We have a magical camera who shows us who's at the door
Yes.
whenever they get to the door.
That's like
Julian
no
rips
security
out
whatsoever.
another page and writes on it, "Do you mind if I check in case that's been changed that you're unaware of?"
He looks around for a moment and like takes on a look of like paranoia, and then looks at you and he's like, "Yes, of course. I don't know why anyone would want to do anything here, but sure, be my guest."
Julian is in this entire time very paranoid.
Valid.
Takes
he
off
should be.
his normal glasses, reaches into his book bag, and takes out his
Yes.
6 frame glasses, places them on, and then flips them all towards the center as runes on the outside flash a glow, and the glass of the glasses start glowing a sort of bright green as he casts detect magic and starts scanning the room for any
Valid.
sources of magic.
Do you want to just roll 2d6s for me? See how well it works in Aviosis?
Eesh. Is that a 11?
Okay. It works very well. It's very successful. But you do not see anything on any of the walls, any of the buildings. Nothing protecting, and also nothing dangerous that you can see.
Julian will also walk over to wherever the rooms that we're going to be staying in and do his quick scan of all of them as well.
Valid. I imagine with these glasses you can kind of see as far as a certain extent, so you could probably see through the upper
walls.
floor, and you see no wards anywhere on any of the doors upstairs or any of the walls upstairs. The tavern, as you can tell, is completely unwarded, both in good ways or bad ways, I suppose. If that makes sense.
Gotcha.
That's so fucking cool.
After a couple minutes of scanning around, the light from the glasses fade, and the glasses words.
Valid, felt that.
The lenses.
The four lenses
Right.
all flip out automatically, and he takes off the glasses and places it in his book bag and puts back on his normal ones,
Okay,
and then
fine.
sort of just gives a thumbs up, but a very shaky thumbs up. Still very paranoid.
Valid. Favian kind of thumbs up back to you, and he looks at the group of you and he says, well, I wish you all luck with finding your friend. I hope for your sake that he's not a criminal, and that they don't celebrate his birthday in Devil's Gate.
I agree.
Fabian,
Yes.
the way you say birthday is very scary. Is it like they kill him?
No, everyone has an anniversary date when they enter the gate, and once that year passes, every day on that anniversary date, they give you a good beating to celebrate.
Oh. That is a different birthday than what I am used to. So usually there's, sweets and streamers at birthdays.
Perhaps birthday isn't the right word, but I couldn't think of another one.
Beating day.
The beating day. Yeah, I suppose, but that sounds a little bit more grotesque, but I suppose it is grotesque.
We can workshop it.
If your friend is there, it's going to be a difficult experience to get him out, so,
I'm sure it'll be fine.
but I'm keeping you all in my thoughts, of course.
Yes.
I'm sure he's okay.
Unrelated note, do you have any needle and thread?
He frowns for a moment and he says, Rhea might have some upstairs, but not down here amongst the ale and the utensils.
Oh, wait, actually, one second. And then she's gonna look around for the backpack
Okay.
that has all of our outfits in it.
Arthros has it.
It's on her back still?
Yes.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Aria takes her water, drinks it really quickly, puts the thing back. Then, I'll be right back. She's gonna go upstairs to where she saw Arthros walking.
Valid. Is there anything else you want to ask Favian? Can ask him anything. It can be about...
I want to ask him so many questions, but I also don't want to like ask him about Arthros behind her back.
You can.
Ask him.
I know I can. I have the ability, but
you can also
ask him.
Arthros.
I'm the devil on your shoulder, babe. Ask him.
Andromeda has no filter, so she can ask for you.
Oh, well.
Actually,
I guess maybe the social filter, or the lack thereof.
That's a handy tool that we can use later.
we can
the
use
lack
that.
thereof, you know.
It's one of Andromeda's spells. There's just no filter.
No filter. Absolutely no social cues to be seen. She's gonna slam down her ale. She's gonna finish the rest of it. And she's gonna look at Favian. She's gonna be like, "So did Arthros live here before?"
Oh.
And you said she had a room.
Yes, more like a room that we designated it for her, because often she would show up on our doorstep. She never really told us much about her situation, but she would show up in varying states, and we would let her in, and I suppose we just simply took pity on her in some way. We thought about, at first, when we found out that she was an Elvoth, we thought about not allowing her in anymore, but she was so different that, well, we continued to allow her safety here. Oh, you don't need to raise your hand. I thought we were talking.
Oh, what does Elvoth mean?
Yes,
Elvoth
what are the implications of that name? How is she different?
Is Theron asking that?
Yes.
Okay. He turns to you, Theron, and he says, oh, well, it's her family name, for one. And from what we've heard in rumors, they have quite... they deal in quite dreadful business. Paid work. Paid work from wealthy people, and they don't question where the money comes from or what they're meant to do with that money. But yes, that's as far as I feel I'm comfortable saying.
Wow.
Never know when they're listening. And he looks at Julien for a minute, and he's like, it's like he's like now suddenly very paranoid. And he like looks around for a minute.
By the random stranger that doesn't speak.
He's like,
and has covered his face. Yeah, that's wise. I respect that.
Scary.
He nods at you, and he points at all of your drinks, and he says, would any of you like anything more to drink before we close up for the night?
Do we need to pay for this?
No, of course. It's on the house.
Cool. One more, please, bartender.
Right, alright.
Thank
and
you.
he fills up another canister and drops it down in front of Andromeda. And you see him move towards the other patrons in the bar, and he steps up to them, and the one patron that is awake, he informs them that they are fully booked for the night, and that should they like to stay and sleep where they are, drunk at the table, they can pay half price for the night. Each of the half-awake patrons do so. Another, a rather dirt-clad halfling, gathers its things and stumbles out the front door, swaying where they walk. And Favian then follows them over to the door and locks it behind them. And you can see that he locks a bunch of deadlocks that are just attached to this door frame. And he turns to all of you and he says, Well, I've got an early morning tomorrow morning, and we've got quite the array of morning drinkers here at the Lantern, so should you need anything, food, drink, anything, feel free to step behind the bar. Free of charge, of course, for friends of Arthros. And he smiles at you all, and he kind of heads towards the back door, and then stops and turns back to you again and says, in moderation, of course. Food is hard to come by in Muskwell. Best not to let any of it go to waste. And he nods, and then he smiles and kind of opens the door, and as he starts to go through, he says, whenever you're ready, I'm sure Rhea will be upstairs preparing your rooms, so take your time. And then he disappears behind the door. And you hear several footsteps, as though he's going up a staircase. Yes. What do you all do? Yes. Oh, yeah? You go upstairs, I assume? Or you're already on your way upstairs?
Yeah, I was already upstairs, yeah.
Aria, as you get upstairs, you ascend the staircase, and... Sorry, my phone. As you reach the second floor, you see a humble corridor with 5 doors that are all lining this hallway, and they have small bronze numbers beside them. 3 of the doors are open and inviting, presenting themselves as the rooms clearly designated for the group of you. And at the very end of the corridor, however, there is another small door with no number beside it, and clear windows, and it seems to lead to a small outdoor balcony, and Arthros is standing out there, and she is leaning against the railing, just simply looking out, and you can see the back of her. And as you kind of stand in the hall, probably a little unsure of where to go, are you looking directly to go to Arthros, or are you trying to find a room?
So ultimately her main goal was to see if she could find Rhea and Arthros together.
Okay.
But if she saw Arthros first, then she was just going to go straight to Arthros.
I will say, as you climb up as you walk into the hallway, get off the stairs and walk into the hallway, Rhea does appear at one of the rooms, and she's smiling at you. And she has a hand on her stomach, and she smiles and says, room 3 and 4 and 5 are all tidied up for you. Room 3 is Arthros's. Sorry, you'll have to share with one other person. Hopefully that's not too much of a problem again. But it sounds like you're used to it, so... Right. Can I help you with anything before I join Favian?
Yes, actually, I was wondering, do you have any needle and thread that I could borrow? I was thinking about maybe making you something that could attach to your dress to kind of hold up and take some of that weight from your stomach with a little bit of elastic that I have in an old thing of mine. So I was just curious if you had any on you.
She smiles at you for a moment, and she frowns, and she says, that's very thoughtful. We don't get many thoughtful folk in Muskwell, so...
It's really no problem. I mean, I'm very used to taking weight in different ways, so if I can help you deal with that, you know,
right.
I'd love to.
I can tell that about you.
Oh.
Yes.
Right.
Let me look for you. And she turns and she goes into one of the rooms. And she presumably goes in Arthros' room. She ducks into room 3. And do you follow her in?
She's gonna kind of like stand out at the doorway, but not like go in yet, because she feels kind of like
the door
this
frame.
is Arthros' room. She
Valid.
doesn't want to go in.
Valid.
You know.
Yeah. You see her pull open a little like desk drawer. There's like a little wooden desk in there, and she pulls open this drawer, and she kind of roots around a little bit, and she finds a needle, and she finds only a red thread, and she kind of looks up at you and she says, will this work at all?
Oh, this will be perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Oh,
yes. Wonderful. If you don't mind, I'll attach it to you tomorrow just so you can keep the gown you're wearing. But at some point, I'll try and finish it up tonight so I can make sure that it'll be easy for you to put on tomorrow.
She smiles at you and she says, that's very kind of you. Yes, I'm just going to go lay down anyways. Right. Well, after I figure a few things out for Favian. He's forgetful sometimes. And she looks at you for a moment and she says, is there anything else I can do for you, Aria?
I don't I don't think so. You've already been so kind. I suppose we're also not quite used to incredibly nice gestures. Yes, I think I'm all right. I'm just gonna go check on Arthros. She's looking outside. And yeah. Thank you very much.
She smiles at you, and as she passes you in the door frame, she does one of those, like, she goes like this to you and like pats your cheek.
Oh.
And then like smiles and then starts to walk away towards the staircase.
Ooh.
A very motherly gesture.
Oh goodness. Okay.
And she smiles, and as she's walking back towards the staircase, she kind of just says, should you need anything, feel free to come down to Favian and I's room. Just knock and we shall open the door for you. It's just downstairs.
I'm sure that won't be necessary, please. You guys deserve your rest. We can figure it out ourselves. We'll be fine.
She, like, frowns at you for a minute, like, but in, like, that smiling, like, she's kind of, Aria, it's not a problem.
Yes.
You're not a burden. And she nods her head and then goes down the staircase.
Okay. And she's gonna just, like, and she's just gonna walk outside, like, very quickly outside and just, like, open the door of where Arthros is and just, like, hi.
It takes us Arthros a second to kind of come to realization that you're there. And she turns around and she frowns at you and she says, Aria, is there something I can do for you?
I don't know, is there something I can do for you?
She frowns and she says, unless you can poof us back to Ravenwood, I don't think so.
I cannot do that, but, I don't know. And she's just gonna, like, close the door behind her as well. And how high up are they, like, right now?
It's a second floor. Think just like a second floor of a building. Very basic height. Cool. So I assume that Aria's, like, against the door.
Yeah, she's definitely not on the edge.
Valid.
She's still holding the thread and needle in her hand.
Arthros seems, like, notices this and frowns at you, and she seems very tense. Like, she seems like she is not in a good mood. And she frowns at you and she sees how you're, like, pressed up against the door and she goes, what's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Kind of a lot of things. But currently, I'm not very good with heights. But you look like you need a friend right now, and so that's a more precedent issue.
She, for a moment, like...
What's wrong with you?
She turns around and she puts her elbows on the railing and she, like, leans back a little bit.
You are absolutely the worst person. Would you stop doing this?
And she...
Okay, what if something is too breaking and you fall and die and I have to watch it and nobody else does and then I'm the one that has to go down, try and figure out why you're dead and see if I can figure out any way to save you. Like, are you kidding me? That's so much pressure. Please get off the rail.
And you see her lift a hand.
Yeah.
And she goes like this. And in a moment, you see her fall backwards off the balcony. And she falls and disappears. Do you look to see her hit the bottom, or you just stand there in shock?
She looks to see if she hits the bottom.
As you look over, you only see a little puff of, like, red glow. And then you hear from beside you, I'm fine, by the way.
Oh my god! I'm gonna stab you in the face with this needle! And she's just gonna quickly turn around and, like...
And she kind of just, like, goes like this again, and she looks at you and she says, illusion magic, Aria. It works very well.
Okay. You've proven that. But why did you have to prove it?
Because I'm stressed and messing with you was a nice retreat. What can I do for you?
Okay. All right. Listen up here. And she's gonna like attach the needle to her shoulder and put the thread into her pocket and just be like, I can definitely tell that you're stressed and tense. But ultimately, we're here. Correct? And we have to figure something out.
I will figure something out.
You don't have to figure something out. We will figure something out. We're all here together. You're not by yourself, Arthros.
Yes, but how many of you have been to Aviosis before?
None of us. But that could be an upper hand. You know it too well.
Trust me, I don't think so.
Well, I half trust you because you just tried to pretend to die in front of me and thought that was a funny little joke, so it's not.
She smiles to herself and like looks down.
So I don't really think that's very funny. So
she's like, it was a little funny. It was a little funny.
I heard you the first time.
She smiles and she's like, all right. What did you want again?
I want to figure out what the hell is going on with you. You are, again, like you said, you know this place. And of course, it's distressing. I remember our conversation at one point being, you never want to go home. And I understand. And I'm sure a lot of us feel a similar way.
Aria, you do not understand, trust me. The
Okay,
thought
but you
that...
also don't understand. Right?
Think of it this way.
Okay.
At any moment, I could round a corner and run into my family.
Yes.
If they are still here.
Correct.
And that sounds to be one of the worst things I could ever picture happening in my entire life. I had a year and 2 weeks away from them. I had freedom. I had a place that I could call my own. I had a room that wasn't watched. I had, or at least not watched fully. I had everything. I had choice. And now I'm back here and I have none of it. And I don't even have Theron. So, we need to leave.
Right. And I understand that. And Arya's just gonna kind of like sigh. And then just like pull her in to a hug. But just like wrap her arms around her so she can't move her arms.
Yeah, she doesn't move her arms. She just stands there and lets you hug her. And she looks at you for a moment and she says, well, while you guys are hugging, she says, I'm sorry for jumping off the balcony.
Are you really?
No, because I actually didn't jump off the balcony. My illusion did.
Correct. Right. Okay.
So technically,
Well, I will.
the illusion should apologize, and I don't think it can do that, so... Well,
Right.
actually. And she goes like this again. And another version of her stands like behind you guys hugging, and she just says, I'm sorry. And then she goes like this again, and the illusion disappears.
I accept your apology and your illusion's apology.
She smiles and she says, thank you.
Okay.
Was there a reason you came out here other than just to console me?
Not exactly. But mostly because you look like you needed some consoling, and
Right.
I don't... given the way you were interacting with Theron, and given the way you just said, I don't even have Theron, that's a little distressing. Would you like to talk about that?
Would you like to unpack that?
Should we unpack this?
She shakes her head a moment and she says, if we stay here,
Right.
and we're together, in any way, he's going to die.
Okay, that's quite a big statement. I'm assuming we haven't told Theron this.
Why do you think I've been avoiding him? If anyone even gets a little bit of insight that I might have feelings for him,
Mhm.
his life is in danger. And I don't think I can do that to him.
Okay. Right. Well, maybe your feelings feel a little less feelingly right now. But that doesn't mean you don't have him, because he's still here. Right?
Sorry, I was responding to.
No, that's
the
okay. That's
chat.
okay.
If you need to go pee, go ahead and go run it.
Yeah, go pee.
You're good. You're good. we can hold that thought if you want, Aria, and we can.
Yeah. You know that.
Do you do it
Just
does
for
anyone
like
else
5
do it?
minutes, because
Yeah,
I also
yeah.
have to pee really
Yeah,
bad.
we'll take a pee break.
Okay.
6:35. Oh, for me, 35 for you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Hold that thought. Hold that thought.
Hold that thought.
Aria, hold that thought.
This is interesting. I don't want to miss it, so.
Valid.
No, valid.
Hold the thought. Hold the thought.
Yeah, James, just hold on to it. Grab it.
Pin it.
Reach out and
Put
grab
a
it.
pin in it. I'm gonna change too because I'm really warm. So. Okay. See you guys in a minute. Chat. 5-minute break. Pinpoint on the little conversation here. We shall see you guys in just a moment. Enjoy the new intermission music.
Really
How we're
had to
back.
piss.
No, it's okay.
I was
Good, good.
struggling.
That's okay.
We're
Just
live.
laughing
We've been
for
all
you.
drinking.
How
Yeah,
dare
we've
you,
been
pee,
drinking.
you little
and laughing.
piss
Just so
baby.
you know, just so you
How
guys
dare
know,
you.
we're live. Don't say anything exposing.
Just a
No,
piss
piss
baby.
I'm a little piss baby.
Oh,
I'm a
piss
little
baby.
piss boy.
Jesus Christ.
You're good.
I know it.
Aria,
Oh.
I think you were
Hold on,
asking
there's a lot.
Arthros about I can't remember if it was
About Theron
Theron?
dying.
Yeah, about that whole thing.
Like, do you want to unpack all of the
Do you wanna unpack
he
that?
will die? Does he know
Let's
this?
unpack
Why do
all
you think
that.
I'm avoiding him?
Oh,
Sorry, there was a spam.
yeah,
Sorry.
thank you.
Oh,
No, it's okay. It happens. They're so annoying. Gross, gross.
naked HD.
Oh yes,
XYZ.
unpacking.
Naked
Oh,
HD Theron.
Industry.
Naked on stream. Theron naked. See some dragonborn booty today.
Yeah. Sign me
XXXXX.
up.
Sign me
That's
up.
exactly right.
Silas
that
times
link.
Julian
Ooh.
Smut.
Send
Who
me
wants
that
to
link.
see it? Julian and Silas Smut.
Let's go.
Cheers to that.
Let's
I put
go.
a request for that specifically.
Brings
Yeah,
my
cheers to
brings my
that.
Patreon back, and it's just for 18 drawings.
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
also,
even know if the
somebody in the
party is
chat,
various.
yeah,
Yes.
somebody in the chat literally said, what's the 18 plus for, like, part of
Like, they're
this?
just wondering.
Everything. I'm so
Everything.
sorry, but
Yeah.
everything.
The 18 and up. We put 18 and
Just,
up on
like,
here.
swearing and,
Yeah,
like, any
it's-
sexual jokes.
We're not going to be role playing smut. I will just say
No.
we're not going to be acting. No,
No.
absolutely
No,
not.
It's not like.
It's
play by
really
play,
because-
like,
No.
more than 18.
Yeah, we're talking about
It's more
things
of a
like
fade to
we're
black
talking
kind
about
of thing.
sexual things, and also making like jokes.
True
Jokes.
jokes.
True jokes.
Yeah.
And also there's some violence and stuff that people might not like if they're a little bit younger. That might be a little like jarring. That kind of stuff too. So
like
it's
the beating anniversary thing.
like
Like beating
anniversaries.
it. Beating day.
Beating day.
Yeah. Also, all of our characters
Just
are
like a heads up.
adults. We are
Yes.
all
Yes.
adults.
They're
All of
all-
us
yeah.
are also
They're all 18,
adults as
and we
well.
are all adults.
So there will be adults in adult situations.
There will not
just as a
be.
warning.
There will never be any minors in this
Absolutely not.
campaign that will be being simped for. I will tell you that. Thank you very much.
You get,
Nope.
you
Absolutely
sip it,
not.
you're out.
Yeah.
You've seen me do it to the bots,
You
I'll do
can
it to
say
you
they're
too.
you can say they're a cute character
Don't be
design,
the
and
bot.
that's about
Do not be
it.
the bot.
Don't be a bot, babe, don't be a bot.
Don't be a bot.
Don't be a bot. Don't be a bot.
Anyway, we're unpacking things with
We're unpacking
Arthros.
things. All right.
Yeah.
Circling back,
Unpacking.
thank you,
Yeah,
chat,
we're
for
talking
being
about
here.
you.
We
I'm
love you.
invested.
I've been glancing over every now and then and seeing how everyone's freaking out, and it makes me very happy. So thank you so much. And we shall continue. How are
Alright.
your guys' vibes? Are you guys all feeling good?
I'm feeling good.
Feeling
Honey,
okey
help.
pokey? Good.
I'm vibing.
Yeah.
Andromeda's drunk. I finally get to act like a drunk person.
Drunk girl.
My favorite time.
On 2 ales, you're drunk?
She has
Yeah,
a
of
very.
course.
This is like her first
doesn't
time ever
drink.
Drinking.
Oh, fair enough.
She's
drinking.
a child
Never
of
drinks.
consumption.
Lord.
She is a child of
Fair
consumption.
down there.
Yeah.
Right. Did you want to unpack any of that?
Arthros looks at you and she frowns and she says, she's like, there's a lot to unpack. I don't think it's something we should really get into right now.
Understandable. But I will say we should probably get into it at some point. The unpacking things.
I tell you what,
Because
you get
that's
me
important.
out of Aviosis and I will tell you whatever you want to know. As for right now, I just want to focus on surviving and Theron surviving and all of us getting home. And if you really must, getting home with your winged friend as well.
I really must.
Okay.
Arthros
Arthros is like...
Arthros. Okay. Remember, there was a way for us to get here. So there has to be a way for us to get out. Okay? Nothing is impossible if it's already been proven to be probable.
Yes, all we have to do is follow a cloaked stranger when everyone in Muskwell wears cloaks.
Yes, but that's a simple thing. We can figure it out, I'm sure. Listen, all cloaks are differently. Believe me, I make them, I know. We can tell quite a little bit about a cloak. And quite a little bit about a person by their cloak.
He did have blonde hair.
See? That's already one more person. One more fact. So
There
now
aren't many
all we have to look
blondes.
for is a blonde person with a cloak, somewhat carrying or hauling a giant winged man. Like, that's going to be very, very small percentage of people who could actually do that. Right?
Sure.
Exactly. Just nod and agree. Just nod and agree. Everything will be fine. Okay?
Okay.
And ultimately, we have each other as a team.
Yes, aren't we missing the fish boy, though?
Yes, okay, we did realize that we were missing Otto, but we are going to find him as soon as we get home, which is going to be soon, which is going to be good, because then you will feel better, everybody will feel better, and we'll be home, and everything will be fine. So, is this the time when we hug again? I don't, would that make you feel better? Sorry.
It won't make me feel better, but I'll take another one.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll still give you one. Okay. And she, like, again, wraps arms.
She doesn't move her arm, she's just standing there.
I appreciate your hugs.
She just kind of nods against your shoulder and she says, I appreciate that you think your hugs will solve my problems.
But I never said that they would solve your problems. I said they could help your problems.
I
Listen,
appreciate...
I am not a problem solver. I never have been. But
She frowns and she's like, I'll rephrase. I appreciate the sentiment that perhaps hugs can make it better, but they are not currently.
okay, well, then what we're gonna do is we are going
But
to
Aria-
end the hug. Yes,
I do appreciate you.
I know. Yeah,
Do you?
that's a thing. That's a thing people do. I'm sure.
Appreciate one another?
Yes.
Not in my experience. That's why I want you to know that I appreciate you.
Right. Well, I also appreciate you, so that's good.
Okay. Maybe you should go get some rest now.
Right, yeah, what are we gonna be doing about the whole bed situation?
Well,
You're the one with the room, so...
one of the rooms.
Well, you have Arthros' room. This is like a room that is yours.
Yes, but I don't sleep much, and I will certainly not be sleeping much today. So, should
you
you
don't
like
too
the
much.
room, you're welcome to it.
I feel like you should get some more sleep. Maybe not right now, because I understand you're in a place that you don't want to be in, but if you don't sleep...
I could barely trust myself to sleep at Ravenwood. I do not trust myself to sleep here.
Trust yourself.
Yes. So if you would like my room, you can have my room.
Well, I never said that, but now I'm a little worried about you trusting yourself.
Aria,
Arthros.
get some rest.
I will as soon as I know you're alright. Or
I'm
as
fine.
okay as you can be. I get it.
I will be fine. I will not be jumping off any more balconies, and I will stay here and then probably go downstairs a bit, and then speak with Rhea, and then perhaps I will simply sit and stare at the wall until dusk. Oh no, dawn.
Okay.
Maybe a bit of both.
Then my suggestion is that I'll stay up with you.
No.
Why? You so quickly just dropped that idea. Why is that?
She frowns, she says, because you need your energy for tomorrow. Aviosis is no easy feat.
Well, I'm no easy lady. I have plenty of energy. I'll be fine.
Arthur's just kind of frowns, and she's like, Aria, I suppose this is my way of saying that I might need to be alone with my thoughts for a little while.
See? That's totally fine.
Okay.
I'm cool with that. I gotcha. I hear you loud and clear. But if you do try that shit again with the whole, like, falling off of, like, buildings or whatever the fuck, I will be telling Theron, and then you're gonna have to deal with the angry dragonborn.
Theron would like it.
No, he would not! You falling off of a building
She smells
and him
herself.
not knowing.
She smells like very like blushy shy to herself, and she starts like twirling her hair around her finger, and she's like, he think it's funny. I still think it's funny. But I am sorry, as I said before, that I did it, and I should not have played on your fears like that, and I do appreciate that even though I played on your fears, you were still here to help me.
Can I roll a perception roll to see if she's actually sorry?
Sure.
Good. Do you want me to do 2Ds or
2d6s, yeah.
I'm gonna assume perception's gonna be wisdom.
Yeah. We did it for the alleyway
Right.
too, so we'll just do that one.
So that's gonna be a 10.
Okay. You can tell that a part of her is apologetic that and she does feel bad that she played on your fears. She still thinks what she did was funny to her, but she understands that to you it was maybe not so funny. And with how much you've tried to help her in this small moment, she does have some guilt about it. But it seems like with how much she has on her mind right now, she's trying not to dwell on it all too much.
Right. You're a tricky one, Arthros.
You see her tail do a little when you say that. And
Hey, be careful with that tail. Did you see what you did to my voice? Crazy. I cannot believe you. The strength that you have in that thing.
she frowns at you and she's like, how do you know that it wasn't Mud's elbow?
Because I know it was your tail. I saw it. I saw red and it went right in the throat. Right in the throat.
He's a big man. You don't know.
I know he is. Well, yeah, he is a big man.
Was there like
Which is...
did he leave some dirt there? Then you would know.
No, it wasn't that.
Oh. Okay.
You're fine. I'm not actually upset with you. I hope you understand that.
Oh, right.
Anyway,
Okay.
that was my little joke. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, that was so funny.
Yeah, see, it's not that funny, is it? It's not really that funny at all. Yeah, not funny. Not funny. And she's gonna turn around, open up the door, and just be like, at least lay in a bed at some point tonight. I don't care whose bed it is. Just lay in someone's.
It's an odd request, but I shall try to fulfill it.
You at least should relax your body to some degree. You can't be this tense all the time, or you're gonna,
I'm not
I don't know,
tense.
ruffle something. I don't know.
I'm fine.
It's not good for your back. Oh no.
All right.
Anyway. I'm gonna go sew now. Bye. She's gonna just walk out.
She takes a deep breath and she kind of just lifts like an awkward like hand and then takes a deep breath. And does Aria go into her room or does she just choose one of the other rooms?
Is Arthur still turned around? Like, cause it was a glass door, right?
Yes. It's like a yeah.
Or a glass like window in the door.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that more so that, yeah.
She's gonna like walk to Arthur's room, turn around, point to it.
She just shrugs.
Arthur's is just gonna look inside, and what like does she see?
She sees it's very basic. but Arthros' room seems to have a little bit more like character. There's a basic little bed. It's kind of like a twin size bed, maybe a little bit larger than a twin size bed. And there's a small little bedside table, just a plain wooden bedside table. There's some nice maroon kind of like, well, I shouldn't say nice. It's almost just like there's a blanket on the bed and there's a pillow or 2 pillows, and that's about it. And you can see that there's also like a little desk in the corner, and this room specifically, Arthros' room, has a couple books piled up on top of the desk, and a couple books piled up on the bedside table next to one of the little lanterns that's sitting there. And that's about it that you can see.
Can I read what books are on her? Like, can I like understand the language of what the books are in?
Yes, you can understand.
Like the titles, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any that like I either recognize or like one that you have written down?
There.
I just don't know. I'm just curious.
No, that's valid. There's a couple that are like fiction novels. The majority seem to be fiction novels. They have just like varying titles, like the fairy that fell through the earth and things like that. Like little, very creative, like fantasy type titles. I guess not in this world. It wouldn't be fantasy. It would be
it'd just be like
a story. And there are a couple of books that seem to have like encyclopedias of sorts. Like there's some that are on like the creatures of Austradale or like things of that nature. A few of those like kind of educational books, but majority of them are little novel books, and there's nothing that stands out to you as like anything that you recognize or you find interesting, or that you, I feel, as Aria, would find too interesting.
I also just forgot something.
Yeah.
Arthros has the backpack on.
Yes.
That's what
she was asking what you wanted.
I was literally like, every time she asked, I was like, are you going to get the clothes? Are you going to get the clothing? That is the reason that you were there, and then you walked off.
Well, okay.
So Aria's going through a lot. She misses ophiel. She doesn't know where 𝙬𝙬 is, you know? She's going through it.
Not even that. My best friend's in a fucking coma! Okay.
True.
That too.
And I just broke my pen.
And you've left him behind.
Anyway, I'm gonna go to Arthros. Hey, Arthros, can I steal my outfit from the ball for a moment? I just need to grab something.
You go back out to her then?
Yeah, okay. She goes back out. And then she just opens the door.
Okay, she turns around again when you come out and she's like, did you forget something?
Yes.
And
I came up here to make something for Rhea, but I completely forgot because you look like you're very distraught, and understandably so. But anyway, can I have my outfit from the ball, please? I just need to grab some fabric from it.
Oh, you're destroying it.
Well, yeah, that's what I was kind of assuming we would do. I'm only grabbing the elastic from my waistband.
You don't want to keep it for sentiment sake?
I mean, given the circumstances of how the night turned out, not really.
Right.
If anything, I made 𝐿𝐻𝐢's outfit. I can keep that as sentiment.
I'm sorry about that, by the way.
Yeah, me too.
And she nods and she takes off the backpack and she starts untying each of the little ties and opens it up, and she grabs out the royal blue outfit and she hands it to you and like gives you a little smile.
Aria kind of just like opens it up, rips out the seam from where the waistband is, takes out the little elastic that was there, and just like pockets it, and then rolls the skirt back up again and puts it in the back.
Okay. And then do you go into Arthros' room, or do you choose one of the other rooms?
I don't want to sleep there. I just want to snoop. Because I know that if Theron walked in, he'd be like, hello.
You can snoop if you want to. It's up to you.
I mean, she did technically give me permission.
Mm-hmm.
I think Aria's just going to kind of look in. She already looked at the books. She's going to pull open the drawer that Rhea pulled open to grab the thread and the needles. Just to see what's in it.
In that drawer, there is... Oh, give me 1 second. Let me scroll for a minute.
I also feel like everybody would have been up by now.
Probably just about. They're probably about to come up the stairs to you, if they're not doing anything else down below, snooping for food or anything of that nature, which we'll get to that. In the drawer that she had gotten the thread out for you from, there's a couple poetry books, very, like, nothing too fancy. It just seems like maybe a few poetry books that she found and she thought were really interesting, that you can assume, obviously, Arthros tucked away in there. Sure. But one of the poetry books, it is called Endless. There is no author on it, but it seems pretty, like, battered and beaten up. Like, maybe it's a frequent read.
It's been read a lot.
And out of the corner, you can see a piece of paper kind of just sticking out. Like it's been tucked within the pages. Yeah.
It's a feather? Sorry?
Piece of paper.
Piece of paper. She's gonna kind of like open it up to the piece of paper.
When you open it up,
she's trying to be very delicate because this thing, I'm assuming, is looking pretty worse for wear.
It's beat up. When you open it, you see a sketched drawing of what appears to be a very feminine creature. She, in the photo, there's no color, of course. It is simply sketched in black and white. And you see that this creature in the photo, she has large scaled ears. They protrude a lot like how Arlo's kind of look, with like sticking out the side and then a little bit down at the bottom. And on her head, there's two horns that kind of curve upwards, and they are scaled as well. And they protrude from her hair. And her hair in the photo is long, and it kind of falls in waves, kind of like beach waves, not like complete curls, but little beach waves. And she doesn't, you can tell that like there's scales kind of shaded on like her face and a little bit like on her neck. But there's no color in the image, so it's kind of unsure. You're kind of unsure of what any color is on her or what anything is on her. It's a simple portrait sketch. But that's what you see. That's all that's on the paper. There's no signature. There's no name. There's nothing.
Aria will remember this later. She kind of like tucks the drawing back in like very gently so it doesn't like rub on the paper, the pieces. Puts the book back in the drawer. After, I mean, she's looked around basically. She hasn't read anything specifically, but she's gonna kind of like just like kind of walk back slowly out, taking one more look around the place.
Okay.
And when she looks into the other rooms, it's just like the basic without the books of what Arthros' room had.
Yeah, it's basically the exact duplicate, except there's like far less character. There's like no books hanging around. There's nothing. It's just a plain room.
And you said there was a desk or no desk?
Yes, there's a desk with like a little stool.
Aria's just gonna take the room right next to Arthros' room.
Okay.
And just waddle up to the desk, kind of like take a seat, pull out the elastic. And is there any like pen, paper?
If you look in the drawer, there's probably a few like little pens in there. Yeah.
Okay.
Utensils.
She's just gonna grab a pen out, hold out the elastic, and start measuring from what she remembers Rhea's waist to be, and start sewing up a little holder for it. And I was kind of imagining it being like strand of elastic here, and then like another one that's actually connected to the front of the dress to kind of like just
like a little holster kind of. That's
holster.
cute.
Kind of just to support it, and so when she wears it, it'll like sit and pull up the belly a little bit so it's not just sitting.
That's so wholesome. I love that she did that.
Listen, that looks like it's gonna hurt. She ain't about that life.
When she gets further along too, it's gonna be rough. So with that, I will drop back to the others. You're all downstairs still. Andromeda, you've had your 2 things of ale, and Theron, I assume you've finished with your water, or all of you have finished with your drinks at this point. Do you start to go upstairs? Do you hang about in the tavern, or what do you do?
Julien at some point will try to go up to where Aria is. Nope.
Okay. Yeah.
Arthros.
Arthros? Okay.
So many A names.
There's a lot of A names. There's gonna be more, trust me.
So many
So
A
many
names.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot.
Literally, why would you guys do this?
They're good names. They're good
I love
names.
it. They're very good names. But
They're
it makes
very
my brain
good names.
number.
Burn.
Theron's going to like check the locks of like the front door and just like kind of inspect them for like safety purposes, and then like he's like decently satisfied with the security, and he will also go upstairs.
Okay. So Julien, you're going upstairs. Theron, you're going upstairs. Is Andromeda just down here with mud?
Andromeda is like listening to everyone like kind of like make their way upstairs and everything, and she's like halfway through her second cup, but she's probably not gonna finish it.
Valid.
And she's just kind of like sitting in the little stool, like kind of swaying a little bit, her eyes glued to the bar, just not
Looking at
acknowledging
him.
Mud like near her, and she's just kind of waiting for him to like make the first move.
Valid.
She's just staring.
He stands there, and he also got a water, and he just kind of, or no, he got an ale. Sorry, he got an ale as well, and he put his ale down. He puts his ale down on the counter, and his is like half drank. Like he kind of was, he was watching how much he drank.
He's nursing it, yeah.
Yeah, nursing it. And he looks at her for a moment, and he says, Andromeda. He like frowns.
Mud.
It's like tree. You're looking a bit unsteady. Do you want to go
I
Oh.
am fine. She like falls back off the
he
stool.
like goes to like put a hand to her back, and he's like, right, well, none of the others are here to help you up the stairs, so I think that I will take that upon myself. And
You don't have to do. You are green.
he looks at you and he's like, right, let's go upstairs. We need rest, and it's been a long day. Feels like 2 days considering we're not at home, but, well, let's go upstairs. Okay.
She like lets him
Okay.
help her up, and she's very woozy.
He helps her kind of take the steps like one at a time and leads her upstairs, and I assume kind of comes up to where Theron and Julien are. Julien, where have you gone? Have you gone into one of the rooms? Have you gone to Arthros?
Julien was going to go speak to Arthros.
Okay. So Julien, you have made your way up to, or over to Arthros. And I assume that you step out onto the balcony with her as well.
Mm.
Okay. She doesn't turn around. She stays just watching.
Julien sort of coughs.
And you hear her just sigh, and she says, I swear to God, it's like everyone's coming out here to talk to me today. I will not do the balcony trick on you. And she turns around and she looks at you and she says, oh, was not expecting you, Julien. Is everything all right?
Julien flips around his notebook, and he has pre-written in it, and it says in it, would you prefer for me to cast a spell now, in case anything happens in the night, or would you prefer to wait till morning?
She looks down and she looks back up at you, and she says, perhaps best now. Muskwell is quite unpredictable, so perhaps it's for the best.
So where are we right now? We're on a balcony.
You're on like a little, it's like a little balcony. The railing around it is doesn't look quite that secure. It's like a little wooden railing. And you can see a little bit of Muskwell, but you can't see past a lot of the other buildings because they're much taller. But you see just streets, and you see a lot of shady figures just kind of strolling through the streets, and the air outside is very cold, very crisp. Even though it doesn't look like it would be with how dark and how red everything is. Yes, and it's a very, very small balcony. It's a very intimate balcony. So, like, there's not a ton of space between, like, where you can go from where Arthros is.
Where does the balcony connect to, like, room-wise?
It's like, there's, like, a long hall, and then there's a bunch of the doors along that hall, and the balcony is, like, in the middle at the end of the hall. So it's, like, a little... It's basically, like, on the side of the building. Imagine it like...
Gotcha.
Yeah, like a corridor with rooms on each side, and then the balcony at the end of the hall, essentially.
Julien writes real quick, could we go to one of the rooms for me to cast a spell?
She looks at you a moment, and she nods, and she says, yes, we can go to my room. I suppose that I should get inside for the night. It's getting quite chilly out here. And so she kind of awkwardly... like, shyly starts to step around you and, like, opens the door. And she makes her way to room 3 and sees that Aria isn't in there and kind of, like, smiles to herself a little bit. And then, like, kind of stands by the door and gestures you inside, Julien.
Julien rushes in, very much immediately gets to work as he... kneels down onto the ground and takes out Napoleon, laying it out in front of him.
I will say...
And Julien scribbles in his... Oh.
Before you open Napoleon, as you're taking out Napoleon, you can feel the book start to kind of vibrate a little bit in your hands, almost like that electric feeling. And when you remove it, when you bring out Napoleon, you can see that the full form of his skeletal features are before you. His nose is protruding from the book's cover, and his eyes are concaving into it, and that eerie face that's so familiar to you is tucked against the thick surface of an old textured spellbook. And you see the hollow form of Napoleon's eyes start to spark to life, and you haven't seen this since leaving Ostrudel. And a purple flame, fiery and alive, sparks in the concaved sections of his eyes, and you see the top half of a skeletal jaw reveal itself, and bone-like brows above these purple flames, and they move forward into a frown, and the leather, you can hear the leather cracking as they move. And you hear, Julien, it's been far too long, friend. Everyone's ship, it's coming. Julien X Napoleon.
Julien sort of freezes for a moment, and then says out loud, Napoleon? You're... What?
And you almost hear, rather than see, like a yawn, and you hear the leather cracking a bit more, the texture of the book. And you hear, I feel as though I've been in a deep sleep, and yet I feel as though I haven't rested at all.
Yeah, it's been quite the sleep. It's been a while. Wow, it's really good hearing your voice. Did you like dream? How are you doing? I wasn't expecting this right now.
This is a bad time. He frowns and he says, you hear his voice, and it sounds almost like, when he speaks, like an echo, and you hear it. It's very loud to you, but you think to everyone else it probably would sound like a normal book. Not a normal book, a normal voice. A normal book, as books do. You see the eyes kind of like move and alter, and the flames flicker a bit more, and he says, I didn't dream at all. In fact, I've had no thoughts since we last spoke. Everything feels different. Where are we?
Oh boy. It's complicated. Um, so we're currently in a place, a realm called Aviosis, but we weren't here for long. We sort of just got here because we were trapped in a different place called Earth. Because big sort of portal things emerged in Ostrudel. We sort of got taken there. Lots of people got trapped from different realms on Earth. It's really complicated, and now we're trapped on a different realm.
You hear him say, Earth. Something is familiar about that name. And then you see the brows frown a bit again, and he says, Master Julien, there's new writing amongst my pages. Have you been adding notes in my absence?
Some, but do these ones stand out?
And he flips open, like his pages, they flip open. And it comes to the page that you received both of those 2 notes on. These interesting lines of text. Bless you! That you received during the sports festival on these 2 nights. And he flips open to them and awaits word from you. Confusion. He frowns again, and he says, do tell me about these. What do they mean?
Wait, what is it? Sorry?
So he opens his pages up to the 2 notes that you received during the sports festival. So let me scroll. They're in my notes, so I'll reread them to you really quick. Or at least...
those 2 notes.
Yeah, the little thing about your memories, and how it's looking on at you in this sort of pride. Those 2 notes in particular, he flips open to and asks you if you've been adding notes in his absence.
I thought that you were writing those, that you are in some sort of semi-state of consciousness, that you are being very complimentary about my abilities. The only way that you could communicate with me at the time or something. So that wasn't you.
The flames flicker again, and he says, Master Julien, I'm afraid I never left you any messages. I did not have the capability.
Who the fuck? What?
This is all telepathically, right?
Yeah, I think for the most part, when Napoleon communicates, I think it would be telepathically. It's up to you, Julien. Do you want it to be purely telepathically? Only you can
I think at this moment, he sort of just completely forgot about the fear that he has at the moment and just started speaking out loud out of astonishment.
Arya, I'm assuming, hears him say, "What the fuck?" and then gets out from her room and is like,
But can we hear the book talk?
Yeah, do you
want
Napoleon? Do you want it
that
that Napoleon talks aloud, or do you want it that Napoleon speaks telepathically? To you?
I think, if both, right now, he'd probably be speaking out loud, because I am.
Valid.
But they have the
there's
ability?
a possibility that they would be able to talk.
Yeah.
Telepathically. I guess if he does that as well too, then
Yeah, because it's also the book is attached to you and connected to you, so we have that capability.
So right now, you guys are just having a conversation in front of Arthros. Arthros is just
Arthros is just
Arthros is like, all right, the book is talking.
Yeah, she looks at you, and then the book, and then at you again, and she's like, "Your book speaks to you. None of my books have ever spoken to me."
Oh. Yeah, Napoleon is not like most books.
He's not like most books.
He's not like other
He's
books.
built differently, you know?
He's built different. Arthros is like, "Well, I want one."
Yeah, I can't tell you where I got it because
Oh.
I don't know where I got them.
Oh, okay. Right. And Napoleon completely like not even paying attention to any of what Arthros is saying, but only, and not really even paying attention to you saying what the fuck. He just kind of says, "I'm sorry, Master Julien. Were you trying to cast a spell? Am I interrupting?"
Oh yeah, I was going to cast telepathy on my friend here, Arthros, Napoleon.
Arthros just like looks at the book and goes,
Can Aria knock at the door at this moment?
"Yeah." If you, you probably heard Julien go, "What the fuck?"
Julien?
Oh great! Can't wait to explain more things. Yeah,
Explain
you can.
anything. UK?
Well,
I
I
don't know.
probably no, everything's fine. Sort of just big information.
Got it.
You know, sort of this thing. No, if Arthros, you're okay with them coming in, they can come in.
I don't have to come in anything. I was just heard you upset.
Sorry.
Oh my god, stop.
The innuendo is just really good.
You are the
Arthros
worst.
looks between like Aria and Julien and the book, and then Aria and Julien and the book, and she's just like, "No, it's fine. We're not hiding anything with this, right? This isn't. Is this intimate? Like connecting brains and all."
Define? Oh,
Define?
like, oh,
Divine.
not
Use that in a sentence.
necessarily.
What you and Silas did would be considered intimate. As, you know.
Would it?
Used in a sentence.
What it?
Maybe
Yes.
not for him. Anyways, that was out of character.
You're good. You're good.
Right. Well, I don't want to get in on any intimacy, so I'm just gonna take a step back. You're looking at your book very confused. Are you guys okay, really? Napoleon, right?
The book.
Yeah.
You hear say, "Oh, hello, Master Julien. Is this a new friend?"
Okay, like I said before, you might have forgot because it's been a really long time. You don't need to call me master. Like that's not sort of, you know, you're your own being. I don't have ownership of you.
Julien, did your
Broader sense. Oh, yeah.
Okay, maybe I do need some elaboration. What the hell was that? Why is he speaking? What him? Pronouns? Does it have pronouns? Does he have pronouns?
What are Napoleon's pronouns?
I think he, it both works.
Yeah,
But
he doesn't. I say he because I guess
Or they,
Napoleon
maybe,
is
I don't
very
know.
he,
masculine.
they, it.
He's a masculine presence, so he, they, them, it, whatever you want. Book.
He, they, it, them. Well, they don't really have strong preference. Yeah, they're a book, magic book, so they talk. You know.
It's like no one believed him before, and now they're like, "Oh shit, wait, he wasn't joking."
I told you about this sort of at the beginning. You know, when
I
we
didn't actually think it spoke
were
aloud.
talking.
I thought maybe that was just like a thing that you had. I don't know. Don't ask me any questions. I don't know anything about this. So
Arthros just kind of like goes, "I didn't know about the book, so this came as quite a surprise."
Yeah, I can imagine this is all a little more shocking for you. Armada,
Just shocking,
Andromeda,
I
and Theron like on the way up.
I imagine.
You can hear Andromeda loudly singing as Mud is like walking her through the corridor.
I imagine that you hear Mud walk Andromeda through the corridor, and then open, or not open, they're already open, but you hear him stumble kind of into a room. You hear him kind of like let her fall onto the bed. You hear like the bed springs go burp, burp, and then you hear him stomp back out, and he comes to where the open door is, and he's like kind of breathing heavily, and he looks at all of you and he says, "We're going to sleep in that one. Are there any protests?" Good.
So.
And then he
No. Napoleon, no.
and Napoleon's just like, "I do not protest to sleeping arrangements, Master Julien."
Nope. I said don't.
And Mud is just like, "Right, got the okay from the book, whatever that means," and then walks down the hall. And you just hear the door slam shut. And he disappears into the room with Andromeda. Theron, I assume you're like in the middle of the hallway kind of figuring out what the fuck to do.
Yeah, he was like maybe downstairs like fiddling or like just checking out like the locks and stuff.
Valid.
And then like, scoping the place out. Saw Mud and Andromeda going drunkenly up the stairs. Did not want to be involved in that at all. So he like hung back for a second. And then he's probably just in the hallway like not like eavesdropping actively, but kind of just like
Standing there.
fuck is happening? What?
Valid.
What is happening? Just yep.
And I assume, Julien, you go to cast your spell.
Let's put all those questions about whatever the fuck you know about Earth and those messages that weren't from you. I'm going to cast this spell real quick if you're okay with that, Napoleon.
I was about to say he nods, but he's a book. You hear him say, "Yes, of course, Master Julien," and his pages flip and go to the telepathy spell in your book.
You're not going to stop calling me that, are you?
He doesn't respond.
Okay.
I am going to roll with you to add to your roll as like Napoleon.
Okay.
Because I think that tracks, honestly. But I'm going to roll a d12. You can roll two d6s. Because then it's
Okay.
a little bit more shaky territory for me. Okay. Let me know what you get.
I got 10.
Right, I am rolling. I'm using my thing because my dice are not here. He got a 6. So it absolutely works.
Cool.
The
Napoleon, not Napoleon, Julien, sort of completely just forgetting about the trying not to speak thing, says to Arthros, could you kneel like how I'm kneeling on the other side of Napoleon, across from me?
She's like, "Yes, this is very awkward, but I will do it." And she walks over and she gets down and she stands there and is just like watching you.
Could you kneel
She
like
kneels.
I'm kneeling on the other side of the book? Okay. I'm going to touch your temples and your forehead
Oh,
at some point in the spell. Are you okay with that?
do I have a choice?
If you don't want to have the spell cast on you.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. And Julien sort of swirls his hands around over the book as a little sort of illusory string swims out from the pages, and sort of illusory scissor comes out of the page and snips the bottom of it. And Julien grabs the two ends with his hands, and as the sort of string sort of phases into his head, just illusorily, as he brings it up to his temples, he sort of does a gesture as it sort of disappears into his head, and then moves his hand around his forehead as the same illusory string sort of swims out from in front of him, and Julien takes his fingers and places them on the side of Arthros's temples as
Her eyes are
illusory
like
string
shut so tight. She's like,
Yeah.
she's not
as the
watching.
illusory string then connects to their forehead and then tightens taut as Julien touches his forehead and Arthros's, and the illusory string fades. And Julien sort of takes a deep breath as he loosens his hands down onto his lap and opens his eyes. And then speaks telepathically to Arthros. Okay, so it's working now, and if you want to speak with me telepathically, all you have to do is speak in your mind with the intent of speaking to me.
She's like, her eyes are so wide, she's like, oh my god. Okay. I mean, she says okay in her mind. She's like, okay. And Napoleon, you hear him say, top work, Master Julien.
Nope. We'll work on that. And then Julien says telepathically to Arthros, if at any point I start conversing with you telepathically and you don't want me to speak with you telepathically at that moment, just say not now, and I'll stop until you tell me that you're okay to speak, for me to speak to you. And if you want the spell to end, just tell me, and then I'll end it.
She nods and she says, thank you, I appreciate the options.
Yeah. You feeling okay?
A little weirded out, but I'll be fine.
I mean, also just in general, not specifically the spell.
Oh, no.
Me too.
Okay.
As he sort of remembers the person.
Yeah. It's like...
Okay, well, if you need anything, even if I'm asleep, you can wake me if you need anything. Okay, all good now. Spell done.
She nods and says, okay.
Okay, I'll leave you in your room in peace. Sort of closes up Napoleon, and then sort of clutches him, very confusingly, continuing to look down at him in confusion, and just sort of leaves the room.
Oh. Aria, are you still kind of standing by the door? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Theron, where are you? Are you just in the hallway listening?
Yeah, he's kind of like hovering, like he absolutely like heard all of that.
Valid.
He's probably like behind Arya a little bit, just kind of like.
Before we go any further with that, I'm gonna jump to Mud and Andromeda in Andromeda's room, or Mud's room, Mud and Andromeda's room.
Yes.
Oof.
Mud is going about making the bed cozy for you. He is like fluffing the pillow, and he's like kind of trying to pull the blanket out from underneath you, and sorry, my father messaged. And trying to pull the blanket out from underneath you, and he like kind of tries to lay it on top, and you hear him like sigh a little bit, and once he gets you situated, he kind of strolls over a little bit to one of those small windows that are in the room, and they're very like a little bit unsettling windows because they have like these bars kind of along them to just keep anyone from coming in, and but he's still staring out of them, kind of a little bit lost in thought, and kind of occasionally glances over at you to check on you, and then looks back out the window. Are you like out cold, or do you say anything?
No, she's awake. She's just kind of like staring up,
kind of out of
at
it.
the ceiling, and at one point she like slowly like sits up like that,
Valid.
and like kind of rocks forward a bit. She's just like sitting there. Just, she is so scared to make the first move. Like she is terrified, and she
Valid.
does not know how to handle what state she's in right now.
He looks at you for a moment and he says, Andromeda, you should know that regardless of what happens, my feelings for you are not going to go away.
Okay. Mud. Um. Oh, I'm sorry.
He looks at you and he smiles, kind of a little bit sadly. And he shakes his head and he says, I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't upset, and I will never lie to you, Andromeda. You're too important to me for me to pretend around you, so I won't. And, I don't want to put up a mask like I used to. So you should know that while the information that I got at the ball was jarring and upsetting, it won't make my feelings go anywhere.
Mud.
Yes.
When you met me, why
In the
was it
dormitory.
me? Why did you like me?
He frowns and he says, I don't know. I just feel as though we connected more than I ever have with anyone before.
Is it just because I was pretty?
He frowns and he says, no, I mean, that was a highlight, of course. But no, it was like I saw you and I don't know, you were... You know how sometimes you can look at a person and see their aura of sorts, and some have dark auras that you don't want to be involved with. You were like the sun. I saw you and you were golden and you were bright and you were bubbly, and even though you were scared of me, I could see that. Yeah, that's fine. I felt myself around you, Andromeda, and the thing is I've never really quite been myself with anyone else, and so that's why I will not put on any masks for you. I love you too much for that. And he turns away from you and is kind of looking back out the window. Doesn't really realize what he said, but just continues looking out the window.
Mud. I think I...
She like throws up off the side of the bed.
He just looks and he's like, I should probably take care of that so that the pregnant woman doesn't have to.
Sorry.
And then he kind of scratches his head and he makes to go towards the bathroom. And before he goes into the bathroom, I forgot to say, there's little connected like washrooms. They're very small. They only have like, like a barrel of water in them to like, wash off and stuff. He goes in there, and before he disappears in there to grab some of the water, and I imagine that Andromeda's kind of probably feeling a little bit woozy.
Yeah, she's like...
He turns back around and he just says, there's something you should know. And I do hope you remember in the morning.
I have a good memory, I've been told.
Okay. That's wonderful. You should know that with me, there's always a choice, and I would never take that away from you. But once you make the choice, you need to be certain about it. All right?
I wasn't born with choices.
I'm starting to realize that, and it's all right.
Zephyrus was... He is my intended partner by the elders. And we have only interacted a few times. I don't love him, but he is like family. And I can't abandon him just because I am in love with you.
Mud nods his head for a moment, and he looks down and he says, "Is that the choice that you're making then?"
It was never a choice to begin with. It was a decision made for me when I was born, before I was even born.
And he nods and he says, "Yes, of course, but I don't see your family here anywhere, neither do I see your betrothed." So ultimately, Andromeda, you either step away from their binds and make the choice you would like to make, or you fall back into tradition and routine. And I can't blame you for it if you do.
I have never been as courageous as my brother was to leave, and I don't think I'll ever be like him.
He kind of
In the end.
he smiles when you say this, and he shakes his head and he says, "Do you see how far you've come, Andromeda? You've been in a festival that played tricks on our minds, and you faced a different world entirely. You're facing this world now. I don't think your brother's ever done that before. You give yourself far less credit than you deserve."
Maybe I do. Speaking of my brother, have you seen the book?
The one with the poems that you talk through.
Did we get it? Or is it?
Considering that we got pulled from the ball in our outfits, I did not in fact slip it into my pocket, if that's what you're saying.
Oh no. Oh.
Mud frowns for a moment, and he looks back at the bathroom, and then at your throw up on the floor, and then he looks back at you, and he says, "It's clear that you're not really in the right state of mind to be having such a serious conversation, so I'm going to let you get some rest, and we will talk about choices another day. For now, I will continue to take care of you until you make that choice, and probably continue to take care of you afterwards anyways, even if it does hurt. Anyhow, I'm going to take care of that, so the nice lady downstairs does not need to expel any more energy." And he disappears into the bathroom and kind of slowly shuts the door very softly.
She kind of like sits there and her shoulders like sink down, her head rocks forward a bit. And she directs this at him, but obviously the door is shut now, so he probably doesn't hear her. And then she just kind of like looks at the door and she's like, "You have always been good, Mud." And she like collapses back and just passes out asleep.
Love them. Oh, it's quite the conversation. And
Spicy.
Aria, I suppose at this point you've gone back to working in the room that you're in. Theron, what are you doing? Are you gonna talk to your lady, or what are you doing?
I would love to, but there were a lot of people
Yes.
around, and
Julien
the
has
vibes
left.
are really weird right now.
Yeah. Julien has left. Julien, do you go anywhere particular?
Are you still in the room?
No, after he leaves the room, sort of just stands in the hallway with the Aria, presumably, and sort of just looks around confusingly. Looks down his book, confused.
Are you and your little body sleepy? The book,
What?
Napoleon, are you tired? Does the book get tired?
Just asleep for all this time.
Does the book get tired?
That's all you say in the
doesn't dream.
hallway. We're all just
There are-
Out of character.
Julian's
Does the book get tired?
Julian's just
Oh!
like, does the book get tired?
Does he? Boy, does he.
Oh boy, does
cracking jokes at this point.
Well, does the book get tired?
Like, that's a
Bob?
question for you, Buff.
Does the
Oh,
book
for
get
me?
tired?
Oh, I'm
The book
sorry.
tired
Is the book sleepy?
mechanically.
He is basically like off whenever he's closed, so he doesn't really get sleepy. He's just there.
He just hangs out.
Mm-hmm.
So does the book get
Yeah.
sleepy?
No,
sleep.
not really. They're sort of just conscious and then unconscious.
Are you sleepy?
Kind of.
Okay. And she's gonna kind of just like tap his back and be like, let's go get some rest then. I'm almost done with Rhea's holster for her stomach, so you can always
What?
get comfortable and I'll finish up.
Okay.
So Theron, now there is no one in the room with Arthros.
There we go. They're off to
There
their
you go.
room. They're doing things.
And
It's nice and
I love
quiet and
the-
peaceful.
I love the image of Julien passed out in the little bed and Aria just like sewing at the desk. Precious.
That is actually very cute.
by the
Is
way-
that what happens? How are they
I
gonna
assume
sleep?
so.
I'm interested.
I'm interested.
You're gonna have to
Um,
wait to find out.
Andromeda, a little bit of a
Fine. We got
thing
bigger
for
problems.
you. When Mud does eventually clean up and kind of come back
Props to
into the
him.
room with you, he's a good boy. He grabs a cushion from one of the like little. There's like a little chair in the room of sorts, and he grabs a little cushion from the bottom of it. He puts it down on the floor, and he just lays on the floor, and goes to sleep like you know how men sometimes lay like this. He just sleeps like that. Big boy. He's a good
I feel like she
Baby.
wakes up just slightly at one point and like looks over and sees that it's empty. Sits up and goes, "No, I'm an asshole," and she falls back asleep.
He's out cold, so he does not hear this.
Oh my gosh.
Theron,
There's
at
a
this
lot
point,
going on.
Arthros is sitting. Her bed is like pushed up against the wall, so there's like the wall next to the one side of her bed, and she's sitting with her back to the wall, and she's sitting crisscross applesauce and just kind of staring down at her fingers, like doing like the little nervous fiddly thing that she does.
Oh,
Do you
been a
go?
rough day.
Yeah, it has. Do you go into the room, or what's
I
your
mean,
plan?
he's just going to like knock gently on like the side of like the door, or like the door frame, basically be like, "Can I come in?"
She like glances at the door and then back down at her fingers for a moment, and she's like, "Yes, of course."
Still roommates then?
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
Oh, sorry. That was really cute.
Stop.
She like smiles, and it's like a very like shy smile, and she's like, "Always roommates."
Oh, I'm gonna try to make it through this without simping. But just kidding. It's just gonna be one long simp. We know this. We know what's
Valid.
happening. He's just going to go like sit over on the bed and probably be like a little quiet for a second, just thinking, kind of like processing everything that's happened for a bit.
Valid.
And then he's just going to very quietly be like, "I'm sorry that we ended up here again. I know that's probably the worst case scenario for you."
She shrugs a shoulder and she's like, "Yeah, it's not ideal, but I think part of me knew this would happen."
That you would end up back here.
Yes, eventually. I think part of me knew that things would one day go back to how they were always, and just when things were starting to go my way, that it would happen then. When things are good. When I tell my secrets.
Yeah. Yeah, we didn't really get time to that was a lot, and then we had to go because Andromeda, and then there was a portal, and you followed me through it, which is kind of crazy, but I really appreciate it because I'm glad you're here. We probably wouldn't have survived if you weren't with us, honestly.
She
New
frowns
place.
and she looks down. She's like, "Yes, I'm sorry that I dropped that on you so suddenly. I know it's not
Timing, yeah.
ideal, nor
But
is it something I expected you to be okay with."
I am okay with it, to make that absolutely clear. I don't obviously know your past very much, aside from that one, moment that you decided to share. And what I've gathered from being here, which seems like not the best place to grow up in or to live in, period.
She takes a deep breath and she looks at you, Theron, and she says, I just wonder if my family is still here, or if they disappeared with the rupture too.
And you would prefer it which way?
I hope they're so far away that I never have to see them again.
Then I will hope that as well. Gathering from... I mean, was he... Sorry, out of character real quick. Did we all hear, like, him with the shopkeeper? Or, like, the whole conversation with that?
When Arthros was like, "Oh, do you know the Eldoth family?" That whole thing?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, did they hear that? And,
you
like,
guys
the whole,
probably...
like, reveal and stuff?
You probably heard that.
Okay. Because we've heard, like, the name around since then. Okay. Back to character. It's good to know. Just, I don't know.
No, valid. You're good.
Background and stuff. Going off of the shopkeeper's reaction, then would you say they're probably still around?
I don't know. My family is sort of a empty threat whenever it's brought up. It's not something that many people have had run-ins with, but the idea of them alone is terrifying, and so it works to my advantage at times. Although it's not ideal.
I do appreciate the clothes, even if the methods were not ideal. We made do.
Yes, well, I didn't want any of you to be stripped bare in the middle of Muskwell, so...
I do appreciate that we've kept our outfits. That's quite nice.
We did look quite flashy, so...
Yeah. I mean, we were at a ball, so...
That's true.
It's fitting.
I miss that a lot.
It was quite nice. It's a lovely night.
I didn't know their names. Any of them. Because I didn't ask. It was just something that I had to do. You understand?
Because of your family? What exactly was their duties, I guess? Or business, perhaps?
We're for hire.
So, like assassins? Or did they extend?
My mother always
other
called
things?
it mercenaries, more so. And yes, but we take money from anyone who offers it and do what they want done, and we don't ask questions. And so I
family
didn't ask.
business.
Yes.
That means you probably didn't have much of a choice in it growing up.
No, but I could have asked. I could have known who it was I was taking lives from.
Sometimes it's better not to know.
Yes, but I can still see their faces. And I can still see their peril. And worse, some of them I don't remember. I just wake up covered in someone else's blood and know in my heart that I'd done it again. And I haven't had to face the idea of that happening since Earth and Ravenwood, and it was so nice existing without the tightness in my chest that the next day I'd have to slaughter someone all over again.
Well, plus side, I'm almost certain that your family doesn't know you're here or that you're back. So you don't have to fall back into that.
That's why I'm not going to go to sleep.
Why not, specifically?
Because sometimes when I sleep, I wake up and there it is all over again, like I didn't have a choice.
So it happens without you knowing at all?
Sometimes.
Like
Sometimes
you
I'm
just
very
black
aware.
out?
I suppose you could call it that, but it seems that I know what I'm doing in the moment, if the markings are anything to go by.
What markings?
She looks at you for a moment, and it seems like she's thinking about it, and she takes a deep breath, and she gets to her feet, off the bed, and don't freak out.
Lore.
Sorry. She grabs, I mean, don't freak out because she's grabbing her shirt.
Oh!
She grabs her shirt, and
This is not the time, although part of his brain
Not the time,
is very
Arthros.
dedicated to that.
She pulls her shirt down, like her cloak that she's wearing, and the shirt, the layers that are there, and she pulls them away. So you can see just like the top of, I guess, like her chest, right above like her
Like
boob.
collarbones?
Yeah, a little bit lower than
just
collarbone.
under collarbones.
Just under her collarbones.
Fair enough.
And when she moves it, you see, I don't have my reference. Hold on, give me 1 second.
Reference?
It's not a reference for you yet, but
Ugh.
it's a reference for my brain. Give me like 2 seconds.
Alright. You're totally fine.
When she pulls it down, you
One
see
day.
one day.
In
You see 6 marks that are, they look like tallies. It is 1 line, 2 line, 3 line, 4 line, and so on. Just 6 marks right there.
Oh.
Before you can say anything, she lets it go back to how it was, and then pulls the other side. And in the same place on the opposite side, there are 2 marks. And then she steps back further, and she pulls... Oh, I just closed it. She pulls the bottom layer of her outfit up.
Jeez.
To expose, like, her waist and, like, right above her boob, I suppose. And there are 5 marks there. And then she drops her shirt
Below
once
boob?
more. Yeah,
Below
like,
boob.
right below boob.
Oh, I was like, above?
Did I say above
Anyways.
again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. you're fine.
And she drops
I was
it again, and she looks at you for a
And they're
moment.
just like little like lines. Like
They're like little
tallies,
lines,
basically.
and they're vertical, next to each other.
And they're like tattoos, or like are they black lines?
They're black
Okay.
lines that look kind of like dark red on her skin.
Okay.
And she doesn't say anything. She just looks at you for a moment and starts twiddling her fingers again, as she's wont to do.
That's per usual.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a mark for everyone you've killed,
She nods.
as far as you know.
No, I know that each of them are for ones that I've killed, because when I wake up, there's a new one there sometimes. The first ones I remember, and I remember doing,
Mhm.
but there's a few that remain a mystery to me, but I know that I did them somehow.
And they just appear randomly. Or not randomly, but on their own. As far as you know, nobody is marking you.
I'm marking myself.
Oh.
It's
I
a
see.
family tradition. I like to think that it's to remember their faces and all the people that I've taken lives from, but my family likes to wear them as trophies.
And for you, they're more of memorials.
Yes. And I have no problem killing. It's not that. It's I have no problem killing when it's someone who deserves it. When it's someone who maims and slaughters and hurts people. But The people that I have done away with, they weren't all bad, not entirely. And how can I make that distinction when I am the monster that is killing them? Someone should be killing me.
No. No. If you were raised in this family to follow tradition and kill indiscriminately for money, that is something that you have grown past. That is something that you have not always enjoyed or take pleasure in. That is how you know a monster, if they enjoy it. Or if they do it just of their own free will.
She nods at you, and she comes and she sits back down on the bed, and she sits beside you now. And she says, Theron, you need to know that so long as we're on Aviosis, everything between us is doomed to fail. And we cannot be seen together. You understand?
Favian mentioned the interspecies thing. Is that why? Or is there another reason?
Yes, that's the main reason.
Well, if we just have to be careful while we're here, that is temporary.
Sorry.
And I'm okay with that.
Careful, I hear. And she frowns and she says, but I mean, like, severely careful. Okay?
Certainly. We are merely roommates, after all.
Right, of course, yeah.
The implication there was that we are more than roommates.
Oh.
But while we are here, we are only roommates, to make that clear.
Right.
The subtext, please.
Okay.
I don't view you as just a roommate, to make that absolutely clear. I thought I did. But to reiterate.
I'm glad that you cleared that up, because I felt... Yes, okay.
Nothing's changed, feelings-wise. We're simply, you know, be careful.
Okay. Do you think that we can carefully sleep here together?
Well, I think the others are probably, also sharing a bed. You know, there's only one bed in this room. If anyone were to come in, I don't think they would automatically assume. Or if they did.
Assume what, sir? Oh.
Assume that we were anything more than friends. All right? All right?
Okay. She smiles a little bit
Your
and
mind out of the gutter.
And she nods and she says, earlier, I pretended to fall off the balcony in front of Aria.
But you didn't actually fall.
No, it was an illusion.
An illusion?
Yes.
You can do illusions?
Yes,
But now that we have magic, that's very cool.
Yes. So if you would ever want more of me, that's a possibility.
I'm fine.
She says it very innocently.
He did not take it that way in the slightest.
Valid.
But he's trying to keep cool. He takes a second. All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, more's of you is always good. Also, that sounds hilarious.
Thank you.
That you fell off the balcony.
I thought so. Aria did not.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
No. She has a thing with heights, I believe. Or something.
Yes.
She was probably concerned.
Hmm.
But that is very amusing.
I apologized.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Okay. So you worked it out.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. So no harm done. Just
No, simple.
a little bit of a prank.
Yes, a little bit of a prank.
Lighten the mood.
Yes, and to distract
today.
myself from the utter peril that I have found myself in and being back to Aviosis.
You know, can't blame you there.
Hmm.
It's been quite a stressful day. It
Are
was a
you
great
going
day.
to sleep?
It was a terrible day. Well, are you going to sleep?
No.
would you sleep if I stayed awake and watched over you?
She's like really thinking about it. No.
Even for a couple of hours. I know you don't sleep much anyways. We could take shifts.
Okay, maybe, but only 2.
2 hours at
Yes.
a time?
No, just 2.
For the whole night?
Yes.
I suppose that's better than nothing. What about 3? Just 3 hours.
I just see the message
You
in the
guys
chat
are going
that
off,
says,
and I do not.
it just says listening
read
through
it
the
right now.
walls. That's all I saw. Just like
Sorry.
There are 21 new
My
messages, guys.
yeah,
We're
my
talking about what's
thing-
going on in
I
the
just
other
see them
room.
all like
Aria's listening in angrily and just angrily sewing. And Julian's just watching her back, just like,
Why are you angrily sewing?
she's listening to you guys say that it's funny when Aria thought that
Can they
Arthros died in
hear?
front of her.
Are the walls
She
that
got
thin?
the
the walls
right next to her.
How thin are the
I
walls?
mean-
Are the walls that thin?
I think if you guys were
We're
to raise your
whispering,
voice a
kind of.
bit, they could hear it. But like as for everything that Arthros was saying about her family, things like that, she's been saying
that's
that
like quiet. But
very
everything else,
hush.
But
I mean,
everything
you
else.
probably
Yeah.
heard
That's what I was
us
thinking.
Laughing,
Like, of
maybe
course.
about Aria.
yeah, because they're
yeah,
laughing.
they would have heard. You probably would have heard that.
Okay.
Rip.
Aria's like
But you
mumbling
will
to
figure it
herself.
out,
Like,
alright? It was really funny. And I stand by that.
Funny. I'll show you funny. I promise. I'll show you funny.
I would pay money to see Aria pull any kind of prank and be
Yeah.
funny.
It'd be good.
I would love to see it.
I need money after all.
True.
I'll pay you. I'll pay you.
Arthros kind of goes and crawls up onto the bed. She brings her feet up onto it, sits crisscross applesauce.
Cute.
Looks at all of you, or looks at you, and all of you.
All
well,
of
yeah,
us.
all of you in your glory, Theron. In your beautiful glory.
My new comfy clothes. They are very comfortable. I will
Layers.
say that.
And she frowns and she says,
3.
do you want to go first, or should
I would prefer if you slept.
I? Okay, but only for 2 hours.
3.
2.
2.
And a half.
He's not gonna wake her up. He's not gonna wake her up.
She goes, and a half. And then she gets,
And a
like,
half.
kind of snuggled. And she pulls the covers over her. And she looks at him and she says, if it means anything, I am very glad that you are here, even if your life is very much at risk.
Well, the risk is worth it.
And she just brings the covers over her face and, goes, and starts going to sleep.
Theron's going to... Is there a chair in this room as well?
Yes.
Okay, he'll just sit there. Maybe
Okay.
he'll, if he looks around, if he sees, like, the poetry book, would he be able to... If he searches the room a little bit, just for something to do.
If you search the room, you will find it. And you will find this poetry book, which is called Endless. It seems that there are a lot of kind of depressing stories or poems in there, very much like centered around love. And
damn.
yeah, and then you also
Well.
would find this drawing that is tucked in there as well that Aria
Okay.
saw earlier.
Okay, he'll probably... If he finds the book, he'll, like, decide on that one, because it is the most, like, well-worn book probably in the room.
Yes.
That means something, usually. He'll probably look at the picture, commit it to memory, save it for later,
Mhm.
but be very gentle with it and put it back. And then he'll probably...
It is very like fragile, like very flimsy. It's like
Oh.
like it's been like folded and opened up like multiple times and like looked
He'll
at
be the most
like,
gentle with it.
smudges and stuff. Yeah. All right then.
And he'll probably just sit in the chair and he'll leaf through that, probably read for as long as Arthros could possibly sleep.
Valid. With that, I'm gonna do one more little thing and then we can take a break if that works for you guys. How are you guys feeling? Good? Poggy?
No good.
Y'all getting
Very
some
nice.
big conversations out in the air here.
Bruh, there's so
Braggers.
much that's happened in this little
You just got
tavern.
you
I
got
swear.
a big chunk of lore there also.
Drama filled. I love
Woo.
it.
We love.
I'm thriving.
Can each of you, let's do one at a time. Julien, can you please roll a d12 to see how well each of you sleep. Please roll with disadvantage because you are in a new place. And the intensity of the day is a bit jarring. Let me know what you get.
3.
Oh. Okay. Julien. When you lay down to sleep that night, your dreams are plagued with the familiar shape of a cloaked figure. You see the blonde hair and a dark hood, and a sight that calls to you and beckons awareness. Your mind flashes back to another dream you've had before, and it repeats itself. You see the cloaked figure darting through dark alleyways, but rather than seeing the shape of the man on his own, you see yourself there now as well. You see a version of yourself sprinting behind the spiraling form of the dark cloak. Piano music swells in the background around you, rising in intensity, surging with each step you take onward, and the rush of adrenaline in your gut pulls forth a sense of peace, a sense of comfort and belonging. But just as your body grips tight to the feeling, you feel the world fall out from under you, the ground disappearing beneath your feet, and you fall and fall and fall until you splash into a thick red substance that burns metallic on your tongue. Aria, do you end up going to sleep? Do you go to sleep?
I think she fell asleep in the chair, given how I rolled.
While she was sewing? Oh, okay.
She was intending to get up and actually, like, go lay in the bed.
Mm-hmm.
But
Snuggle with Julien.
She was literally, she was just gonna lay atop the blankets.
Oh.
And just have her, like... Actually, question.
Yeah.
Where's the bed placed in the room?
So, the bed is kind of in one corner, and the desk is almost diagonal in front of it, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay.
How
So
my brain
then,
lays
I
it out.
think, depending on... I'm assuming Julien got it. Because I just imagine him, like, with the blankets up like this, watching Aria just sewing. And then eventually he just, like, fell asleep. She kind of, like, looked at him at one point during the night and was like, it's either I get really, really close to him and sleep on the wall, or I don't.
Or I don't.
And I'd like, at some point, for her to, like, creep back out to the balcony.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just gonna kind of look out at the surroundings. Because did you describe them?
Yes,
Okay.
it's
yeah.
Like you see a lot of like narrow streetways, and
Right.
you see a lot of shady figures and stuff, but you can't see too much aside from the streets of Muskwell because of the buildings that are surrounding you that are just a slight bit taller than the tavern.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
She's gonna kind of like take a step forward to the balcony and just look down it, and then like, she's gonna look down one more time and kind of like really stare at where she saw Arthros's like,
yeah.
And then kind of just like hurry back to her bedroom, hurry back to her room, and just sit at the desk.
Valid.
And just like sit there.
And I assume you fall asleep there.
Yeah, she fell asleep at the desk.
Okay.
I rolled a 4. She fell asleep at the desk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that your roll for how you slept as well? Is it
Yeah.
4? Okay.
Yeah.
Well then, Aria.
Yeah.
Your dream starts dark and foggy.
Oh, exciting.
When your vision unblurs and clears before your eyes, you see yourself staring into the jagged frame of a mirror. But what you see staring back at you isn't what you expect. Instead, you see a broken, monstrous frame of yourself. Your eyes are hollow and empty. Your back is hunched and disformed in an angle that speaks of nightmare fuel. Before you can scream, you see your mother appear over your shoulder, a smile on her face. She shakes her head at you, and her smile drops to a look of utter rage and disapproval. Her mouth opens, and a few words trickle out, and you can feel a stab through the gut as you hear, "This is what you are, and what you will always be. before the glass of the mirror shakes and cracks and splits into a bunch of jagged pieces. Andromeda, can you roll a d12 for me, please?
Fun.
With disadvantage.
And I will remember my dream maybe this time because my book is not with me.
Andromeda does not have her book that catches her dreams.
My other book.
Her
Left that
other
at
book.
home.
She forgot both her books.
Well, I rolled a 1.
Ah, wonderful. Okay, Andromeda.
Yes.
Your mind conjures up an image of running water as you sleep. You look down to the floor below and feel the trickle of a stream tumbling past and over your feet. You find yourself standing in a shallow river. The water is a light cyan in the morning light of dawn. You're in Ostradel. You can practically tell from the feel of the air and the warmth of the forest around you. When you look up from the water rushing over your bare feet, you see your brother. He sits in the middle of the river, a vacant smile across his handsome face. He meets your eyes, and his smile widens, shaky and offset. He tilts his head at you and chuckles a lifeless laugh, and you hear his voice ring out in an echo around you. "You forgot about me," he says, and in an instant, the river around you spirals into an image of blood-red water, spilling out from behind where your brother sits. It stains your feet and splashes past, fast and unforgiving, and you get one last glimpse of your brother falling lifelessly into the water beneath him, before the image is swallowed up entirely by the color red. Andromeda, this is the first time, and as long as you can remember, that you will wake up in the morning with the memories of your dreams ingrained in your psyche.
She wakes up screaming.
Oh, wonderful. Mud immediately is at your side with that.
I'm assuming all of us awaken.
Probably.
I feel like...
Probably.
Oh my God.
But before we get to that,
She's got lungs too.
Theron, I assume you eventually got some sleep? Did you
Yeah,
wake
how
up
long did Arthros sleep naturally? How long can her body go with sleep?
Honestly, she probably wakes up in a panic about an hour into sleeping.
No! No!
Oh.
And her eyes probably flutter awake, and
No,
she probably looks at
she's
you
very
and says, your turn. And she stretches and
Wait,
yawns.
if she wakes up in a panic, Theron's gonna go over to her though.
Valid. She wakes up, like, in a way that's, like she startles awake, more
Yeah,
so.
okay.
Like, she wakes up like this, like, in the way that you just wake up immediately from, like, a bad dream, or just, like, if there was something that you needed to do and you forgot about it.
Like when you're like late for school or something.
Yeah.
You're like, "Oh, it's
You're
Saturday.
Like, oh, wait, shit. And so she's kind of, like, wide awake and kind of just shakes her head and says, it's time for your shift.
That was barely an hour.
Yes, but I don't think I can go back to sleep.
Would you like me to stay up with you? I will.
No.
Are you just saying that so that I'll sleep? Or do you actually want to be alone?
I think that it's important that you have your rest with what's to come. Hello?
What?
Oh, I just heard voices.
You're probably hearing people across the basement.
Oh, valid. Okay.
Y'all are loud. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It was just like right before I said, I just heard, I agree, and I was like, who agrees?
I can't even hear them because like my headphones.
Oh,
but
valid.
The mic is probably picking them up.
You're
as
good. You're
well.
good.
I agree.
I agree. She looks at you and she says, I worry that if everyone's not at their most rested, that we might be more at risk. And so it would really comfort me if you got at least an hour like I did.
Oh. What time is it? Like at night?
In context,
They
it's
go to bed
probably around like maybe like 1 a.m. if you were thinking about it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's not too bad.
They were up talking for a while. You guys were all up talking for a while, so.
Yeah. I mean, plus, like, we were, like, at the ball late, and then, like,
Yeah.
the portal got
It was
closed, and then
dusk
we, like,
when you
went to the
got to
tavern.
Aviosis, so it was already
Tavern.
starting to get dark.
Yeah. if it's all right. I mean, he kind of wants. He'll like stay up with her for like maybe another, I don't know, like 45 minutes to an hour, just like
Valid.
I don't know, maybe just like quietly chatting about just fluff, I guess.
Okay.
And then he'll probably eventually like go to bed, but he'll tell her to wake her or wake him up. Maybe as soon as like the sun rises, whenever that would be.
Okay.
I know the sky's weird here, but like maybe around like 6 or something.
The sky's weird here.
Sky
She
is weird
agrees.
here.
She agrees and smiles at you, and she takes a little place in the chair, and she grabs one of her many books that are in the room, and she just kind of skims through it, kind of lazily. And Theron, can you roll with disadvantage for me as well?
Yeah, it was 6.
6? Okay. Okay. Theron, once you fall asleep, your mind conjures up an exact replica of the streets of Muskwell that you saw earlier today. You see them empty now, however. A narrow corridor of cobblestone and not a single street seller or creature in sight. The air is thick around you, like that of smoke, but the night sky is clear and bright. The world around you is silent and peaceful, a vast contrast to the real Muskwell you only just experienced. Suddenly, you hear Arthros' voice call out to you. And when you look back to the world in front of you, you see her standing at the end of a thin alleyway. She's in her ball gown, her fiery dress, and she is smiling at you. Your focus is entirely on the brightness of her smile, the world around you fading out into a foggy background. But
I don't trust this at all.
But within a moment, her smile begins to fade, the curled edges falling until the entirety of her expression is one of pure despair. A tear falls from her golden eyes, and she looks at you in horror. And you hear her voice say, "How could you? How could you lie?" she says. And as she does, flames begin to crawl along the wall at your sides, flickering up and over until they reach Arthros. They burn across the ground to her, and within a single moment, she's entirely engulfed in flames.
Fuck you. Fuck that. Fuck that. No.
From there,
The audacity.
we shall take a break.
And on that note.
We shall take
And
a
on
break.
that note,
Fuck. Damn.
How are we feeling? Are we feeling okay? Everyone feeling good?
Emotionally
Vibes?
compromised.
Yeah,
is
yeah,
how
yeah,
it's
yeah.
there.
yes, I agree.
Emotional damage,
Emotionally
but
compromised.
Emotional damage.
Emotional.
Emotional
damn.
damage.
The whole time.
All right. So, how long of a break do you guys want to take?
Do 15, maybe
like
20.
15.
15
Yeah,
or
maybe
20?
like 15, 20.
Okay.
Might grab a snack.
With that,
Valid. I'm gonna grab a snack
Yeah.
too. 20-minute
Grab
because
snacks.
it's 8:25. So, well, for me, so 8:45 or 45,
And then
wherever you are in
6:45.
the world.
6:45 and 5:45.
Nice.
5:45.
Poggy, 5:45,
Nice.
6:45, 8:45. Chat.
Do you see
20-minute break.
The 45.
Get all your snacks. Go pee pee. Go
I'm
poo
gonna go
poo.
Get water.
Get your water.
go potty.
Take a
Oh,
moment
and for those
to
whose
emotionally
stream
recover.
is behind, try
Yes.
reloading the page during the break.
Yes.
Maybe it'll catch up.
Yes. Do a little refresh.
We'll do that.
YouTube
yeah.
is weird, and if you
Refresh.
even
Hit that
rewind for a second, it will like freak out. So yeah. You okay, Bob? Okay. Keep all hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, and enjoy
Fly
your break.
on. Just
and
kidding.
Fly on.
How are we supposed to fly on in these conditions?
I will never forget. That needs to be like
In these
that needs to be the
conditions.
fucking tagline of the campaign, honestly.
Honestly.
All right, we shall
That's
see
what
you
the crow
soon.
says with the 3 eyes.
Truly, that's that version.
Can't fly on.
Bleeding.
Can't fly on in these conditions. We love you, chat. Thank you for being here. 20-minute break, and we will see you soon. Enjoy the sweet intermission music.
Yo.
All right.
Very nice.
Hello. We returned.
Oh, hello.
We're gonna test something really quick, chat. Can you guys hear like a against my microphone, or like a motor noise in the background that's too or a motor noise that's like too obnoxious? I'm gonna mute so I can also listen in a minute. Let me see. I got an ad, of course.
Sorry, it's just taking me a second to get there.
No,
I got a rock.
I got an ad.
Please. Please.
I don't hear it.
I don't hear it either.
Do you guys hear too much of like a... Is there too much of a motor?
I kind of hear it.
I do hear it.
You hear it?
Yeah, I hear it.
Is it against
It's
the
like white
microphone?
noise.
Yeah, no, I can hear it too.
Okay.
It's just like white noise to me.
Yeah.
But
It's like a yum 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 yum.
I'd rather not risk it. Even if I am ungodly warm. Okay.
toasted.
Oh,
Toasted.
rest in peace.
Yeah, truly.
Absolutely.
I get so warm, not in the way that's like sweaty, but like my cheeks get really warm when I'm like talking
Like
so much.
adrenaline.
Yeah.
It's just like all like flushed
And also like nerves, because my nerves are going crazy right now.
Yeah.
So
Same.
how are y'all feeling? Vibey?
Good.
Alright.
Bye, B. About to wake up to some to Andromeda scream.
Yeah.
Good old screaming.
Good old screaming.
It's like a rooster,
Startle's
but
awake.
scary.
As a
No,
side
I
note,
probably-
also,
my
stream,
monkey.
sorry if at one point we stopped for a second because we gotta grab food because we ordered food. As a side note,
Glad you
also,
did.
I don't know how long this episode is gonna go for. This is one of the only episodes I was literally like, I have no idea how long this is gonna take. So, we'll just go, and if we get tired at any
wonder how
point,
much
and you
we
guys wanna
24-hour stream. Let's go.
24-hour.
Yeah, if it gets to a point where you guys are like, maybe this is a good stopping point, maybe we should stop here, then we will. It does have a well-rounded out ending, and I think that we are about like a little more than halfway through, so I think that we're pretty okay. I'm only at 4 hours and 40 minutes, so
Yeah,
we're doing okay. We're doing okay. We're doing
Yeah, I don't have to wake
I am
up early,
vibing.
too.
If it's like 8
Oh,
hours,
nice.
that's fine.
And
Yeah,
I don't
okay.
have to wake up early, so we're good.
Poggy.
Ooh,
Neither
yeah.
do I.
The latest
Um,
I have to wake up
I
is
love that.
like 10 o'clock, so I'm hanging.
Oh,
I'm
valid.
chilling.
Nice.
Hanging loose.
Very nice.
So, with that, bit of a different morning then. I assume you all wake up to Andromeda screaming. Oh, hello. Did someone...
They were also wondering how many pages was this one.
The notes.
Everybody in. I'm so sorry, I just realized it moved it.
No. Oh, I did that. You're good. I did that. I was
Okay.
looking at the notifications. It's 54 pages. The the finale was 45, I think.
You're
Sheesh.
insane.
Love that.
I love you.
There's a lot of lore that you can find out.
Icon.
So I have to
How much
have
of
it
it
this
have you
time.
found?
I wrote out
We've barely scratched the surface.
I
guys.
wrote out Fabian and Rhea's entire meeting and how they met and
Oh, don't you
everything.
worry.
In case
Don't
you
you worry.
guys
I love
ask.
Period.
So,
I'm gonna
Now
get
they
it.
asked.
While I'm fixing up
Nobody
while I'm
ask
fixing
about
up her dress, I got
Nobody ask any more
We're
questions.
gonna do girl
Nobody
talk.
ask any lore questions.
I would cry.
all my notes would be for nothing.
Too.
Exactly.
So, but
Let's
that's
get
okay.
that lore if
That's
we can
okay.
get it.
Because
let's
it's
get it.
there. It's there anyways, that's the point of D&D, right? So, I
You were
assume,
over prepared.
yeah, I'm always over prepared. Or try to be at
That's
least.
good.
Yeah, I need it. Yes, so you all wake to Andromeda, I assume panicking awake and letting out a very terrifying shriek.
Yep.
Do you all
Julian.
jump up?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Julie
Yeah.
grabs Napoleon and rushes up out of bed and starts flipping to magic missile.
Oh
Arya
my
opens
god.
up the door.
Shit.
Yeah, I mean, we are in a
We just
scary
kick
neighborhood.
down
can
Andromeda's
I
door,
randomly
and then
kick down the
Julian's
door?
like holding magic missile.
Who wants to kick down the door?
I want to kick down the door.
Alright, I can kick down the door. Yeah.
Okay. Roll then for me.
What do you want me to add?
Do strength, I think.
Uh-oh. That's okay. Can I add something because I'm really determined and I have a spell for it? Hold on. What's my spell? Sorry.
Just really want to kick down this door.
I want to... Listen.
Yeah.
If Andromeda's in danger, Aria's gonna fucking...
Oh,
Mhm.
thank you.
We don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
No,
we're in a
out of
scary
curiosity,
neighborhood.
what time is this that you're screaming awake?
I would say, because it's kind of like morning at this point, I would say it's like towards like maybe 8 a.m., something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
she slept like a full rest, long rest kind of thing.
It was just
Okay.
bad timing with
I'm
the
assuming.
dream. Yeah,
Does that mean
You all
like
kinda-
Theron probably like got a fair amount of sleep?
Okay.
probably.
I have a thought for this.
Yes.
So, I
Believe in
rolled a
you.
7.
Okay.
It's +1 for my mod.
Okay.
For the arcane art spell.
Okay.
I'm gonna probably assume that's not gonna make it.
No, you would make it.
Oh,
It's not going to be
But-
extravagant or like
That's okay.
anything fancy.
because I was gonna say, I don't want it to break down the door.
It's not going to break down the door.
Thank God. 'cause
If
I
you
was really
rolled,
worried. I
like,
didn't want her door to be
Probably
broken.
like a 10 or a 12 or something, it probably would have broken down the door. But
I
because
don't
you
want to
rolled
break down their
averagely,
door like broken. 'Cause
valid.
then they won't have a door.
Yeah.
No, yeah, the door just does exactly what you want it to. It just swings open.
They don't get a door anymore.
No more doors.
No more door.
Julian, she like ushers Julian
Zero
in. Like,
privacy.
go, go,
Julian
go,
rushing
go,
in, he's like multiple like motes of like red pulsing energy about to ready to throw them.
Fuck.
Jeez,
I like to
Fucking
imagine Andromeda like got up and like not fell, but like leaped out of bed.
Mm.
And in her like she's like in that state between like waking up and like fully coming to consciousness, so everything's still kind of confusing and blurry to her, especially since she's probably a little hungover. And is there like a bedside table beside
Yes.
the bed?
There's a
okay,
little
and she's
lantern
gonna
on it.
be like ripping the drawers out with all of her strength to see if, like, to find like, because she thinks the book is in there.
Valid.
And then the door busts open with all of them coming in, and she's gonna look at them and be like, my brother, and she's like pulling the drawers open and everything.
I will add also, you see like 7 Arthroses run into the room after like Julian, all her illusions just like coming out of the room, coming running in, and you just hear her like,
in the
"What's wrong?
midst of
What's
these
wrong?"
7 Arthroses, like also just being like, the fuck is
One
happening?
singular Theron.
One singular Theron.
Mud is shaken awake, obviously, and he's trying to like calm you down. He's like looking at the shelf. He doesn't know why or what's going on. Do any of you say anything to Andromeda or do anything?
I'm assuming. I mean, Aria's probably like, Andromeda, are you alright? What's going on? Are you okay? What? Like looking around, trying to see if there's any danger imminent in the room.
And she kind of has like this like feral animal look in her eye, like she like kind of like a
she
wild animal, like cornered for a second, and then
Ooh.
she like looks at everyone in the room and
Afternoon look.
she kind of cools down a bit.
Mud looks at her and he's like, we're not in Ostradel. We're not in Ravenwood either. We are in Aviosis. Your book is not here. You left it back at Ravenwood. Your brother is not here either.
I saw him. Just now I saw him.
You dreamed.
I don't do...
Oh right, your book.
My other book is gone.
You have a lot of books, Andromeda.
I really do.
Yes.
I dreamed him then.
Yes, it happens sometimes.
I need his book. I need his book now. He was dying in the dream I just had, and he said I abandoned him. I need to get the book back now.
Well, surely that can't pertain to the book, can it?
I don't know. He said, keep me close. In the last message he left me. He's been leaving me messages, everyone. By the way, like, as in,
there's
book,
more. Yeah, no one knows that there's been more.
Yeah, the whole party's just like,
so the book has no more passages, and I've been writing.
Arthros looks at you and she goes, "Your book talks to you too."
Sort of. Does anyone else have a talking book?
And she's just like looking like,
Oh,
no.
right. I weren't there for that.
all 7 of
Julian
you are like, no, I
switches
don't,
his
thank
hand
you.
and the little motes of energy disappear, seeing as he doesn't need to use them apparently, and
Since when
then
could you do
closes
that?
the book, and then shows Napoleon. Just
I thought he was dead, though.
not anymore.
Oh, so is he like, he's living now? And he talks?
Napoleon, stop embarrassing me. You can talk to them.
Andromeda's looking at everyone else like, is Julien okay?
No, he is. He does talk.
He goes,
Napoleon.
apologies, Master Julien.
Can I hear that? Or is it in his brain?
You can hear that one.
Oh, jeez.
Aw, jeez. Gave me May from Night in the Woods vibes for a second there.
Yeah.
Aw, jeez.
Let's go back to your thing.
Our subway is here.
I got it.
Oh.
Subway.
Here's a
Get
boing,
in
boing.
The chime. It chimed for us.
The chime.
The chime. It chimed. One moment, chat. We're just grabbing
The
our
chime and
food.
the chime.
Get into food stuff.
It's
just
food
grabbing the
montage,
food.
food montage time.
Food
Food
montage.
montage, food montage time.
Food
Boing, boing,
montage.
boing, boing, boing.
The songs
Food
are back.
montage, food montage time. Boing, 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 boing. Food montage time. Get your food, get your montage, get your
Shotgun hand.
food, get your montage. Emotional damage in the next scene, probably. Get your food, get your
Jesus
montage,
Christ.
get your food, get your feelings together. Are you emotionally stable? Are you emotionally stable? The answer is no for me. The answer
No
is
for
no
me.
for me. Food montage time. Food montage time. Key change.
Very long.
Food montage time.
Yeah.
Food
Nice
montage
keychain.
time. Get your food. Get your montages. Yeah. Boing, 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 boing. Boing, 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 boing.
Yeah.
I like to imagine the scene is like freeze framed, like Andromeda's like sitting on the floor, everyone's staring at each other.
Arthros 7 of her just like,
7
7
Arthroses.
of her. Oh.
hey yo,
This
get
is
your head out of the gutter.
Wacky.
No,
This is
no,
wild.
no.
The
That's
fan art
not
that could
what
come
was
for that,
happening.
the spicy fan art.
Spice.
The
Oh.
possibilities. What are they? They're just illusions.
The
They're not
possibilities.
actual, like copies, right?
We just
No,
took a turn
She
down a dark alleyway.
Okay, that
I did
was-
not
I was
see
trying
we
to
were-
catch up right now.
Question. Silence.
What the fuck? I was having a food montage, and now
I
we're
was
talking about
having
the
a
possible
food
uses
montage
for
And now
Arthros.
y'all are
Hold
talking
on.
about.
This is
Thank you,
important.
Subway
This is
God.
important. Oh my god.
She can't quite use them physically, but she can make them do whatever.
Oh, cool. Oh boy.
Cheryl.
I
The
missed
visuals.
food
The
montage.
Gee
visuals
Willikers.
were great.
Gee willikers.
Ah, jeez.
Ah, gee.
Ah,
Gee
jeez.
Willikers.
Oh, gee. Everyone's yelling.
Bruh,
Montage
Subway.
complete.
Also, people, I was actually very impressed. The chat was guessing who the person in the portrait might be.
Yeah, we were too.
Where
You got a
are
plate. How nice. No
A plate.
Subway, but
Thanks,
at least you
Bob.
got a plate.
No, my subway's
Sub-
here. I just
Oh,
didn't realize.
just kidding.
Pardon me.
She's calling out.
Pardon you.
How dare you?
She is
The audacity.
You wanna fight?
Let's fucking
Yes.
go.
Oh,
Wow,
Guys, it's gangbang!
Roll.
Help me!
Oh my
I
god.
sound
rolled a
exactly
1.
like Sarah Paulson. It's horrible.
Shit.
Be careful
As
with
you
your
should.
voice. Okay,
I sounded
Jim
so much like her.
Alexis.
That was so good.
we're gonna unpause the freeze frame.
All right.
Instant play, I guess. I don't know.
And scene.
And scene.
And scene.
And scene.
Scene resume. Who said the last thing?
I think
I think we left it at like
Whose last word was
I think Julien said like back to your situation.
back to
And
my
was like
Oh yeah, I was gonna
Theron
was gonna
back
say
to your book.
and Theron was gonna be like, so it was just a nightmare?
I think so.
Squints.
Kind of scared that it wasn't. Weirder things have happened, especially since I couldn't dream before. Maybe there was a reason for that.
You've
Yeah.
never dreamed before?
I mean, I can dream, I just don't remember them because I have this other book that has a lock on it that the elders of my grove gave to me when I was very, very young. And when I have to have it sleep next, like it lays next to me when I sleep, and then it, takes my dreams out and puts it down in the pages there, so I don't remember them ever. So I don't
That's
have it.
sketchy as fuck. That's sketchy as fuck.
I mean, it was a rule, so, gotta, follow that. And my brother's book,
Compute.
he's been writing in it to me, and I've been writing back, and we've been leaving different coded messages.
Like the one
and-
from the bookstore?
Yeah, the one from the bookstore. And basically, in the last message, he told me to do not misread this. And the message was keep me with you. So
But you don't currently have it with you.
no, I didn't bring it with me to the ball. So it is currently in my dorm room. Does anyone know? Does anyone have anything to that? Because I can just turn into a bird and that's it.
You can turn into a bird?
Yeah, you can turn into a bird.
I thought you could just talk to them.
No, I have another power too. I haven't used it much.
Well, we just got magic back, so that's probably why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about it. All I can do.
Why?
Can anyone find objects or bring object to us or anything like that?
I can't.
No.
Nope.
Shoot.
Let me see.
I mean, we're in a different realm, so I'm not sure if that would be
Can I?
possible. No, I can't.
The
I
GM is searching in the magical book of
Yeah, I am.
rules.
I'm trying to see.
Oh.
I'm trying to see if
If
any of
it's
you,
Possible.
because Julien has a lot of spells. I'm trying to see if any of them would correlate. But
Accio book.
Not
Accio
much
book.
Accio book.
Got it.
Book summon.
Problem solved.
Summon book.
I only have my 3 spells. I need to find more spell books to copy their spells.
Valid.
Let's go.
And we haven't exactly been in places where they just have them.
Have
laying
spell books?
around.
Yeah.
Laying around.
I guess
We've only
I
been
don't
to
know
one
if-
clothing shop.
I would say ritual, but I don't know if ritual would work per se.
It could, depending on your requirements for the ritual for me, but I can imagine bringing something from another realm would be out of Julian's power.
Maybe
Level.
it'll work.
Unless you had a boost from something.
Maybe if you rolled a 12. Let's see.
Maybe if I
Not
assisted
12,
with
let's
the
go.
power of sibling love for my
You
brother.
I mean,
like
I
a
can
single
assist.
page of the book.
I can assist a
Oh,
roll.
that's true.
With you get a +2 instead of a +1.
That's true. I will say, Julien,
It's possible.
I think I would say, if you use ritual, there's a possibility you could do it, but it's gonna take time. There's the little list,
That's
obviously,
fair,
of the
entirely.
different things.
It's a long distance.
It's gonna take a couple days to have enough power that could be even a possibility, I think. So it's up to you, of course.
Especially with how shit we're sleeping.
Julian sort of thinks for a bit after shaking his head no, and sort of takes a deep breath. Since we're sort of in this pickle of trying to get out of this realm, because we don't have the magical capability to do that, if that is definitely out of my power, but I guess bringing one object, small one, from another realm, I could do, but with significant time, energy, and resources, probably. And there's no guarantee that after all of that it would work.
Okay.
No.
Something at least.
Napoleon speaks and he says, Master Julien, would you like me to work on building up the repertoire for such a spell?
Yeah. It will. I'll see what'll take. Napoleon will. I'll get back to you on that.
I may be out of commission for a little while.
Oh, okay.
And you see the purple flames kind of die down for a moment.
Thank you, Bookman. Thank you,
Arthros is
Julian.
still... Arthros has gone back to one Arthros. And she's staring. And she's still just staring almost like with a look of like envy at the book. And she's like... And then, you all hear a small voice at the door. And you see Rhea holding a tray. And on her tray is a little, like, kettle of sorts. And a few cups for each of you. And she looks at you and she goes, oh, am I interrupting something?
Good morning.
No, you're not.
No.
You're not interrupting anything.
Everything's fine.
Did you all share one room?
Yes.
No.
No,
That was
we did
identically
not.
at the same
No,
time.
no, we
Beautiful.
didn't.
No, we did not.
We just
We paired
thought-
off.
we thought Andromeda was having issues, so we came in to check on her. Anyway, what are you doing?
Oh,
It's very
I've
early.
brought you all coffee.
Coffee. That's kind of you.
You're delightful.
She
Thank you
smiles
very
and she
much.
goes,
That's very.
it's not a problem. And she puts the tray down on the desk that's in the room. And she looks to you all and she says, there's beans and eggs and bread downstairs, should any of you be hungry. Favian is down getting ready for the morning rush, so I'll leave you to it. And she smiles and she kind of waddles out of the room.
Thank you very much.
If I may,
She turns to you, Aria.
I finished up the little elastic for your outfit. If you wouldn't mind me stealing your gown for a few minutes in the least
Right.
creepy way
Christ.
possible.
Okay. And this time she's wearing like a black flowy gown. It's the
Oh.
same as like her white one, but it's in black now. And she looks
Whichever
to you
one
and
you'd
she
like.
says, I will fetch my gown for you. And she turns and she says, do you mind meeting me downstairs? That way I don't have to go up once more.
Oh, yes, of course.
All right.
I'm sure that's a hard thing for you right now.
I just start to kind of lean backwards. It's a bit scary. And
Ooh.
she smiles and she says, I'll see you in a moment. And she slowly kind of waddles out of the room, and you hear her take the stairs and go downstairs. Do all of you make your way down, or do you chill for a bit, or?
Yeah,
Go
Andromeda
down.
Theron
gets
drinks
off
his
the floor.
coffee
Valid. So valid.
and might go down for breakfast,
Mud also
Yeah.
takes a cup of coffee.
depending on how Arthros feels.
Arthros also takes a cup of coffee, obviously. And she like nods at you, Theron, and she starts to walk towards going downstairs. And
Julien does not take a cup of coffee. He's not a coffee
Drama
person.
doesn't
That's
either.
valid.
Like, do you have any tea?
Aria
He said
does.
Tea, man. Thank you very
Ooh.
much.
Oh, she loves
Take a
coffee.
bite of my Sammy real quick. Yeah, remember you guys
I
had
forgot, we got
coffee?
coffee together at one point,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
that was a while ago.
I'll be right back. They did not put like any mayo on this, so I'm gonna go grab mayo real quick.
What the
Oh,
fuck?
As
so
you
weird.
should.
I was about to say mine is
How
so
fucking
good.
dare.
Andromeda's just gonna get up and like tidy herself up after falling out of bed
And puking last
puts-
night.
and puking.
Valid.
Probably goes and
I'm morning
washes
breath.
up and morning breath, and she's gonna
No, you're-
put the drawers back in. You're right though. She's gonna like put the drawers
a-
back in too.
Pour the room apart.
Ripped them out, and she's gonna feel a bit more complete, and then she's gonna. And she's not making eye contact with Mud at all. Like she is completely like, and she's gonna. Go
Mud just
downstairs.
takes a couple sips of his coffee, and he kind of says, while you're doing that, he says, I'll meet you downstairs then. And he leaves the room and he goes downstairs with everyone as well. And everyone else, I assume, has started to go downstairs. You've all kind of gone downstairs eventually. When you all eventually do make your way down the stairs, you all feel kind of somewhat well rested to an extent. The dreams did not help. But you at least have a bit of sleep under your belt, considering the chaos of the day yesterday. You do see Favian, and he is wiping down the bar with fervor. He's like getting into it. And he has a concentrated look on his face, and there's a drop of sweat on his brow as he works. And he looks up at all of you upon your arrival and directs his attention to Arthros first and says, I thought it best we wake you before we open the doors. I assume you don't want much of attention brought to you. And Arthros kind of nods back to him as they go downstairs and says, as you all go downstairs, and says, yes, I'm going to take them to Metalworks. It's probably best we don't continue to pursue Muskwell unarmed. And she also adds, we're going to find a way home, and if we find one, you're going to come with us. And Favian just kind of silently nods. And you see Arthros get a little bit closer to him, and she puts her hand on his shoulder for a moment and looks at him like directly in the eyes, and she says, I won't see Rhea facing the same fate Sophia did, understood? Regardless of how different our situations are. And scribbling in the notes. Sorry, that was so funny. I just immediately saw you go, uncaps the pen, and goes.
Listen, there are things happening. I need to write this down. This is very important.
Also, you remind me of Bendy the Ink Machine with the horns. You give me
I
those
love
vibes
that.
completely.
I never played it, but
It's really
I
good.
love
You
that
look
movie.
just like Bendy. Fabian, hears this and nods for a moment, and he turns to all of you and he says, well, before you all start to head out, is there anything I can do for you? A snack for the road? A drink, even?
What were the options for breakfast again?
She said there's beans, eggs, and bread.
Theron would like
If I could just
slice
have
of
all
bread.
that on a piece of bread, I would be happy.
Or yeah, that sounds good too. Honestly, an egg on a bread, on a slice
Yeah.
of bread,
I like how it's
eggs on
just
toast.
a little bit of
That's a
everything.
thing,
I'll
right?
put it on the bread and
And you dip like bread into beans or something like that. It's weird.
Yeah.
and
But-
with bread and with egg.
Valid.
Yeah, that's a good thing that you do.
Yeah.
Fabian kind of takes us all in, and he just kind of assumes that you all would want that. And so he steps away from the bar for a moment, and you see him disappear behind the door, and you hear a couple voices and stuff, and you assume it's because Rhea is passing him, and she comes back out the door as he goes in, and she walks over to you, Aria, and she hands you her white dress, and she says, I hope this will suffice.
Oh, it's perfect. And she like grabs it and she like whoosh it out and just like lays it over her lap and just like grabs the elastic out and starts sewing it in.
Oh.
As quickly as she can.
And as you do that, it's only a few minutes later when Fabian returns, and he has a plate on a tray for each of you. There's like 3 plates, and each of them have like the toast with the beans and the eggs on top, and he brings them out and he places them in front of you, and he says, well, dig in. As soon as you've finished, yes?
Favian,
Yes.
is there a sun here?
Yes.
And it does the normal sun thing?
It's not quite as bright as most places' suns, but I suppose. I've never really thought about it.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. Anywho,
Thank
and
you.
he smiles at you. He's like, not a problem, and he goes back to wiping down the counters. And Arthros turns to all of you, and she says, sorry, space out. She turns to all of you, and she says, as soon as you've all finished, we'll get on the way. I think it's best to be armed, and regardless of where we go, maybe it's good to just have something on our side other than magic.
Absolutely.
Could I have Andromeda while everyone is eating? She like looks at everyone eating and she like stands up. She's like,
I'll be right back.
and she's gonna walk upstairs to the balcony and then she's gonna like lay out on the balcony and soak in the sun there.
Queen
and then
does not eat.
come back down.
Nope. She eats the sun.
She eats the sun.
Like, is she physically capable of eating, or does she?
Yes.
Yeah, like she can.
She can, but it's like very.
Does sunlight. Like, it's not as
It's
nourishing.
like
Yeah.
Castiel in Supernatural when all he tastes is molecules when he eats because he's an angel.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's how I imagine.
It just doesn't give her any
Molecules.
like nourishment. She
Sustenance,
gets
yeah.
like all of her nutrients from the sun. But
Water
she
in the
can
sun.
eat still. Yeah.
Okay.
She has to drink more
Fair enough.
because she doesn't eat.
Yes. Yeah. She has to
Mhm.
drink water a lot.
Noted.
So with that, you all eat your food. Do any of you say anything? You just go about eating, or are you very focused on what you're doing? For the most part.
Can Theron
or-
have another coffee? Would that be too much to ask?
No. As soon as you ask that, Rhea literally immediately gets you a cup of coffee. Like, she doesn't even bat an eye. She's like,
Oh,
yes, of course. And she like runs,
you were
gets you a cup.
you were a
and gives it
gift to this universe.
to you. Do you say that to her?
Yes.
She's like, oh. And she turns to Arthros and she's like, Arthros, you're friends. And she's just like, ugh. And she like walks away and her hair like kind of blows behind her as she walks.
Is she actually real? I'm thinking now that she's like a ghost or something.
Yeah. What is she?
You can ask her. Or Fabian.
No.
And Arya's just like finishing up. She has like trying to like not get food on the dress.
Fallon.
So Fabian, how long have you and Rhea been together?
Sliding that in there, I see you. Fabian turns to you
Small.
and he says, a couple years now. Yeah. We met here, actually. Well, not here, but in Aviosis.
Oh, well,
Mm.
how did you guys meet?
Well, I worked as a servant, for the upper class. The riches, you could say, in Firevale. And I met Rhea there. She was a maiden, working for another family. It was quite a storybook, meeting, if you should say. But we found each other, and we decided that together we would flee from a life of servantry. Never mind.
It was Alexa. No.
That was sketch.
What triggered her? That was weird.
I do not know. Yeah, he says,
That's weird.
we managed to flee a life of servantry and came to live and own a humble tavern in Muskwell. And that's about the gist of it, really.
Wow. And you both happy enough to have a child, or want to have a child, I suppose?
Yes, I mean, we also want to get married. That's a big one. But, I told her that I didn't want to get married until I could give her the wedding that she deserves. And I don't have the money nor the power to do that at the moment, so we're waiting. But it's not going to stop us from growing a family, because that's been our ultimate goal.
So
I mean,
it
go
is
big or go home.
dangerous
Yeah.
for you two to be together, right? 'Cause she's not a drow. I
No.
don't think.
She is a banshee, actually.
No.
Yes. You do not want to hear her when she's angry, trust me. But yeah, she stays hidden when we have customers in the shop, for the most part, unless they're passed out drunk. Most of the time, if they question who she was, I just tell them it was a ghost, because she kind of fits the image, I think. But yeah, we make
So
do.
nobody knows she's here.
No, and we don't worry that anyone will find us, because those of the upper class do not really step foot here. Sissy stuff. They're
Sissy
pansies.
stuff?
They're pansies.
I see.
They're too scared to step into Muskwell.
Interesting.
And with good reason. If anyone walks in here in riches, they will probably be torn to shreds.
Right.
And left to
Fair
rot in an alleyway.
Oh. Yeah, we saw that earlier.
That's a beautiful story. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that earlier.
It's actually the first thing we saw when we came here.
Very true.
Yeah.
Quite the impression.
Well, that's Muskwell
With that
for you.
context,
Yeah.
Julien had remorse for that person that we saw. Julien has no remorse now.
Valid.
This is a rich, I don't know.
Just assume that
Idiot, I guess.
we can assume that it's a rich asshole, and that'll make it easier to feel less bad about it.
True.
Maybe so.
Yep.
Jeez. Eat the rich.
There you go. That's Muskwell. There's probably some in Muskwell that would eat the rich.
Literally.
Literally.
It's not too bad of a place then.
Maybe it's not.
It's
half
a great
bad,
place.
actually.
Yeah.
This one, go to the upper rings.
Do any of you ask any more questions before finishing up your food?
So, with the whole marriage and children, family thing, what would be your dream outside of Aviosis? You could just, be.
You said you wanted to go to Ostradel. How do you know it?
Well, we got a lot of travelers from time to time. People who even said they came from Ostradel before they ended up in Aviosis, somehow not making their way back. And it's always just kind of been a rumor on the street, more so. And we knew of it, of course. We've read it in books and things of that nature, and information on all the realms, but I don't know. I've never once felt as though I've read a bad thing about Ostradel, and so Rhea and I just simply think that it would be the place for us. We've heard rumors of how diverse and how different species are fine to mix should they like to. That's really all we want. Just a place that we feel safe, and that our child will be safe. Seeing as we have no idea how our child will be, considering the drow and banshee part of things merging, I suppose.
Yeah.
Just be careful.
Oh yes, ooh, very careful.
I'm sure you guys know, but
Well, with any luck, before the child arrives, you'll be in Ostradel with us. If,
That is the hope.
luck is on our side.
yeah.
I mean, if you guys could get here, right, from somewhere else, then
Yeah.
surely there's a possibility.
There has to be some probability, at least.
Hmm.
A tiny bit.
He nods kind of slowly and says, "Thank you for the hope."
Thank you for letting us stay.
Anytime. And he smiles, and he takes the rag that he's been using on the counter, and he goes over to start wringing it out in a little bin of water. Aria, I assume you finish up the dress for Rhea.
Yeah.
And she lets you basically like fit it on her.
Mhm.
And when she finally has it on, she breathes the biggest like sigh of relief. Like she can't believe how much easier you've made her life. And
I'm
she...
also
yes.
gonna say that she sewed a little heart, like right in the middle of where like her stomach would be because it's red.
Valid. Oh, that's
So she
cute.
she just like embellished a little heart in there.
She you can see the very white eyes that she has start to kind of well a little bit.
Oh,
and
you're crying. Oh, I'm
and
so sorry. Did I do something wrong?
She turns to you, Aria, and she says, "Darling, you're absolutely precious. Thank you so much." And she does the face tap thing again.
Right, the touching thing again. Okay, cool. Right. Well, hope you're not in pain anymore. Yeah. Okay.
She smiles at you and she says, "I think I can do a lot more around the tavern for Favian now, should he need the help. And he always does. He's lost without me." And she smiles and she looks at you like very genuinely now and she says, "Thank you, Aria."
You really don't need to thank me so much. I didn't do that much. I really just did something small.
And she shakes her head and she's like, "You have no idea how big these small things are."
Okay. Am I excused? No.
She frowns and she's like, yes?
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna go eat that egg, bean, bread thing again. That was
okay. I hope
good.
You like it.
It was good.
Oh,
very good. Yeah. Okay. Bye. And she just like turns around.
And Rhea just kind of smiles as you go, and you see her disappear back into this back end of the tavern. And
Can I actually have?
Yes.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
She's gonna like stop right before she leaves the back area, and she's just gonna kind of look down and just be like, "You're going to be a great mom, I think."
As you say this, she turns and she says, "Thank you."
Oh, I didn't know you could hear me. Okay, bye. She's just gonna.
And she smiles to herself and disappears behind the door. Sorry, I thought you said this as she was like walking away.
Yeah, it's okay. I should have clarified.
No, you're good, you're good. So with that, I assume you all finish up your food. And once you've all done so, Arthros kind of notices that you've all done so. Andromeda, do you come back downstairs after sunbathing?
She walks back down the stairs, and it's like, if, like, you know, you could hear birds chirping, and she's glowing, and she's rejuvenated, and she's in a lot peppier mood than she was before.
Valid.
Like, the morning was forgotten already, almost.
Valid. And you can definitely tell when you sunbathe of sorts, photosynthesize in the sun, that it's not quite as powerful as the sun was on Earth, but it still does enough to kind of re-energize you. Nourish you, yeah. So,
wait, real
yes,
quick.
Yes.
Did Arthros eat with us?
No.
Nothing?
The plate that they brought for her, she left untouched.
Theron takes issue with this.
Okay.
That's unacceptable.
Valid.
When's the last time you freaking ate? Maybe at the ball, but I don't think they like snacked at all.
She downed a bunch of spiked punch at the ball.
Oh yeah.
Nourishing.
Nourishment.
Delicious.
So as they're like ready to go, Theron probably notices that the food is still there.
Valid.
And he asks her, "Aren't you going to eat?"
She looks at you. And she kind of looks for a second. She's like, it's only going to slow me down. I don't want to be digesting while we are trying
God
to focus.
damn it, Moff! You can't keep using the things from Sherlock. I swear to God.
Who says?
The audacity.
You can.
Who says?
You can't do this. You can't keep
We
doing
do.
this.
We says.
Who says so?
Stop it.
We says. That's who.
She doesn't want it to slow her down. She hates digesting.
That's not actually
I mean, that's
scientific.
so valid, but also,
It is to
no.
her.
It
That
gives
is
you
not a scientific
fuel.
fact.
The last time you ate was so long ago. You need something, otherwise you are going to crash.
Do you say that to her?
Yes.
Okay. She looks at you for a moment. Frowns. Grabs the toast. Takes like the biggest bite she can possibly take, and it's basically like all the way into the middle. Puts it down and like looks at you like that, and she's like, "Can we go now?"
All right.
And
We're
she's
gonna
like,
eat later too.
she nods and then starts to make her way out towards the door. And
She's just gonna drink coffee after alcohol after an empty stomach. She would have fucking died.
probably
Anyways.
Favian follows you guys over to the door, and he unlocks all of the locks for you. And he kind of grabs and holds the handle, and he looks at you all and he says, I wish you all the best of luck, and I hope to see you all again.
Thank you. Good luck
That
with
was
your smelly
slightly
tavern.
ominous. I hope
It wasn't
we're
meant
just
to
going
be.
shopping. We will see you again. I assume we're coming back. What the fuck? What are you implying?
Does
he
Vay
thinks
say it or
that
does
you're-
Theron say it?
He's pretty sure that you guys are going off to try and find your friend. That's what he's convinced
shit.
of.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, then it's just like, we're just getting weapons? Arthros, are we coming back?
Arthros looks at
Have
all of
anywhere
you.
else to stay?
Looks at all of you and she's like, "Ooh, we came through the portals after your friend. Isn't that kind of part of the picture?"
Absolutely.
Yes.
But I
Yes,
feel like we
definitely.
need like a
Absolutely.
base of operations or something. Not that it has to be here, but if you know any other safe places.
Well,
Then
I have a slight idea of where to look. And she looks nervous for a moment, and then she darts out the door. And
Alright, we're going.
Mud is
We're
with you
going.
all, of course. He has shoved this toast into his mouth. He ate that thing so quick. He's downed all of this coffee. And he's just kind of following behind. He is going with the flow and just hoping that nothing bad happens to all of us. And he seems like he's very attuned to what Arthros is doing because he knows that she knows this place. And he has no idea about anything here. And so he's very much kind of like any little thing she says, he's like there and listening like very attentively. And Favian kind of waves you guys off, and as you step out onto the street, once you're all gathered there, you see obviously the same kind of busyness that you saw the day before. Lots of cloaked figures walking by, lots of people going about their business, very obviously busy. And Arthros pulls her cloak back over her head, and she looks at all of you, and she says, she clears her throat for a moment. She says, I want to make sure I ask, before we go through with this, how important is your winged friend to you?
Very.
Barry.
I would prefer to retrieve him before we leave this place.
Right.
I
Agreed.
disagree.
We aren't leaving without him.
Yeah.
Okay, I figured you'd say that. And she kind of like sighs for a minute, and then she nods, and she says, if it's a simple exchange, as most trips here tend to be, there's a good chance that the stranger has either taken him to the Devil's Gate as a prisoner, or to Firevale to be a servant. Both are not ideal, but at least Devil's Gate allows visitors, so I say we start there. After weapons, of course.
How courteous of them.
Yes, well,
They allow visitors.
often
I
it
love
seems they like to
Conjugal visits.
allow you to see your family members suffering, so perhaps it's not quite
Makes sense.
considerate.
Mm.
Okay, shall we?
We shall.
Okay.
No time like the present.
Weapons, right?
So
Can I
It's a lot
do
better.
something too?
yeah, absolutely.
As we're walking through the crowded area,
Mhm.
Andromeda's very, very nervous and
Valid.
anxious about being in this big, crowded, sketchy area. That she kind of drifts a little bit closer to Mud, and
Okay.
she doesn't even look at him. She's just eyes turned forward, and her kind of cloak is covering her arms and everything, but she's standing just close enough that she like reaches through and like tries to like grab his hand just for a little bit of comfort as they're walking, and try to disguise it with the cloak so nobody can see it.
Valid.
Hopefully.
That's also
None of us would
interspecies.
judge, but all right.
Well, Muskwell
Well, the
would.
people around.
Yeah.
'cause-
I forgot. Please.
Orchid Dryad.
So
That's gonna be a thing. God damn it.
Mud allows this. He also does not look at you when you do it, but he kind of squeezes your hand like in a comforting way, and he also kind of pulls his cloak a little bit more over your guys' interlocked hands. Hands. Give me one quick second.
Theron is just weaving through the crowd with Arthros. I would assume he's very accustomed
Valid.
to this.
Sorry, I had to answer someone real quick. Okay. So with that, get my little notes up. My little notes. Arthros leads you all through the streets once more with a sense of purpose and drive in her firm steps onward. Her eyes remain glued to what's directly in front of her, and she ignores the coos and hollers surrounding the group of you, from sellers in different street markets, shady figures who try their best to get you all to pursue them down dark alleys. You all blend in very well now in your baggy clothing and your layered fabric, and you look the part, and surely attempt to act the part, I assume, as you walk the crackled cobblestone pathways towards Muskwell's blacksmith. This world is so different from what each of you have ever experienced. It's a new glimpse into a place that, even when filled with outsiders like yourself, can still be just as scary as Earth has been before. It's not long before Arthros is turning towards a small shack-like building, grabbing hold of the handle and hauling the door open, beckoning you all forward with a flick of her horned head. And you all enter Metalworks, which is a small weapons shop and a blacksmith. Looks very much like the shopkeeper shop, aside from the weapons filling up all the spaces. The reason I wanted to put that in here as well is that there's some people in the party who, I think it's actually only one person, and it's not even one of you, it's Mud, that have, like, specified, like, weapons that they prefer in their, like, class distinction. For all of you, it's 100% your choice for a weapon. Arthros kind of urges that you all only choose one, but you have free range to whatever you would like. It's very basic weapons that you would normally see in a medieval blacksmith shop. And for context, Mud, as he shops around the little shop, he, in fact, picks up a large metal axe, and the blade attached to the handle is sharp and serrated, and it gives it a rather grim look, and it makes it look like a jagged weapon, makes it look very imposing in the hands of the half-orc. Arthros herself does not go for much. She approaches a spread of smaller weapons, and without much thought, she reaches for an odd-shaped dagger that curves like a crescent moon, and the blade hangs over the handle like that of like a bird's talon or a giant metal claw. So it's very like a curved edge, so that if she were to like stick that in someone, she could just go and like basically slice an entire hole through their body. Where is Vay going? He said, one moment.
He's like, I have something for this.
I have something for this. very much like if we've watched Lucifer, which I think some people have, and for the chat context is like 𝙍𝙗𝙬, the blades that she has those curved demon blades that are very cool. Vey has returned. Yeah, but a little bit more curved, more like a crescent moon, fully crescent moon. Yeah, and sharp on either side.
A knife.
A knife. No. So, with that, do any of you go for a weapon? You don't have to. Also, like, for example, some of you just have spells that would benefit you very well, specifically you, Julien. But if you wanted to have something on your person, like a dagger or a knife or even a sword or anything like that, you 100% can. The shop also has like halters and sheaths that you can put your blade in, as well as bags and belts for whatever you choose. Do any of you go for something? I'm assuming Theron is.
This is
yes.
a candy
Okay.
shop, as you
like,
said that.
You're the rogue of the group. I know you're gonna go for something.
Absolutely, I need one. We could only choose one.
Yes, for now.
That's fine. That's fair. Similar to like the one in the pictures that I sent in like the stuff today. Theron's gonna get like just a pretty simple, like kind of pretty long dagger that's like about as long as his like forearm or something.
Okay.
And then he's gonna get a belt with a bunch of like little like pouches and like little like slots to put stuff in, and I'll probably call it good with that.
Okay.
I would assume the dagger comes with a sheath.
Yeah. A little sheath that you can tie on your little waist belt.
Mm-hmm.
What about the rest of you?
So excited about this.
I don't think Aria would grab anything, but she probably is looking at the different bags.
Valid.
Just to, like, hold things.
Okay. Andromeda, Julien?
Andromeda is gonna look at what Mud picks up.
Valid.
And she's gonna, like, look at it and be like... And she goes and she gets a smaller axe. It's more like a throwing axe, almost.
The fact that a tree is gonna get an axe, I'm losing my mind right now.
The irony! I love it.
The irony, it's so good.
She's gonna get one of those and she's gonna pick out a little like back holster for it so she can like sling it across her back so she can pull it out. She's like holding it, she does not know what the fuck to do with it. She's never held a weapon before, but she's like, looks good, looks pointy at one point, and she's gonna put it on her back.
Valid. If you, my brain immediately went to like the conversation if like Andromeda was or identified as a man in the situation, I would literally make it that Mud is like, mine's bigger than yours. But
Mine's bigger than yours.
It was just a really good place thing.
You should say it anyway.
Really
he says it then. He says
mine's
it.
bigger.
And he winks at you.
And she's like, okay.
So, Julien, do you grab anything?
No.
Okay. Julien has Napoleon. That is his weapon. A very powerful one, in fact.
Can I see that Aria got like a...
His brain is his weapon, honestly.
Say again, Bob?
I was just saying that if there's like a back holster, Aria's just gonna grab that.
Yes.
But there's
you can
nothing.
get one. There's absolutely a back holster.
Like an adjustable back holster.
Nice. Okay. So, with that, Arthros, approaches the counter, and she kind of gestures to all of you, and, she nods her head at the shopkeeper, and it is a large Goliath, and he's standing there, very imposing, and he's just, like, frowning at all of you, watching you guys, and, she kind of, like, waves her hand a little bit and, like, points at the counter, kind of telling you guys, like, hey, put your weapons here that you want. And, like, Mud's, like, he's, like, grinning as he puts his, axe on the table, and he, like, smiles at the Goliath, and he's like, hello. And, once each of you have placed the weapons, and for those of you who are getting anything, once you've placed it on the table, Arthros turns to the man, and seemingly gears up to say the same sort of thing that she'd said before. And she eyes the large Goliath carefully. And she says, again, she says, "The family Alvoth, surely you've heard of them." And the Goliath frowns, but he nods. And she says, "It would serve you well to allow us these weapons, otherwise I might just have to introduce you." And the Goliath's face curls into that of like a scowl, and he growls at the group of you, kind of looks at you all, and his eyes are wide and his brows are furrowed, and he says, "I won't stand for empty threats in my shop, nor idiotic demands. Get out." And just as Arthros steps forward, mouth agape to bite back at the man, the entrance door slams audibly behind a newcomer. And they can be heard in a soft-sounding masculine voice, and it rings out throughout the shop. And you hear, "I can assure you they aren't empty threats, but we can make sure to compensate you at a later date, should we really find and make such a dent in your finances." And upon hearing the voice, Arthros' head flings around to the voice, and you can all see her eyes widen and her mouth fall open in shock, and her brows draw forward in a concerned frown. And you see her take a steadying breath for a moment, and when you all turn to take in the newcomer, he makes for a very interesting sight indeed. And I have a reference for you all. Let me get it ready.
It's Zephyrus.
It better
It's
fucking not be.
Zephyrus.
Swear to God, I'll kill him on
Um,
sight. I don't care.
I'll kill him on sight.
It's on sight if this is fiance.
Methinks
I
that
doubt
boy
it,
is
but-
still in Ravenwood, unfortunately.
Fortunate, no,
Probably.
fortunately. That's a good thing.
Methinks.
We're happy about it.
I miss my fiance.
And that's where we're
Ruin.
gonna close our session, everyone.
And that's
Great
where-
That's
job.
where it
No,
stops.
No,
Absolutely
no.
not.
I would riot. I would burn this world to the ground.
Oh wow, that's a lie.
Yeah.
Yo. Okay, I'm sending
mean
it
it.
right now. Oops.
No.
Oh.
What? Where?
Oh,
In the
this is the one,
references.
isn't it?
oh.
Who is this?
You see.
Oh
Look at the
no.
marks. Look at the marks. Look at the marks.
No.
You see a
no,
tiefling.
No.
His hair is long and deep maroon, and it spirals down to like the middle of his back.
It runs in the family. God damn it.
His ears are pointed. He has a piercing on his brow and a mix of like pink and gold eyes that kind of join together and make a strange sort of like
Gorgeous.
peach kind of color. He's got some piercings on his tail, and he's wearing a big cloak that hides his
Clean.
tunic. And there is some jewels that go from his horns, and he doesn't seem to be afraid of showing any sort of wealth when he stands here in the blacksmith at Muskwell. In
Yeah,
Muskwell.
well, he wouldn't.
And
Sorry. Oh my God.
no,
I'm
you're
not
good. You're good. It's good. It's good. It's so serotonin.
continue.
It's much
Sorry.
It's much serotonin. Please don't be sorry. Theron, this stands out to you, but the rest of the group, of course, do not know their significance. But you do see that he has several markings on his neck, a couple beneath his eyes, some on his tail, and a few on his hands from what you can see of them. Give me a moment.
This is the one. This is the one. I know it is. And I'm trying not to simp, but they look very nice.
I rolled an 11.
Hey, yo.
No.
No.
So, yeah, well, I don't need a roll to like.
No, I rolled a 12.
This is
Oh,
who
wait,
I was
what?
talking about in the car.
I know.
Runs in the
I
family.
know.
This is
why
who I was
said
talking about in the
no.
car.
Runs in the family.
12,
Absolute
12,
fuck
12,
off.
guys. Like that is a 12.
If ever you wanted a male Arthros, Faye.
No. Yeah, but no. But also,
Darian and Arthros put into one.
they're related, aren't they? Though. I mean, obviously, they're family.
From what you can see, the tiefling male that walks in does look quite similar to Arthros. And you see the tiefling stride over towards the counter, and he smiles at the Goliath. And the Goliath is now staring at the group of you in horror. And it's within moments that the giant shopkeeper waves and gestures frantically to the collection of weapons. And he mumbles, take them, with a nervous stammer. I assume you all grab hold of your selected weapons.
Absolutely. I was not leaving there without my fucking dagger. Thank you very much.
Andromeda's like,
She's like, do I use this on the tiefling that just walked in? Or
as you do so,
Your first thought on seeing somebody that looks almost exactly like
them.
Arthros is, do I need to kill this person?
she's scared of her family, so she's like,
valid.
You know,
Is
that's
this-
fair. That's fair.
As you do this, Arthros clears her throat, and she's still staring with her eyes glued to the other tiefling. And she says, Apollo. And you see him look at her and smile, and he says, Arthros, not dead then. Abaddon owes me 50 avies. And he smiles, and you can see Arthros kind of turn away for a moment, and she glances at the group of you and then back to Apollo and says, with kind of a shaky voice, she says, good to know that you missed me so dearly. Apollo only chuckles at this, and he turns to the group of you, and his eyes are sharp and bright and piercing, and he smiles charmingly at you, and he almost looks friendly and like inviting in a way.
Theron is glaring daggers. Glaring, like, murderous death stare.
Valid.
That's all.
And he looks at all of you and he says, so who's your little fan club?
Hello.
I was about to say, do any of you say anything? I was like, of course Andromeda says something.
You are red.
Oh my god. Either, like, tries to decide how to, like, kill him with this axe, or says, hello, you're red.
You're
the
red.
moment he
find-
smiled,
you gotta
the moment the
find-
charming
Sounds like
smile.
Andromeda.
The
Yeah,
charming
She's
smile
gotta
got
find
her.
his weakness, and then she can hurt him.
Yeah, it was the smile that got to her. She was
I
like,
think, yeah, she was just
It's
charming.
nice.
Honestly.
he's
Honestly,
nice.
he's nice.
What, maybe
Fan
he's
club. Oh,
Checks
yeah.
out. She's very base reaction.
I mean, he's not wrong. We are Arthros fan club.
True.
I mean, true. That's not wrong. But I don't like his tone or his attitude.
But I don't like
Or
his tone.
him.
I don't like his
Theron
energy.
is right next to Arthros, like, just
Valid.
very close,
Yeah.
like, very, like, if we need a fucking fight, like, okay, like, let's fucking go.
He
I would
looks
also
at
like
you.
to say Aria's on the other side.
Good.
Valid. Do any of you, anyone else
Fan
like
club, more like protection, like,
protection
Protection
squad?
Squad.
Yeah.
Does anyone else
Protection squad.
introduce themselves, or is Andromeda the only one that says hi?
She says,
I am Andromeda, by the way. Your name is Apollo because you just said it.
He smiles at you, and like his eyes dart to Arthros for a moment, as if like judging her, and then back to you, Andromeda.
Bitch,
Like-
this bitch.
And does anyone else say anything?
Same, but also bitch. No. No.
Okay.
Theron is dead silent.
Okay.
Very
Aria's
good.
trying to make the same face he's making at Andromeda
Okay.
back at him. Aria's just like copying his face.
Okay.
We're making impressions
Julien,
here, folks.
you don't say anything? Julien says nothing. Okay. Mud sees Andromeda introduce herself, and Mud like looks between all of you and wonders why you're all so on edge. And
Very
he
tense.
just looks up at the tiefling and he goes, hello,
What's up?
I'm Mud. You are in fact red.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They're so
And the horns, too.
Yes, horns. Much like Arthros's.
Yeah,
No, his
they
are
look
different.
alike.
They have a dumb little trinket in between.
Please tell me Theron says
This
it.
is
Just
weird.
Theron
Theron
say
says
it.
that out loud.
Theron says it. Yeah!
Apollo doesn't seem to take anything that you said to heart. He only seems to like smirk for a moment, and then he looks at you all again and he says, you don't look like the typical people we would find in Muskwell. Where are you all from?
Oh, we are from
Wouldn't
here.
you
We
like to
are
know
dirty
Wonder
and
Boys?
stinky
Hey,
and
Andromeda,
poor.
silence
We
your
are
voices.
poor. We are
No.
poor and we live here.
Okay.
Good. Okay, yeah.
Right, guys?
Mud's
Yes.
like, right. Although not actually, we're from
No,
This place
Mud,
called-
hey,
we-
Mud, buddy,
places.
nice axe. Go.
A
look
lot
at
of
it.
places.
he looks at you all and he's like, but I thought we're supposed to tell the truth when we lie.
Not in this situation, actually.
Shut up.
Okay. We are from here.
Musgrove.
Oh my god.
And she's like,
Claire's
nailed
having a
it.
freaking
Where are you from? That's a better question.
Did you say that?
We all know each other.
Did you say that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
And,
I said it. Sorry. I thought it said it.
No, you're good. No,
No,
it was
you're
just
good, you're good.
you said it with a different energy, so I was like, oh, hi.
Oh.
You had like this snarky energy, and I was like, hello.
Right.
we're
So
all sus right now.
Where are you from?
he looks at you all and he says, Firevale, typically.
Oh, fucking course he is.
Ooh.
So you're
Um,
fancy, I see. Okay.
Fancy.
Yes, very.
Rich
Wow, I've never met anyone from Firevale before.
bastard. You obviously can say right now.
He frowns and arches a brow, and then he turns to Arthros and he says, you must tell me why, Arthros, after all this time, you're here in Muskwell with a very interesting group of individuals. And Arthros shakes her head and looks at him and says, it doesn't involve you. This isn't a family visit, brother. And, he looks at you all
What
and
a
says, no need to be snappy. Perhaps I can help, after all. And he looks at the group of you, and his expression takes on one that looks kind and polite and assuring, and he looks more concerned than he probably should as he smiles at all of you. Suspiciously concerned, I suppose. And Arthros looks back at all of you and looks back to Apollo and just says, we can manage. Her eyes, as she looks back at you afterwards, are basically begging for you to follow her as she starts to walk towards the exit door and past
Yeah, we're all
Apollo.
basically like escorting her, like we're like
Valid.
walking around her.
You follow her,
Theron
and
pushes right past Apollo.
the shoulder push.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that happens.
Apollo only like smirks at this, and as you all pass him, Mud as he passes kind of just is like,
Oh.
and then continues to walk
Apollo-
after you.
Andromeda's like, bye, Apollo. It's very nice meeting you. Bye. Jeez, that guy's creepy.
Within
Funny
earshot,
travels.
I really
Yeah,
I
she
hope. I hope
she
we put
she
that
murmurs it.
crystal clear.
He kind of shakes his head, kind of in amusement, and then Arthros pushes against the entrance door, and you can hear the world outside, loud and boisterous again. And you can hear it through the crack of the open door. But just before she walks out, Apollo pipes up from behind and says, I will be letting Mother know of your return, Arthros.
God damn it.
If your little rendezvous with these interesting characters brings you to Firevale, I do suggest stopping by. And Arthros does not say anything, nor does she
what
look
a
at him.
bitch-ass tattletale.
She just pushes the door open and she slides out into the heat of the midday Aviosis sun.
Goddamn.
And once you're all out of the shop, she seems to take a deep breath, shuts her eyes for a moment, gathering herself, and then turns to you all with an expression of dread. And she says, I suggest that we make our way to the Devil's Gate. If your friend isn't there, only then will we check Firevale. Does that sound all right to you?
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Okay, we
Theron's
don't
gonna
have
be-
to stop by in like he said to do. Like we could just not do that. I mean, like, you know, back home.
I didn't plan on it.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure if that was like in your repertoire.
No. Firevale is simply to double check that your friend has not been turned into a servant.
Cool.
Yes. Okay. And she frowns, and she does not stop to even, like, look at any of you or to talk about what just happened. She just, like,
Looks at-
shakes her head, and she begins to lead you away from the shop. She leads you towards what you all have come to know. Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Yeah, scream.
She begins to lead you towards what you've all been hearing as the Devil's Gate, that you have not seen quite yet.
Switch screens.
Switch. Oh my god, have I been on him the entire time? Rest in peace, my entire life. It's fine.
I mean, you've been talking through him, so.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's fine. I don't mind. Sorry, thank you. What she leads you all towards is not what you would initially expect, or I suppose just not what your minds would have conjured up. She guides you through more narrow alleyways, more corridors, past more markets and stores and sketchy street sellers, as usual, until the buildings begin to look more run down and more decrepit each and every step of the way. There's less and less people the further you walk, and soon the cobblestone floor begins to fade to gray sand. Arthros leads you all towards what looks to be a boardwalk of sorts. A dock, you could say. There is charcoal wood that sits above a still red sea. Maroon water caresses the soft gray sand gently, but aside from that, the vast sea of red in front of you barely moves. It is eerily still. No aggressive waves washing over the beach or crashing against the small dock. You can only see a few boats out amongst the water. Small in size, but even they cause hardly a stir in the sea. Further out, emerging from a small bit of ocean fog, and directly in the middle of the water sits a tall, looming building. It rises up and up and up like a fortress, and it almost glows in a shade of red against the bright ruby sky. Its exterior is a dark gray, cloaked in layers of black and smoky hues, and the top of the tower appears spiked and serrated as though sharp to the touch. It is a picture of utter dread and ominidity. I'm going to send you a reference for the Devil's Gate. The Devil's Gate. Give me a moment.
Okay, sweet.
It's in 3 parts because it's cut like I did with the other ones. Give me 1 second.
Oh, this is so cool.
Is that one? And there's.
I'm playing
I could have just sent you the one image.
Spotify like fantasy music in the background, and it's the perfect song.
Hell yeah.
Right now.
Hell yeah. That is Devil's Gate. I'm going to send it to the chat so they can see it immediately. 1 moment.
I can do it, bub. I got it.
Oh, it's okay. I have it right here. It is in the live stream references, and I'm also going to send you guys another one. This isn't what you can see exactly, but this is what the top of the building looks like. You can kind of see the vibe from where you are. Let me send it in references as well. Here you go.
This looks like a fun and wholesome place. Great place
that's
for
what you can
birthdays.
see. Great place for birthdays. That's what you can see from where you stand on this makeshift type beach.
At the beach.
At the beach. And as you all, it's the beach episode, guys. As you all stand before this, Arthros turns to you all and asks you to stay put for a moment, with a gesture of her hand, and she leaves where you all are standing and heads towards the start of the boardwalk. And you see her walking directly towards a man who is sitting beside a small boat. He doesn't look like anyone in particular. He's just kind of chilling by a little rowboat of sorts, and his legs are hanging off of the wooden surface and swaying forwards and back. And you see her walk up to him, and she converses with him for a moment. And then she glances over at the group of you and converses further. And eventually, you see her untie the backpack that she has on her back. And she reaches inside and pulls out what looks to be her jewelry from the celebratory ball that she removed earlier. And she looks at the man. And for reference for you guys, the man looks to be a sort of sun elf. He has like tinted skin, kind of that peach color, and fiery features and sharp ears. And he glances over to you as she's talking to him and kind of smiles a little bit, and then back to her. And after a few moments, she offers him the jewelry, and you see him take it from her and nod. And then Arthros quickly waves you over. I assume you all follow.
I don't like that she gave her jewelry. Theron had perfectly good gold, like, tip thingies that would probably be worth just as much, if not more.
Yep, she's doing it for y'all.
Yeah, that's the Right.
The elf smirks at you all as you approach, and not entirely unkindly. And then he gestures to the boat floating atop the red water, and he says, hop on. And Arthros looks to all of you and quickly boards the vessel. You all do the same, I suppose. Mud follows, and you all take your seats on the small wooden vessel and watch as the elf sits and grabs hold of the paddles. It's very much the vibe of, like, death rowing you across to hell or whatever.
Yeah, that's who
The
Theron
underworld.
is
Yeah,
the
exactly, like the
Favian
Hades vibe.
like,
Yeah,
Theron
like the
Theron.
underworld. Yeah.
of the River Styx.
So,
Gotta give him those, drachmas.
hell yeah.
Or Arthros' jewelry, unfortunately.
Yeah. Upon closer inspection, you can see that he has sun-kissed pale skin, and a slight tint of peach to it, as I said before. He has short copper-colored hair that messily hangs kind of in strands around his pointed ears and across his forehead. And he's clad in a simple dark brown cloak that matches a tunic beneath. And he's got layers upon layers of browns and blacks on his, clad on his body. And at first glance, he looks quite pure in form, innocent even. But you're sure that's far from the truth, with everyone that you have met here so far. Arthros turns to you all as he begins to paddle away from the docks, and she turns and is careful not to rock the boat too much. That's funny. It's a funny metaphor here. And she looks at you guys and she says, listen, the gate isn't to be messed with, understood? We need to make quick work of things, in and out with ease. I know that your winged friend is important to you, but I won't put your freedom at risk just to find him.
Do we need a story, like a cover?
No, all we
Are
must
we
do...
allowed our weapons in?
Not inside, but the peacekeepers will take them from us when we approach.
Peacekeepers? Off! Why are you doing this to us? All my childhood,
Because they
best
hate
word
us,
for
that's
them.
why.
It's the best word for them,
shows
honestly.
It's you.
Yeah, sorry.
Bring it all back.
They all get put into my creative mind, my hive mind. So
I mean, hey, it's effective. Like,
thank you.
damn.
She looks at all of you again and she says, if they find a reason to, they will take any chance they can get to throw us in there with everyone else. So please be on your best behavior, or at least as polite as you can be. I think we should manage.
Oh, I shall practice my curtsy.
I love you.
I shall practice my curtsy. Oh.
Is there a rule book or something, or like, is it just a general be nice?
She looks at you and John and she says, well, from experience, all it is they will take our weapons, guide us to the cell of whomever's name we say. And if they do not guide us to any cell when we say Zophiel's name, then he's not there. And that would probably be good, except the other place he could be is Firevale, which I'm dreading more than the Devil's Gate, which says a lot. So, I'm kind of going to hope that he's here, even though that would be really bad for him.
What happens if he is here? How do we get him out?
I would imagine breaking out a prisoner would not be a simple matter.
No. Especially not when it comes to the Devil's Gate. So we will think of that when we get there.
I like it. Spontaneous, you know. Thinking on our feet.
I mean, we could just visit, double check if he's here. If he is here, then we will regroup somewhere else and form a plan to...
Yes,
break
my
it.
sentiments exactly.
And
Okay.
if he's not here, we'll go from there.
Okay. And as the Sun Elf rows, do any of you say anything to the Sun Elf? Do you want to say anything to the Sun Elf? You don't have to. He's rowing. He's vibing.
He's really pretty.
He's a pretty guy. He's just rowing his boat.
Sun Elf, what is your backstory? Tell us
What is your
everything.
backstory? I mean, you.
Tell me your entire life story.
My notes
was
are
your greatest
long.
love?
You don't understand. I have
What is
his
your favorite
backstory
color?
literally in front of me right now.
Wait, you do?
Yes. Because
Actually?
if you guys ask, I have to know.
Realistically, Theron would not ask him.
Right. Exactly.
He's concerned with Arthros, but
It's up
Is he
to
wearing a
anybody
robe?
else,
He's
Is
wearing
he wearing-
a cloak and a bunch of
I
layers.
was attracted to a sun elf once.
I
in
was-
another realm.
I can still
I
hear
was
his
attracted
voice.
once. Sometimes I can still hear his voice. Save that dance for
Theron
me,
is
Theron.
swimming in the water. I'm not dead.
I'm not dead!
I'm not dead.
Still hear his voice.
Andromeda's gonna
Witch.
reach over and like tug on the Sun Elf's cloak and be like, "Hello."
He smiles at you and he says, "Hello.
I'm Andromeda.
Nice to meet you, Andromeda. I'm Ever."
Ever. Ever what?
Spell it.
EVOR. He's looking at you all like,
Evor.
EVOR.
No, that was out of character. I was
I
like,
thought you were like, spell it.
Theron just
Nope, it's canon now.
spell
Spell
it.
it.
And now,
He like makes a mental note. I write it down.
Do you like your job?
I don't know. Maybe you could be bribed later. It's good to know this stuff.
Valid. Looks at you, Andromeda. He's like, yeah, it's not bad. It's not really my job. I just like being on the boat and at sea.
What is your pay rate?
Today it was golden jewelry.
So you don't have like a base salary.
No, I take what I can get. This is Muskwell.
That doesn't sound very like, a solid structure.
No, it's not.
Have you thought about joining with other boatmen and like,
I don't trust other people.
valid?
Yeah,
How do you feel about your superiors?
I have no superiors.
Fantastic.
Ooh, self-made man. I like it.
Self-made man moment.
I like it.
He
Self-made elf.
he smiles and he's like, I like to think so.
Do you have a family?
It's a bit personal.
He looks at you and he's
I
like,
like to get to know people.
I did once upon a time.
What happened?
Andromeda, don't bring. Stop it.
Well, I suppose that they are back at home.
Well, wait. Where's home?
See, they're alive.
Ostradel.
Oh. Fascinating.
Hmm.
How did you get here?
I lost a bet.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Sucks.
Bit of a
What was the bet?
gambling problem.
Oh.
He's like still rowing as he says this. He's like, kind of made a magic pact with someone I shouldn't have made a magic pact with, and now I can never leave Aviosis.
That
I
is
dodged death with
unfortunate.
the implosions of the portals, because if I would have just gotten sucked in there, who knows where I would have ended up, and then I would have died by simply leaving Aviosis.
That
So you're
is
stuck here
most unfortunate.
forever?
Yeah.
Wow. This guy over here sucks. Sorry.
He's like, it could be worse.
Could be.
At least you're not inside Devil's Gate. You're on the outside. That's something.
Mhm.
I like your attitude.
You are the transportation.
I am.
Yeah.
Never thought about it that way.
Take people from point A to point B.
Point B.
Very
You make sure
nice.
they get there safely too.
Yeah, you.
It's
I'm,
only one
I'm
job.
reuniting
Honorable.
families. Letting them
Yeah.
see their loved ones, whether they're
Oh.
suffering or not.
Do
I
you ever
suppose.
transport prisoners?
Occasionally, if they need me. Only the sketchy ones, though, in Muskwell.
Oh,
Mm.
what was the sketchiest you've had recently? If you don't mind sharing.
None too recently, unfortunately.
Ah.
Since the portals have gone, not
Well,
many
that's a
people come
good
to
thing,
Muskwell.
though, right?
Yeah, I
So you're not the
suppose.
only ferryman, or you're not the only route to Devil's Gate.
No, there's routes from other places, or simply if you have a boat.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, you're the best one. I'm sure.
Well.
Yes.
And he like.
We are going to rate you 5 stars.
He's like an Uber driver.
He smiles at you.
Good
And
communication.
he's like,
music choice, fantastic.
I don't know what that means, but I feel like I should say thank you, so thank you.
Of course.
We are fans.
No, thank you, Eva.
No problem.
For-
A very cool name.
Thanks.
Ever.
Ever.
And I hope you see your family again.
Probably not gonna
I
happen,
don't-
but thanks.
I don't know if you would wish your family to come to here, of all places.
No, but like he's able to leave and...
No,
I
if he
hope
leaves, he
so.
dies.
Are you okay? What were you gonna say?
I mean,
Mom?
death is just the next adventure, so... Good
This
luck
is the
to
most
you.
unhinged boat ride anybody's ever been on.
He nods and he's like,
Julian's just silent for this entire trip again.
as he should be.
I hope you find more family here.
Found family can also be good.
Hmm.
No one
Although
will
if you have
replace
trust
them, I'm
issues,
sure,
then-
but more family. Yeah.
Welcome back, Julian.
Welcome back.
Goodbye, Julian.
He
Julian
nods and
jumped
he-
off of the boat and just swam back
He went
down.
for a swim for a little bit.
He's like, I have to pee, guys.
down.
Ever-
Into the water.
One
Hey,
sec.
Eva.
Everyone's
all
like,
like,
Hey,
"Don't
Eva,
worry."
can you actually slow down the boat a little bit? I have to piss.
That's right.
Ever smiles at you all and he's like, yeah, I won't lie. I miss my brother and my mom and my father. I miss them all.
Do you
But I'll never see them again. Unless
Do
they
you
come to
know what
Aviosis,
kind of-
but I don't think I want them to come.
Exactly.
Oh, what kind of magic was the pact made under? Maybe
Is it
there's a-
unbreakable?
a way
No
to reverse
idea. I haven't messed with it. So maybe I can leave.
Who's
But
that
the man
with?
told me that if I leave, I'll die.
Well,
But
do you think it
Now
was
maybe a bluff
threat?
though. Isn't half of gambling bluffing? Don't say try it.
also, if you
But-
kill the magic user, wouldn't the pact become null?
Yeah, so go kill the person.
Well,
Easy.
They were in Austradel, so I don't.
Maybe we can find them for you. What
if
is
you
their name?
find them,
Mhm.
do let me know.
Okay, how?
His
got
name
you.
was Frederick
Frederick
Boone.
Frederick.
Boom.
Spell
Oh,
that.
like boon,
Boon.
like a boon.
With an
Boone?
N. Yes.
With an Boone.
B-O-O-N?
Yes. I should think so. I can't read very well.
Did they use magic? Were they
What were they like? Describe them.
like?
Hmm.
Just can we get a physical description?
Tall.
Tall.
Oh.
Okay. A scale of attraction level were they like? Ooh, okay. Yeah,
I'd say a
so
6.
Very handsome.
A
A 6.
A
Okay.
6. Above average,
Better
but
than
not
average. Okay.
stellar.
Above average, but not a looker.
Yeah,
Okay.
not like you'd look and be like, oh, wow.
Okay.
Rough age?
Mm,
Age range?
older.
Older. Middle aged, or not quite ready for retirement, or they're getting there.
Or dirt.
Like that
Practically halfway into the dirt.
sexy silver fox vibe.
Oh, okay, so
Mm.
like a fine wine.
Well, if they're a
Yes.
6, then the silver fox makes them like a 7 or an 8, alright?
They're a 10, but it's one of those
Or a
things.
10.
He's a 10, but
They're a 10.
he made a
but
magic
they're
pact
a
and
6.
is an
Okay,
awful
and you-
person.
So they're a 6.
You want us to kill him or talk to him first?
kill first, I think.
I
Kill
think
first, talk
kill.
later?
But what
Yes.
if we kill them and the magical pact doesn't become null and it continues? So what if we just need to get them to reverse it? So I think
Fine, we'll
torture is
try that
probably
first.
the best option first. to
Well,
discover
clearly you
that.
guys are the brains of the organization, so I'll leave it up to you.
We handle these type of things often, right, guys?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Theron does.
This entire time, Arthros is just like,
After she just explicitly told us to be on our best behavior.
She's like looking to
This
see
is
you
our
guys.
best behavior.
We're helping this man.
We're
We
making
asked him
friends.
if he wanted to unionize.
You're helping this
We're-
strange man. It's fine.
We're
You're giving him
Is there any
confidence.
way that
We're
Julian
gathering
can use
intel.
magic
Sorry,
spell,
say again.
like off of someone?
Sorry, what?
Could Julian read a magic spell that's been put onto someone
Oh.
to see any
that's a
information
good
off
With
of it?
glasses,
question.
would you be able to know, like,
It's okay if not. I was
That is
just
a
wondering.
good question.
no, it's good, like the code or whatever.
The
Um,
binary
Even if you, like,
code
hide
for
them
the
magic.
spell.
I mean, yeah, roughly, sure.
glasses tell me what is magical. Doesn't tell me.
Oh, not who.
So you would just see that, yeah, okay. There
He is probably magical.
Magical.
Valid,
impact.
valid. Okay.
Well, we have a guy we need to find.
Frederick
It is-
Kuhn.
I mean, that was an interesting backstory. That was 100%.
He
In our
also-
little journal
he
bar,
also
it
just
says
said-
Side quest.
My notebook is so weird.
He
Side
also
quest
just
is
said,
weird. I don't care if you go to
Ostradel.
Ostradel.
You guys haven't even asked him where in Ostradel.
Oh,
Where in
maybe that's-
Ostradel did this happen?
Yeah, Ostradel's big.
Where are you from in
I
Ostradel? We could at least pass a message to your family if we ever get there.
Ever looks at you all and he says, "Oh, I'm from the capital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
We would have gone there anyways.
We were fancy folk over there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have a family name?
Oh yes.
Like a surname?
Hazelmere.
Hazel.
Spell that.
H.
Mm-hmm. Hazel. I got that.
A?
Hazel.
Hazel.
Mia.
H-A-Z-E-L. What? Mia? Or Mir?
Mia.
Mia.
M.
M-I-A?
No.
I
It's
know you don't know.
M-E-R-E.
I think he's,
Mia.
Mir.
He just keeps going, Mia.
I think he's saying
Mia.
Mia.
It's the
I'll give you one
accent,
more time.
Mia.
Mia.
Saying
Really,
Mia.
really enunciate.
Mm.
Mia.
Mir.
Mia.
I think he's
Mir.
saying Mia.
Mir.
Mia.
Hazel Mir.
I don't understand how you don't understand what he's saying. Hazel Mia.
I
Mia.
think it's the accent.
Mia.
Mia. And then Arthros goes,
Mia.
Arthros looks at you all and she goes,
Mia.
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 Hazel
Mia.
Mia. Mia.
Mia.
Mia.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you have a lover?
Oh.
He looks at you, Andromeda, and he says, I could only wish.
Oh,
You'll find that lucky person.
Hmm.
you are quite pretty.
A better silver fox.
Thanks.
You're
One that
very
will not,
handsome.
Hurt you.
you know,
Curse you.
Mhm.
But
Treat
these are
you
the-
right.
get better with your gambling.
Someone who will want to go on romantic boat rides with you.
Mhm.
My head just started playing, and
Not any of
at last
us.
I see the light.
There's like
Um,
lanterns that are floating all around us now.
It's like the dark red of the sky with like the glow
They're just
of
really,
the
like,
fortress.
Red lanterns, and they're really cool.
Devil's Gate behind just glowing.
Glowing in the background.
As you say this to him,
Whatever.
you feel the boat like tap against something, and you see that you have drawn up to the Devil's Gate, and the boat is hitting against the
Wait!
sand.
Wait! Hazelmere's Darian's last name! I looked you in chat, and someone
did
said
too.
that. I was like,
I
why
was
is something so familiar?
I was
Oh,
waiting. No one
I
realized.
did not in the slightest put that together. That went
Thank you.
so far over my
Thank
head.
you,
it was not
Andy, in the
the
chat.
here.
Thank you for
Thank
that.
you,
He even
guys.
Oh
said
my
he-
god, it is.
He said he misses
is
his
an
brother.
icon.
I was looking for the
I
the
literally
dock
just
of it.
said I was attracted to
I
a
was
set
looking
off
through
once.
official
Oh
references
my
to see what their
God.
name was.
And he's a sun elf too.
Mm.
Like,
Yeah.
And he said he
Darian. I was
misses
like,
his
oh, we know
brother.
a sun elf.
He misses his brother and
Wait
his
a
mother.
minute.
Wait,
Wait a minute.
does Theron know
Wait
his
a
last
minute,
name?
Who are you?
We probably
I don't know. I mean,
I don't
Theron probably
We
does
were
because
introduced to them
yeah,
because they're the student
he's the
advisors.
he's
And they
the
said
head
the full
advisor.
name.
So
All right,
yeah.
everybody.
If
roll to
anyone
see who
knows-
actually
To roll to
get
see
it.
if we remember.
Everyone knows
Darian's
who-
Julian
I
is
think
not in this
he's seen
conversation.
whatever.
if anyone
You're
would
very
have,
much
it would be
confused, like
it would be
Arthros
Theron.
Off the back of the boat.
I feel like Theron should have
He's not
advantage
going on
because that's your like house advisor.
Mhm.
You probably,
Yeah.
probably
If
do.
anyone
Yeah,
knows
probably spell his
Theron,
name around.
Theron
Should
would
I?
know.
I'm gonna roll
What
though.
do I roll for? What do I
You
roll?
can roll
Roll
for roll a wisdom check. Roll a
with advantage for
They're
for
2d12.
yes with advantage. So roll 2d6s.
Oh, 2d6.
Sixes,
Mhm.
and the higher one is the one I choose.
Yes.
Yep. For Theron.
Wait, 6s?
2d. Yes, 2d6s.
12s.
2d6s.
Okay, so
3d6s.
3d12s,
3d6s.
3d6s, 3d6s.
Well, no, you can roll
No,
2d6s
just the higher
and then
one.
roll 2d6s again. So 4 technically, and then you would choose the higher number between the two.
Just shoot, yeah.
I'll just roll 4 d6s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do that.
And then choose the higher number.
And then choose the higher combination?
Yeah, combo. Yeah.
Yes.
combo.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
So funny. I
This
was
is for-
waiting.
This is for
I was
Darian,
like,
y'all.
I thought when I
This is
said
for
it,
Darian.
I thought when I said it, you would
Yeah.
all be like, "Hey."
Never. I never would have.
Absolutely
I don't
not.
pay attention to last names as much, so.
I got a 13.
Okay.
Okay. I rolled 2 1s, so I got rid of those, which is nice. 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that's 9.
I got a 9 too.
Okay.
So,
You all would recognize the name then.
Oh.
Maybe it
So I'll,
dawns
like-
on you as you just like
As
hit
you're, like,
you hit
hit
the,
the
the
thing.
sand, and
And
suddenly
it
all of
jolts
you
my brain,
all of you
and then,
jolt
like,
forward and you
I'm
realize.
like,
Wait a
slow motion. You're like,
Hang on.
wait a second.
Wait, we know.
Is your brother's name Darian?
He looks at you and he frowns. He's like, "Yes."
We know him.
Would you like an update on his current whereabouts and also life?
Police?
He's on, well, he's in a realm called Earth. And he's attending a school of magical creatures.
He hates
Mhm.
school.
Yeah, well, he's an advisor for school now.
yeah,
which is-
he's pretty high.
It's very
level.
important, very nice.
He's very important, yes.
Definitely not an evil sea witch. Definitely not.
Not
He's
that
very
I've
cool.
seen.
It seems like he
He's-
has like a wind machine on him every time he
We're
walks by.
friends, kind of.
Yes, he got the good looks in the family.
Associates. Yeah,
Kind of.
the son elf I mentioned earlier was him.
Uh,
Just kidding, that's not canon. That was not
Arthros's face. She's like,
It's Darian's brother!
Darian's brother.
she just like, you see her get up from the boat and she starts and she's like,
She just leaves.
she's down to business.
Not
She
a
like
good
gets
day.
out of the boat, and as you guys are having this conversation, and Ever looks at you guys and he says, well, should you make it back to him, can you pass on a message?
I got
for me?
you.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Here's the thing. He probably thinks that I just up and left without a word
Okay.
because he did not
Sad.
know what
He
happened.
doesn't know about the pact.
Yes, so if you could just tell him that his brother Ever says, first, that I love him, and second, that that's really cool that he's an advisor, and third, that I'm sorry I like gambling so much, and that I am in Aviosis, and should he want to visit me when things are different and he can not stay here, I would very much
When the
appreciate
portals
it.
are open again.
Yes.
What if he doesn't believe us? Can we have like a very personal fact that only you and him would know, maybe?
It's a good idea.
He looks around and he goes, and then all of a sudden he goes to his hair and he just yanks
Oh, jeez.
and he hands it to you, and it's like a little
To Andromeda?
it's a very small, like 2 strands of
reach
hair.
out.
There's not a lot. Yeah.
Strands.
He hands it to Andromeda.
What? He could just cut off like a ponytail or something. Not a ponytail, but like, you know, like.
That's
He
a
doesn't
lot,
have
huh?
anything to cut it
Like a
off
lot.
with. He just yanked.
Thank you
I have
for
my
the
daggers,
hair.
but also, geez,
He's not very bright.
fair.
Do we have a? I have a bag. I'll put it in my bag.
And he nods and he says, "Funny that you know my brother. He got the good looks in the family, and I got the brains, obviously."
Oh, you are hot too.
Oh,
Yeah, you're both attractive, sun elf. Elves.
Ah.
Attractive, not hot, temperature wise. Brains, yeah, I
Ah.
can see it.
right. And Arthros is like standing on the shore now, and she looks at all of you and she says, "Guys, don't you have
Oh, yeah.
another friend that you're worried about?"
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, let's go.
Theron with his little notebook. Yes.
I like to think Julie was also on the shore as well. because
Valid,
she was
probably.
in that conversation.
Theron's
Julie's
going
just
to
like-
shake Ever's hand and be like, "Very nice to meet you. I will pass your message along if I get the opportunity."
He
Thank you
smiles
for the ride.
and he shakes your hand and he says,
Is he gonna wait here for us when we get back? They'll wait for us, right?
"You shall see."
Damn it. We had a connection. You better fucking wait for us.
Ever shakes your hand, Theron, and he says, you know what, Theron? If you haven't already, you know, connected with my brother, you're very much his type.
Oh yeah, Darian's made it very clear.
No,
that he
no,
is
no,
his
let's
type.
keep going. Oh, we have something else to be.
There's like, all right. See ya.
Bye.
That's
Bullshit
what
off.
Ever waves, and Mud
Like, immediately drops his hand and leaves.
Mud slowly just like lifts from the boat. And he's like, "Oh, are we going now? Okay,
Oh yeah, yeah.
all right." Then he follows you guys off the boat, and Julien and Arthros are just standing there like frowning, watching you. And you guys see, when you look now after this conversation, you see a dark shaded dock, and it is tall and imposing, and it's made up of maroon and black brick, and it's atop it. I said upon and atop at the same time. Atop it. You see creatures, and they all look identical, and they are all dressed in black, and they have hoods drawn over their faces, and there is only darkness where their facial features would be. Their clothing is ripped and torn and ragged, and around their waists lie belts riddled with weapons and elixirs. In their hands are small scythe-like weapons, and their metal blades curling back, serrated and sharp. They look like shadows of ghosts. And as the fog dissipates around them as they step forward, they watch your boat arrive, and their bodies are stoic and lifeless. And I do have a reference, not drawn, but yes, very much that vibe, very much like a Death Eater vibe. I do have a reference for you for kind of the vibes. Let me find it in my pictures really quickly.
Go into Alcatraz, boys.
I kind of simp for these guys, not gonna lie.
Oh?
In that way,
I'll
that
simp for them.
Bam.
I don't
I
care.
should not simp for them.
Monster fucker.
This is it, I think. Yes. There you go. And I'm gonna
Ooh,
send it.
Ooh.
okay, hear me out.
I'm hearing you.
Hear me out.
It is in
Yeah,
the
I
chat. Chat. It's in the live stream references.
Yeah, no, yeah.
What are we hearing
Kinda-
out?
We're hearing it out.
Kind of pretty though.
I heard it.
Out.
Kind of
That's a little,
kind of nice though.
James! James!
Hey yo, I'm eating death
Oh,
over
you're
here.
death over here.
Valid.
Death over here.
Oh
So,
my. That was so funny for absolutely no reason.
I spittled.
Ew.
That's
Sorry.
Why did you say it like that?
My water fell out of my mouth.
What? It fell out my
God,
mouth.
dude, my brain
fell
is going
down
ham
your
right now.
mouth.
There's so much
You
to
know it's
remember. Okay,
I'm gone.
there's so many fucking NPCs in this
Those
fucking episode.
peacemakers are kind of hot though.
Yeah. So
They get in the uniform.
Eaters.
Arthros steps up towards them. And while she looks a little bit like hesitant, she seems like she's not as fearful as you would think in the face of these creatures. And she says, with a kind of like a steadying deep breath, she says, "Peacekeepers, we're here to visit a prisoner in the gate. There's 6 of us." And you see the peacekeeper nod slowly before he gestures one ghostly hand outward towards what looks like a large, towering door to Devil's Gate. The entirety of its frame is glowing with a bright, ominous red, much like how it looks in that photo that I sent to you guys. She looks at you all, and her eyes say, "Please follow me." And Mud is immediately kind of on her heels, and he's like looking around at these things, and he's not happy. He is very on edge. And as you begin to walk away, the Sun Elf calls out to you as you walk, Mr. Ever, and he says, "Good luck, travelers. Hope you get out of there alive." And
That implies that he's not going to wait for us.
you do just see him sit down on the boat, and he's chilling for a minute, and he starts looking
Okay.
at the jewelry that Arthros gave to him.
It's probably like a time limit or something.
He's like, I'll stay here, and if they don't come out in 10
Keep
minutes,
the meter running.
I'm gone. Yeah, keep the meter running.
Keep the meter running.
Once you all step inside, you see a world of gray. The interior of the building looks very similar to the exterior, all dark brick and sturdy, imposing foundations. There's more peacekeepers standing about inside, and they almost blend into the walls around them. Their dismal clothing is the same hue as the rounded walls that surround you. In the middle of the room sits a vast, wide staircase, and it spirals and loops upwards into the tower, ascending to heights you can only imagine after seeing the building in all its glory moments earlier. A peacekeeper waves his hand, and before you all, through a cloud of dark smoke and fog, appears a metal container of sorts that looks similar to that of a chest. Without a word, he slowly tilts his head in the box's direction. The peacekeepers in the room wait in silence, watching you all, until Arthros clears her throat and takes off her dagger from her belt and drops her dagger into the metal container.
Theron very reluctantly drops his dagger in there as well.
Valid. Mud, you see, also drop his new axe into the box, and he nods at the guards like I did that for you. Don't kill me. I assume those of you who bought any weapons, Andromeda, I think you're the only other one, drop your weapons into the container.
I ain't got shit. I just got a bunch of books.
Valid.
They would not view the book as a weapon? That's
Get to
foolish.
keep your book, nerd.
They have other things set up for magic specifically, so they are not concerned about
That's fair.
the spell book per se. Arthros looks at the peacekeepers, and she says, we're looking for a prisoner by the name of 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙬𝙀. And she seems to stop there, kind of realizing that she doesn't know a ton about 𝙍𝙖𝙫𝙬𝙬𝙀. She just knows that she was introduced to him by you guys. And she turns to all of you for a moment and kind of like frowns for a second. And
Julien butts in and says his last name. Baratiel?
Yes, because you know it. Yeah, Baratiel or Baratiel.
Baratiel.
Whichever.
He has a French accent. It works.
Yeah, it does. Baratil. Does anyone else say anything?
Has wings.
There you go. I was waiting for someone to say that.
Is he an Avariel or Asimar? Like,
He's an Avariel, yeah.
Avariel.
Yeah, Avariel, yeah.
So Theron's gonna say he's an Avariel.
Okay. And you see the peacekeeper look at all of you for a moment, and he doesn't say anything, but he turns away from you all and begins walking towards the staircase. And it can be presumed that he would not be walking towards the staircase if 𝙍𝙬𝙫𝙬𝙀 was not here. The long, tattered robes on the creature and of his cloak on this creature follow behind him, dragging along the floor and cascading along the steps as he ascends them. As he walks, it seems as though ash seems to fall from the torn state of his layered clothing, as though he had only just risen from a tarnished flame. Arthros quickly ushers you all along with her and speedily trails after the creature. Mud does so as well. He stays with everyone. He's terrified.
We're all holding on to each other.
It's like a single file line. They're just walking up the stairs. The peacekeeper continues past many floors, up further and further, ascending the stairs with ease. As you follow the guard higher and higher, you begin to hear more sounds that you couldn't hear at all from the ground floor. As you take flight after flight up so many stairs you lose count, you can hear wailing and yelling and groaning echoing throughout the walls of the prison. It sounds as though it is a world of pain and torment and agony, and as you approach each floor, and as you pass them, you can only see long, narrow corridors and hallways of cells looping down and around and disappearing into layers of fog. Dozens of rooms designated for prisoners and criminals and heathens, or so you're told. The air smells stale and thick, like burning leather and wood, and there's a metallic heaviness to the space around you, the stench of blood, new and old, consistently more present the further up the staircase you ascend. Eventually, the Peacekeeper turns and begins to walk across one of the floors, the sound of chains rattling beneath and along his robes, echoing in the hall like a dark omen. As you peruse the floor, you notice that there are no bars along the cells, no doors, and no barricades. There is only the thin shimmer of something red, as though between all of you and the prisoners that sit inside, there is an invisible field of sorts. As you saunter further down the corridor of cells, you notice a few here and there that sit empty, while others hold beings that hardly even look human anymore. Simply piles of rags lying against a cold, dark floor. There is no natural light shining through the walls of the fortress. The only lighting is the flicker of deep red flames on mounted candle frames that line the dark halls. Finally, the Peacekeeper stops in front of a single cell. He lifts his hand and then steps away, far enough back that he is hidden in the shadows and hardly seen at all with the darkness of his clothing. When you look inside the cell, you see a wall of feathers. Dark gray wings are bloody and battered, dark red staining their soft edges and roughening their silk-like appearance. They are wrapped around a being of whom lies curled against the wall of the cell, face and body hidden by a protective shield of feathers. There is nothing in his cell at all except for him. Does anyone say anything?
Aria's gonna step towards the barrier. And she's just gonna, Zophiel?
As you say his name, you see the wings flutter and stutter to life, and they move stiffly in the small cell, but they do lift. And as they lift, you see a face come into view. And Zophiel is clad in a loose beige flowy shirt with charcoal black pants that reach to the middle of his calves. His feet are bare, and the bottom of them appear cracked and cut. His hair is scruffier than you've ever seen it, messy and shaken. When you see his face, you can see no fear in his eyes, only a look of utter and complete bewilderment. His eyes are a brighter blue than usual, in contrast to a few errant bruises and cuts that line his cheeks and his forehead. He shakily begins to get to his feet and turns to fully face you. His wings sag at his sides, presumably without the strength to be held up, and they press uncomfortably along the floor. He frowns for a moment, and he looks, and he squints his eyes, and he says, "Aria?"
Is his anklet on?
Yes. But the lights that were on before on the anklet are not on.
You are horrible. The absolute worst.
It'd be like that.
No, I do not. You make it like that.
Do not be like that.
You be like that until you make it like that.
Yeah, truly. My God. Okay. Yeah, somebody's else gonna have to say something. 'Cause I don't think Aria would be able to.
Andromeda's gonna step up next to Aria and be like, "We are here."
He looks at you and he says, "Why are you here?"
Long story.
Theron's going to jump in and say, "Why are you here?"
Question.
Touche. He frowns.
Like, what, did you do something? What do you remember?
He frowns for a moment and he says, "The last thing that I remember is searching for Fennel at the ball, and I couldn't find him. And I looked outside, and then everything went black."
Fennel was gone too.
Well, I can't say for sure, but I couldn't see him anywhere.
Okay,
And you haven't seen him here.
No.
right.
I remember someone, a man. And I remember seeing objects on his belt. strange things that I'd never seen before.
What did they look like?
There were a few bottles and a sphere of sorts. And then when I fully came to, I woke up to a bunch of... And he, like, sees the peacekeeper in the back and he frowns and he says, those things, throwing me into this cell.
Have they told you why you're here?
No, I
Have
can't.
they spoken at all?
No. As far as I'm concerned, I haven't done anything to warrant a prison cell, but...
You haven't.
He looks at you, Aria, and he nods slowly and frowns again.
Are you aware that you're in a different realm currently?
He frowns and he says, I could feel it. It didn't feel like the other one anymore. And my anklet, I can fly, but not in here. I've tried, but the walls are too thick to get out of.
Did your
And there's this
beating day
barrier.
happen already?
Andromeda.
Stop it! It's anniversary.
I'm asking a good question.
I don't know that's a good question right now.
I mean, he's beaten up.
He looks away and he nods.
Who hurt you, baby? No,
And-
that's
Who
not
hurt you,
baby.
baby?
Who hurt
He
you, baby?
frowns and he narrows his eyes and he says, if that's what they call it, yes. Then I suppose so.
He's only been there for like what, a day?
They do it on your anniversary, so when you get inducted in, and then once a year passes, they do it on the same day.
Oh, okay. So you got beat up like as you get there, and then again every year.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I see.
he
How do they keep track of it?
slowly turns to you all, and when he turns around, you see that his back and where his like cloth shirt is kind of torn up in a way that would insinuate that they were using a whip.
Oh, of course.
And he turns back around and looks at all of you.
The peacekeepers did that.
He nods.
They're not very peaceful.
He frowns and he shakes his head and he says, no, I should think that if I am a criminal, then perhaps this is their way of keeping the peace.
I don't
criminal in
think
what
you're
way?
a criminal.
I don't
You got
quite know.
kidnapped.
We've never even been here before. None of us have.
Well,
Well, we don't know his past.
it seems as though I've done something worthy of criminal status.
Are the peacekeepers in the room with
Mhm.
us?
There's
yeah,
one-
there's still one right behind
There's
us.
one behind you guys.
Yeah.
Andromeda's
So-
gonna like turn to face the peacekeeper and be like, "What did he do?"
Peacekeeper says nothing.
I don't think they talk.
Nod your head if you can speak.
He doesn't move at all.
I don't think they speak, guys.
For vibes also, I don't know if anyone else knows this, but Vey, I know you know this. The Silent Brothers from Mortal Instruments. Very that vibe.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Ooh.
That vibey.
Oh,
that
that's
vibey. That's what inspired them, I guess.
So if we saw under their hoods, would their mouths be sewed shut?
That's a good question.
Ooh,
Can they
awkward.
communicate telepathically?
That's a good question.
All right.
That we're not gonna get the answers to because they can't talk.
Wouldn't you like to know, Dragon Boy?
Dragonborn boy. We've been through this a
Dragonborn
billion
boy.
times.
Does anyone else say anything further to him?
Well, our like previously agreed upon mission was to confirm that I was here and then regroup, and we certainly can't
Essentially.
discuss things freely with a person like right behind us. So
Mhm.
I feel like we've gathered as much information as we can, unless anybody else has any questions.
Andromeda is gonna turn back to the peacekeeper and be like,
Do you guys have water here?
Zophiel
He's
actually.
like the bathroom excuse. Like, oh, can I have a glass of water? Oh, can I use the
Can I
bathroom?
use the bathroom?
And she's putting on her best little face.
Zophiel
Putting on a
actually answers.
Oh.
And he says from behind the shield, he says, they don't give us food or water here. There's some sort of thing that keeps us from
Sustainable
needing it.
magic.
And
That'd be useful in any other scenario.
Julien has this entire time, his legs sort of been shaking as he's sort of been fidgeting with his fingers, seemingly in deep thought.
yeah, this isn't a place Julian would like.
At all.
It
Me thinks.
sort of stops
think
as
anybody
he
likes it.
rushes and turns to face one of the peacekeepers,
Best behavior. Best behavior.
and says, "Is there a lizard folk here by the name of 𝙬𝙍𝙬𝙘𝙀?"
Ooh.
You see the peacekeeper shake their head.
They
can
communicate.
Andromeda, as you say this, actually, you suddenly hear a voice echo through
Ayo!
the
Sorry.
cells near you.
Oh no.
Oh, never mind.
Hmm.
I take that AO back.
Way!
You
Oh,
hear this-
no.
You hear this voice through the halls of the prison, and it's familiar to you, and you recognize it, but it sounds far weaker and much more frail than you've ever heard it before. It comes from a few cells down, opposite Zophiel's, and it rasps out your name and breaks. But you would recognize such an accented voice and such a baritone anywhere. It is Zephyrus that you hear.
What?
No.
What? What?
And in a
What?
broken sound, you hear Andromeda.
She immediately. She's going. Like, turns immediately.
Andromeda, when you reach the cell that the voice emanated from, you see a frail-looking figure standing directly in front of where a barred gate would be. He's staring weakly at you. You see the same eyes, bronze mixing with silver, and that same blonde hair that flows down to just atop his shoulders. He's clad in the same prison garb as Zophiel, and strands of his blonde hair are stained red. And his normally pristinely sculpted face is tarnished by several black and blue bruises, as well as cuts and gashes. He looks in a far worse state than Zophiel does.
Bro, he's been here longer than a day.
He stands hunched, an arm around his stomach, as though simply standing is a feat of strength. And he looks at you in awe, and you could be imagining it, but you're sure his eyes well up with tears.
How?
He looks at you, and his eyes widen, and he goes, "How are you here? How can you possibly be here?"
But you were at the ball.
He frowns, and he says, "Ball? I don't know what ball you're talking about. How did... Andromeda, how are you here?"
Zephyrus, you were at school.
He frowns, he says, I haven't seen you since you left the grove."
Did you get here? How
Ayo.
long have you been here?
He shakes his head, and he's like, "I don't know, I lost count. By the grove, I've missed you so much, Andromeda. The last thing I remember is your family leaving, and then you were gone, and then my family tried to follow, but it was all hot sand, and my skin was on fire, and then I saw you in all the red, and then everything was gone, and
No.
I woke up in here."
Zephyrus, tell me one thing you would know about a grove or me, or tell me one thing.
It took longer than all the other women in your grove to find a betrothal for you, and I was the last resort.
Why are you in here?
I don't know.
Who the fuck was in this ball?
She says that out loud. Like,
He like kind of like his
Everyone,
face
come here.
twitches for a moment as he like moves a little bit, and he shakes his head and he says, "I don't know what you mean, but I wasn't ever at any ball."
No, that
Is
was
the whole? Is everybody hearing this?
Yeah, well, they're right
he's
down the
wing.
way.
Yeah, he's
Like,
right
they're a
down the
couple
wing
steps
from
away.
them. Yeah.
Just like,
Arthros turns and frowns, and Mud even
What
turns and frowns as well.
Theron's like, your brother warned you about someone, right? I don't know who this person is, but it would make sense if that was who you saw at the ball.
was Zephyrus.
That was
Not him,
posing as Zephyrus,
But
since
how-
he's here.
but he was so real. And felt like him.
He's a very good imposter. That makes it dangerous.
Sus.
Very sus.
Julian
That was
just
not a character.
whispers.
That was not a character. That was not a character. That was not a character. That was not a character.
What the
No, please. That's fair
Okay.
though.
Hey, yo, Zephyrus Vend.
Sus.
Sus.
Straight up.
No, you're right though. That's
Do you know who put you in here? Do you know who? Why you in here?
When were you put in here?
well, he lost count. Remember?
He shakes his head and he says, I lost count after a year. I just remember everything going black, and I woke up
I
here."
assume this was briefly before the rapture.
Probably when they're in the
Rupture.
desert, they're
Oh.
following after Andromeda.
It's been at least a year, a little over.
Yeah. Zephyrus. I'll get you out, okay?
He nods and he shakes his head a moment and he's like, "If anything, just get yourselves out. You don't want to be here. You shouldn't be here."
No, we are not leaving without you.
And as you say this, Arthros comes over and she kind of gets in your face for a moment, Andromeda, and she says, "I recommend that we hurry out of here and back to the Brass Lantern before we talk about this anywhere."
He's dying.
He's fine, Andromeda. He's been here for a year. He can survive another day.
I can't let him stay here a day longer.
She looks around and she says, "We'll get him out, but for now, we need to talk somewhere a little more private."
I'm not gonna get either of them out if we keep talking like this in front of them. Let's go.
Okay.
Be smart.
She's gonna turn to face the. Is like a barrier? Can you touch the barrier, or can you?
You can
just-
touch it, yes.
Okay.
Um,
She's gonna put a hand up to the barrier.
He lifts his hand as well, but it's shaky and very hard for him to put it up. And his hands are dirty and caked in like dried blood.
What?
Delicious.
I love
Oh,
you.
he's already had his birthday. Probably not too long ago.
No.
He's had two. He's had two birthdays.
I just wanted to
He's had two
sprinkle on a little
birthdays.
bit more,
Oh,
but-
cute.
He's had
Oh.
two birthdays.
He just had his birthday, guys.
She's gonna like look at him like sincerely, like
Mm.
deep in the eyes, like full of pure desperation. She's like,
I love you.
And he nods and he says, "I love you too. I'll see you again. It's fine. Just go somewhere safe. Not here."
Get you.
Mud is right there.
We'll come back for you.
Yeah, what is mud?
Mud is just
Yeah.
he's watching. He is also a little shaken because he also conversed with
he also saw.
Zephyrus and
Zephyrus.
saw him
Yeah.
at the ball. So he is like, he's more weirded out than anything that he's not really like.
I would just like to go back to that moment where Zephyrus was there and he was like, "Oh, I just found you. I don't want to lose you again." He was very reluctant to let Andromeda go. And I think we lucked out.
Not
by
to
going through
mention,
the portal
not to
because-
mention the conversation that you had nothing pertaining to anything about how he got there, where he came from, nothing.
Why
Oh,
he
we
hadn't
just assumed
looked
he
for
was at
her
a
until
different
now.
school,
Exactly.
I assume that.
You asked
but
him his house. He said Aquafin.
He was awkward.
Arya and Arlo have
Oh.
not seen him.
Do we
That they know of course.
have any knowledge of
She's-
the existence of
So, Zephyrus?
people being able to replicate themselves to look like other
Mimics?
people? Is that a thing that we know about
You
that
know-
exists?
You.
I mean, if you know about races,
Yeah.
probably have a
If you
decent
have
idea.
knowledge of what different creatures are, which I think, Julien, you probably would because you've done a lot of reading in your time in the capital. So I think that you probably know about different races that could probably accomplish that, as well as different spells that could accomplish that
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah.
Especially when Arthros literally just did
There's
illusion
so many
magic
different
in
things.
front of
Yeah, it could be
Yeah.
so many different
all of you.
things.
Like illusion, or like Arthros did, like duplicated herself, but she
Mhm.
could probably easily like project the image of somebody else.
I will say,
speaking
one of
of, like,
Arthros'
becoming
abilities
ability.
is she can project anyone's like desires. So she can project that. That's one of her spells, essentially.
Interesting.
So there is both magic and races that could probably do this. There's probably a variation of things. There might even be technology. From you guys can only wonder.
That's true.
Oh
we-
god,
it's-
yeah, human technology.
Human
Fuck
technology
Christ.
is doing
Oh,
There's just like the human, what is it called? Like the Star Wars thing where it's like the hologram.
The hologram
Mhm.
stuff.
Hologram.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although you touched Zephyrus, the fake
Mhm.
one.
Yeah.
So-
You guys like touched each other's
Like,
hands. So
hard
that's
to-
Holy,
something.
yeah.
That's something you can work
Yeah.
off of. So.
Like a solid person. So
Andromeda is gonna turn to everyone and say, "By the way, this is Zephyrus. Zephyrus, say hi to everyone.
Zephyrus just like nods and goes.
This
as
is
best he can.
Aria, Julien, Theron, Arthros, Mud.
your
Ari's
face would
still
look
over
like
by Zokiel, but she's just like, hi.
like
Valid.
This is my betrothed.
Yo, what?
My betrothed.
I forgot.
No,
We
I
should
heard
be
you
yelling
the
down
first
the
time.
hall. I forgot that none of us probably heard this at the ball.
No,
No,
none of us heard it.
no, nobody knows.
We just didn't. Yeah, fair.
She was gonna tell you guys later.
Yeah.
Maybe once you and my got things worked out.
Yep, this is my
Betrothed.
intended betrothal partner.
Theron is thoroughly confused, given he thought Mud and Andromeda
Emphasis
were a thing.
on past. Right?
As
Andromeda?
Or current.
as in, yes.
There were two questions. You can't say yes, to
Yes.
both.
I
There were
am
closing
to be
questions.
Very different.
married to Zephyrus.
Still,
She's not looking at me. She's pointedly not looking at Mud.
He's-
No eye contact.
Theron is side-eyeing Mud aggressively, like.
Mud is just, he's kind of staring down at the ground, frowning. He's like trying not to attach too much to this conversation and also kind of reeling from what's happening.
Theron like does like the guy like pat on his shoulder. It's just like, that's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy.
Just to let you guys know who this is and why we need to get him out.
Anyways, lovely to
Sorry.
meet you.
I was chewing.
Perhaps we should take our leave now.
Arthros
I agree.
nods and she looks at you guys and she says, is there anything else you want to say before we leave? Because I think now might be a good time to skedaddle. Right. And she...
Ari's
Oh, sorry.
Gonna
Go ahead.
waddle back over
Mhm.
and just be like, we'll see you soon. Okay?
Sophia frowns and says, it's all right. You don't need to rush. Just
He's
be
so
sure
cool.
He's such a Chad. I love him.
he
I love him.
he just looks at you and he
He's
just
like
says,
completely unfazed by the beating.
he says, please just put yourselves first.
Damn it.
You're funny. That's what
You
that
never
is.
read
You're
the book,
funny.
did you?
Good
You never
joke.
fucking read the book.
Funny joke.
We'll see you soon. Okay?
He nods slowly and looks down and watches as you guys begin to leave.
Do
Andromeda.
we know the name of anyone else who disappeared?
No. The other
Fine.
person that you heard about disappearing, or technically, I guess, Arlo heard about, and you guys probably overheard because... Oh, no, he had that conversation with Nari. So the other person that he heard disappeared, he never got the name of. The only person you got a thorough name of was 𝙍𝙖. And that's it.
𝙍𝙖's like a servant somewhere in like a fancy household, like making food and coffee and like kind of living it up a little bit.
Kind of content with his life.
Theories, guys, theories.
Andromeda, do you say anything to Zephyrus before you leave?
She's gonna, like, you know, like turn to him and just complete like sympathy in her eyes, and she'll be like, "We're coming back. I promise on my tree."
He nods and he says, that's quite the big promise. I will await you patiently.
Goodbye. She's gonna turn and walk with the others.
And when you all eventually decide to take your leave. Oh yeah. Go for it. No, you're good.
Julien will telepathically ask Arthros.
Okay.
Do you know
Smart.
if they can tell us if someone's previously been here?
Arthros hears Julien and she says back in her mind, she says, usually if you ask them, mention any name and ask a yes or no question, they will answer.
Julien will go up to one of the peacekeepers with last-ditch effort. Has a lizard folk by the name of 𝙍𝙖 been here before?
The peacekeeper shakes his head.
Okay. Different thing. Different disappearance. More
Andromeda's
concerning.
Andromeda's gonna walk up to the peacekeeper that Julien just spoke to, and she's gonna be like, "Has anyone by the name of Alda been here?"
And you see him nod his head slowly.
Is he still here?
And you see him shake his head.
Wait, who?
My brother.
Brother. Alder.
Her brother's been here.
But he's
Holy
gone?
But
He's not here anymore.
Was he here
Julien-
a year ago?
Oh god.
Sorry, to be
he doesn't answer. I would say because it's not specific enough.
Did he arrive with the prisoner Zephyrus?
He shakes his head.
Okay.
And with that,
Is a prisoner by the name of Arlo here? Doubt it.
Oh,
just to ask.
We don't know that Arlo's missing.
No.
Oh, we don't. Everybody.
Well,
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
don't know.
to rewind.
We don't
He's
know
just not
anything
with
about
us,
that.
so
Yeah, I mean,
There's
we
still
assume
the
he's just
fear,
at the
though.
ball, probably.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
valid.
I mean, it's not.
He's fine.
You know.
We would not.
I could
He's
imagine.
Julie would not
It's
ask
okay.
because he would not know.
To be fair, I could imagine all of you
We want
asking
time.
about every single one of your family members because it would probably be a little bit terrifying. As well as like your
I don't
friends
have family members.
that you know of, bitch.
That's horrible.
No.
James said,
So-
I'm prepared.
Theron
James is like,
going to
disconnect.
Theron is going to go up to the peacekeeper and ask if anybody by the name of Roz has been here.
The peacekeeper shakes his head no.
All right, we're good.
I'm not gonna do it.
What?
Okay. Holy shit.
All right, we
Andromeda's
going,
having
we
a
going.
time.
Fuck, guys.
Andromeda's
are you okay?
entire backstory is in this place.
She's
Basically.
not having a good time. She's not having a good time.
I bet our tree is. You should ask if your tree is here.
They
I'm
do.
tree here.
If her tree's in the
They've
prison
been
cell,
beating up
it's
this
just in
tree.
a-
Aria, did you want to ask
Traumata.
anything?
I walk up to a prison cell. There's a whole ass
Do you
tree.
want me to ask something?
I was
It's
just asking
bleeding
if you
gold.
want to ask anything.
or stab.
I thought you were thinking about it for a minute, so I wasn't sure.
Are
Are
you
you
rolling,
rolling to
decide?
see if you want to
Yes.
ask?
Oh my god.
Hold on. I gotta look up something real quick, actually.
Are you trying to remember?
No, I remember what you are thinking of.
Ah,
Trying to
okay.
remember if the other thing I'm thinking of.
Ah,
I don't
No,
know
okay.
any of them.
you don't remember, I don't think.
No. She's gonna kind of walk up and be like, has there ever been someone by the name of Malice here?
Spell it.
Malice. Like malice.
Like malice.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say it.
Valid. It's fun. It's fun to say.
It seems like the peacekeeper hesitates for a moment, but then he shakes his head. No.
What the fuck does that
Is
mean?
Malice ever
Hesitates.
going to come here?
He shakes his head no.
Is there a reason why you hesitated?
He doesn't respond.
You know what?
So
I
pick him
respect
up.
it. That's fine. Whatever. You know what? Okay.
All right. Anyone else want to ask any more questions?
Okay.
No?
I don't think I have anybody else in my life.
All right. Mud
Is
does
there
not
a
ask.
Frederick?
Is our ride still here?
Is there a Frederick Boone?
Frederick Boone has been inside here the whole time.
Dun dun dun.
I mean, he's a gambler.
Mud looks like he considers asking, but he shakes his head and continues. With the
He
group of you.
doesn't care about his dad anyways.
Not really, no.
He's an asshole.
Yeah. So, when you all eventually decide to take your leave, it is as though the peacekeeper is aware of it. They move from their position and begin to walk in the direction of the staircase, and you all leave Zophiel and Zephyrus behind with heavy hearts and scattered nerves. Surely your minds are racing, with thoughts after thoughts, heads developing ways to plan their daring escape, how you'd ever be able to get home, why there are so many secrets barreling through the world around you. The descent is much quicker than the ascent, and it isn't long before you're back on the ground floor of the tower, and amongst many peacekeepers, all watching carefully, silently, and stoically. However, this time, you notice two new figures that appear out of place amongst all the shades of black and the ghostly form of the creatures that guard the gate. One of them is familiar, and you all recognize him to be Apollo, Arthros' brother. He stands with his arms behind his back straight and tall, his chin lifted and his head held high. At attention, you would say. Beside him is a much taller tiefling. And I have a reference for you.
Is it mommy or
Swear to God,
daddy?
if this is the mother, I'm
dear.
going to use my
Mama,
possum.
sorry.
Mama or
Mama,
Dada?
sorry. Mama, sorry.
Mommy?
Mama,
Sorry.
sorry.
Mommy?
Mama.
Sorry.
I don't care. I'll kill
Also,
her. I don't care. I don't
can I
give a
ask a
fuck.
question?
You have a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For you.
Oh, okay.
Is the barrier that you were kind of talking about, did you have anything specifically like in mind to like that's like similar to it? Because I was thinking of like Loki.
Loki?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
Okay, that's what I was
That's
thinking.
what
literally-
we're fucking communicating.
Yeah.
Literally like when he's in prison in the Dark World.
That's exactly
Right, that's
what
what I
we
was
pictured.
thinking.
Yeah, that vibe.
Okay.
Completely.
Very
So
cool.
there's a way to
Except
get him out.
it is red
I mean,
rather than gold.
yeah. Or blue.
Me quickly
Mhm.
watching the movie to find out how they got Loki out. I was kidding.
I think it was
I don't remember.
I don't know actually. I can't
They
remember.
shut down like the power. or
Yeah.
Yeah, it was something like
And then
that.
everything went down.
Everything
Yeah,
went
and
to
then like
shit.
all of the things. Well, no, because they like selected which cells got to be opened specifically.
Yes.
Because
the
they left
prisoners
Loki
were
in
doing
because they were
it.
like, haha,
Mhm.
bitch.
Yeah.
Right,
And then
right.
kept going.
And then he told them where
And then Thor
his
got
mother
him
was.
out. Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
yeah.
So we just have to
Owies.
figure out how to hack into their system and we'll be fine.
Mm,
Easier said than done.
Oh no!
I'm
Oh,
sending
Is there
you
a
no.
monarchy here?
He's hot.
No.
Oh,
Good
no.
question.
Oh,
No.
no.
Oh, no.
I'm sending it in the chat.
Oh
no.
no, he's hot.
Sorry, no, he is
Oh,
hot.
no.
You can't keep doing this.
Daddy? Sorry.
Daddy,
Sorry.
sorry.
I'll kill him too. I don't care.
Hey, yo.
He's hot though.
Spicy worm.
Probably like it. If
So,
Don't say that.
you see...
you get
You're not
daddy's
wrong,
approval,
though.
why don't you?
You see
Yeah.
a tiefling with darker skin, much darker than
pretty.
Arthros's or Apollo's, and he's got long, almost white hair, but you could say that there's perhaps a slight, like, red hue in there somewhere, that it's not completely white.
Could be the lights, or could be the
Blood.
Could be the hair.
It's the
Oh,
The
fluorescence.
blood
Oh, I was gonna
permanently
say
stained
stained
a little
blood.
bit red.
Yeah.
He,
blood.
from what you can see, has quite a few of the vertical lines marking his chest, and several beneath his eye and above his eye, and others on his other eye. He has a large gash of scar tissue that
pretty.
makes that makes his
God, your art
eye
is so
a
good.
white shade rather than the gold of his other eye.
Pretty.
He's very pretty eye. And
Easy on the eyes.
you hear him say, my daughter returns to Aviosis and would rather visit a criminal than her own family. How shameful of you, Arthros. And you
Bitch.
see her entire demeanor shift. Her shoulders slump, her eyes widen, her tail lowers, and her fingers start to tremble where they rest at her sides. And she breathlessly mumbles out a shocked, Father. And you hear him look at the group of you and frown, and he says, just what do you hope to achieve here, Arthros? And she glances at you guys, and it seems like almost like she is compelled to answer. Like it's almost like his presence alone makes her feel that she needs to. And she frowns for a moment, and she says, I'm aiding this group of travelers in freeing their friend, sir. And her father turns to all of you and smiles regally your way and says, travelers, you say? Tourists in Aviosis, how wonderful. And he steps forward toward you all, eyeing each of you individually for a matter of seconds, taking in each tiny detail of each of your various forms, and then saying, I am 𝙍𝙗𝙗. I am of the Elvos. And he frowns at all of you and he says, and you are? Do any of you answer? No.
Aria
An
looks
imposing
at
man,
Arthros.
in fact. She does what? Sorry?
She looks at Arthros and then looks at, what's his name again?
𝙍𝙗𝙗.
𝙍𝙗𝙗.
Mm-hmm. 𝙍𝙖𝙫 and then 𝙍𝙖𝙗𝙗. 𝙍𝙗𝙗𝙗.
𝙍𝙗𝙗. Got it.
There are two Z's because he's an ass.
You're not wrong. I love how Theron's reaction, or Vay's reaction, every time is just simp, 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 and then immediately gets in character and goes, I hate this person.
I hate
this
I hate them. I
Yeah.
hate them.
Listen, he's really, really hot. You draw them really well. I love your art
you.
very much.
True.
It is so clean,
Agreed.
it is so crisp, it is so good.
Thank you.
But
Thank
Theron
you.
will... Theron's out for blood. Like, if there's an opportunity, he will kill these people. Just
Valid.
throwing that
True.
out there.
So, yeah, do any of you say anything else?
Theron's also gonna glance at Arthros just to see... I don't know.
She's just
She's-
staring at her father.
God damn it. Just...
Andromeda's gonna
I hate
raise
this
a hand.
No.
Yeah. He frowns at you, but looks at you.
She like looks him up and down.
Do all of you have A names?
I mean, we all have 8 eggs, but whatever.
Oh! That's why you said
Touche.
there's more A-names. It's a freaking family theme, yep.
He nods. Yes, it's sort of a tradition. And what's your name?
Andromeda.
Ah.
Oh, they're bonding.
Aw, they're fun.
He smiles at you, kind
Hate
of
it.
like he has that fatherly like vibe to him, and he smiles at you and he
Hate it.
says, well, you have an A name as well then.
I do, so it's kind of like I fit in. Except I do not
Yes.
have horns like you do.
It's quite alright.
Nor the cool markings on your skin.
You could have them if you would like to.
Oh,
I already
we're
have a
not found
tattoo.
family with the serial killers. Oh yeah, show
Oh,
your
they're
tattoo, that's
recruiting.
cool. Show your tattoo, that's
Yeah,
cool.
do you want to see my tattoo?
Andromeda's about to get adopted
do
out
you?
here.
Do you?
Literally on site.
She's like, yeah, and she like pulls it aside to show him the tattoo.
He looks at it and he says, and how many people have you killed to deserve that?
Good question.
Well,
Kinda
currently it is 0, because I was given this at birth. I'm assuming, you killed people to get those?
And he nods and he said, "You'd be correct in assuming."
That was a very good assumption, Andromeda.
I
Very
was
good.
really hoping it was not correct, so. Cool.
Theron's eyes are like slits right now.
Valid. Julien, do you say anything? Aria, do you say anything?
No, Julian has his hood pulled down with his mask up, just squinting as well.
Valid.
Does Mud say anything?
Mud does. He looks and he goes, Mud. Like the natural substance. And, Azathan looks at him and says, "Intriguing." And he thinks for a second, and then he turns back to you all and he says, "And you're here to save your friend, is that right?"
Friends.
Yes.
Oh,
we have
plural.
one.
Hmm.
Can you help us?
And he, as you say this, he frowns and he says, "Surely Arthros hasn't neglected to tell you that my family is very close with the Peacekeepers of the Gate, correct?" And you see Arthros duck her head and almost in shame.
She didn't want to brag.
Humble.
She's a very humble friend.
We also didn't want to bother you unless we absolutely had to.
Of course.
It's courtesy.
Yes.
He looks
Seems
at you.
like you guys are very busy. You know?
Now everyone's being so nice to him. Oh, sorry, didn't want to bother you.
Sorry to bother you.
So sorry, sir.
Listen, we're
What do
here
you
to
expect
protect
from
Arthros.
us?
We're
You're
to
here
protect
to
Arthros,
get your
and
fucking
whatever
friends.
We have a
can. If we
mission.
to manipulate, mansplain, and whatever the other one is.
Absolutely.
Mangate.
As you should.
Wait, no, because we will.
As you should.
I
Mangate.
Manipulate, mansplain. What is the other one?
Manslaughter?
Wait.
Manslaughter?
No, for the
Manslaughter.
M version.
Manslaughter. It's manslaughter.
Manslaughter?
Manslaughter.
It is.
we have
Robots
to
gatekeep.
mansplain-
Gaslight.
No. Gaslight
Mansplain.
gatekeep
the
robots.
M1.
Gaslight.
Manipulate.
Gatekeep.
Yeah, manipulate,
Mangate.
mansplain, and
And
Manslaughter
manslaughter.
and manslaughter, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember it being manslaughter.
Valid, me too.
Oh, I don't.
That's my motto in life, alright?
That's my motto.
Mangate.
Now I gotta look it up.
Mangate. Azathan looks at you
It's
then
like the
and
masculine version.
Male wife.
Male wife.
Yes.
Male wife.
Male wife.
That is
I'm not
There's
gonna
a
tell
guy
you
vibes,
the way out of
honestly.
this one, guys.
Manslaughter.
Been derailed.
You
I'm so sorry.
No, you're
I
good, you're
should've
good.
brought it up.
you do all notice that Apollo has not said anything. He's standing back
At
towards like
attention.
at the
He's
at
a
attention.
statue.
Yeah, somebody, I mean, I guess the dad keeps him in line, which is kind of cool, but...
Papa's
Yeah.
boy.
Papa's boy.
Disgusting.
Is Arthros a daddy's girl? We're gonna
He looks
find
at
out.
all of
Well,
you.
he said he was gonna tell the mother, so
Mhm.
it's curious that the father's here.
He looks at all of you and he says, "I would love to help you free your friend
Z-
and
z- plural.
friends."
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
And he beams at all of you. He's smiling very wide and he says,
You have great teeth.
although of course
Pointy.
you all must do something small for me first.
God damn it.
Ugh.
Quid pro fucking quo.
And before you guys can even say anything, he claps his hands together and he says,
Oh no.
Jump scare.
"Join me and my family for dinner. It's all we ask. We haven't seen Arthros in ages. Her mother will be deeply upset if you don't stop by, and she just adores travelers."
Arthros.
Arthros, like, looks at you all and,
Telepath.
she thinks for a moment. She looks
Hello,
down at
is
her,
this
she looks down at her hands and nervously thinks and says, "This might truly be the only way that you can save your friends from Devil's Gate."
Arthros, what is the risk to you? He, like, mutters this under his breath, right next to her.
She shakes her head at you, and she thinks to Julien and says, "I can't say, but if you want 𝙍𝙬𝙀 and 𝙬𝙧 back, I do suggest working with my father."
Zephyrus, not Zephyrus. Names.
Zephyrus. I
So many
wish.
Z names.
He already broke out, guys. He's right here with us.
You
Have
wish
numbers.
it was Zephyrus.
No names. No more.
No.
Also, was
There
Zephyrus and Zophiel next to each other because they both have Z names?
Absolutely, it's alphabetically.
alphabetical
And that's why we had to go all the way up to the top?
I love it.
Oh, so the A's are at the
I
bottom
love it.
and the C's are at the top.
Did you really do that?
Bob, you
You
absolutely
silly.
would do that.
I don't know.
Did you do that?
I
You
don't
did
know.
that. You did that.
They
I knew
definitely
you did
did.
That's a good question.
You have the answer.
Julian,
Yes,
you're
Julian.
immediately hearing that from Arthros, finally says something, saying, "Yes, we'll happily have this dinner with your family."
Azathan looks ecstatic. And
I don't eat. Oh,
he looks at you and he's
But
like,
you can. Don't be rude.
but I can't.
Does
Okay,
not say that out
never
loud.
mind. I take it back.
he
She doesn't tend
he's
to,
grinning
sorry.
widely, looks very ecstatic, and he shakes his head and he brushes it off and he says, that's wonderful news. Hurry then, grab your things. Our boat back to Firevale is waiting. And
No.
he smiles at all of you, and with that,
We'll never
he
see
saunters
Ever again.
off, and Apollo is watching you all very kind of suspiciously, and then he turns and follows his father out the door. One of the peacekeepers waves their hand, and the metal chest returns, and all of your weapons and new weapons and belongings sit within. I assume that you all grab your things. Mud immediately grabs for his axe and he holds it like to his chest, nervously, just like looking around. And with that, Arthros barely says a word to any of you as she grabs her own things. And she then monotonously, almost a little robotically, heads off towards the exit of the tower in the direction of where Azathan disappeared to. When you all make your way outside, eventually, you see the red water again, ominous and eerily still once more, and the sky is falling closer to late day once more, dimming with the fast approaching evening. Waiting at the dock is a large, elegant ship. It is far more than a simple rowboat you all traveled upon to get to Devil's Gate, as humble as Mr. Ever was. This is regal and tall and looming over all of you. The sail is red and curved across the front, and the rest of the boat is shaped with sharp, jagged edges. A golden trim lines its frame, and there is a drow of some sort holding tight to the steering wheel on a second story, awaiting command for departure. Azathan stands atop the ship already, watching the group of you approach. Apollo is standing at his side, still, eyes locked onto all of you as well. Arthros' father beckons you all forth with a friendly gesture of his hand and welcomes you aboard the boat. The vessel hardly sways when you step onto it, still as can be, and even more still on such a calm, lifeless sea. The trip to Firevale is not a long one. Azathan keeps his distance from you all, choosing instead to stand at the front of the ship and watch as Firevale grows nearer and nearer. Apollo only continues to stare, meeting Arthros' eyes with a knowing smirk from time to time. It isn't an awkward trip per se, but it is uncomfortable. The tension in the air is like no other around each and every one of you. When the ship pulls into the dock, it is clear that Firevale is a place of wealth and riches, and stands tall and nothing at all like the streets of Muskwell. I have a little reference for you for the vibes.
This is so exciting.
Really?
I literally love this so much.
Oh, I'm so glad.
The twist.
It really is like juicy, like you said. Like,
Oh, I'm
there's
so
just
glad.
so much.
Oh, it's so good.
much.
Oh, thank
We
you.
are really
Truly
eating.
it is.
Like this is a fucking buffet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I just sent it, and I sent it to the chat for the chat.
Very fancy.
Yes. So, as you follow Azathan, off of the ship, you can practically feel a change in the intensity of the streets of Firevale after having spent only a bit of time in Muskwell. Muskwell comes with a feeling that makes your gut heavy with dread and fear. Like you're constantly being watched, like your life is constantly hanging in the balance wherever you go. As you walk through Firevale, it only feels startlingly calm. The crowds of people that line the street go about their day without terror or apprehension. Families walk with children, expressions carefree and warm. Other shops around are outdoor food markets, and they disappear into elegant buildings. They're even dressed different. The clothing here is unique and clean. They're decorated in jewelry and accessories that those in Muskwell wouldn't dare put on. Their clothing is less dark, built up of lighter colors, brighter shades like white and light brown and beige. There is no shouting echoing through the streets, no yelling or fighting or running. Everyone is simply at peace, going about their day, buying their necessities, and wandering the streets without a worry in mind. So is a rich man's world, you can suppose. The trip there doesn't take long. You all eventually follow Azathan and Apollo down a few wider streets that hold elegant estates, towering over the roads and the rivers that run through Firevale. You all approach a large, looming building that looks like much of the other homes you've seen through Firevale, if not a bit bigger. The roof is rounded and curved, and the brick that it is built up with is light in shade, bright and beige. A large spiked gate encloses the estate, and a garden of sorts, an odd maroon in hue grass surrounding it. Strange colored plants and flowers sitting as decorations near the windows and doors. It stands tall and imposing, even with how decorative and beautiful it is, and it's shocking to think it could probably fit about 10 brass lanterns inside. As in, the tavern, not an actual brass lantern. Azathan approaches...
I'm so glad you clarified. I was confused by that.
No. Favian's tavern. Azathan approaches the gate and reaches for the handle. A spark of magic rattling the metal until it clicks open and the gate slides back. He waves you all inward. And once you reach the large door of the estate, and Azathan opens it for you all, you step into a world of porcelain and marble. The walls reflect any small bit of light, and the floor shimmers under your feet. The house feels frigid within, a cold cloud of air enclosed in the estate, and there isn't much character in the room that you can see. No art pieces, no books, nothing of the sort. Merely the necessities, like places to sit, tables, and an elegant bronze fireplace. On the tall, high ceilings, there's a series of golden chandeliers with candles atop them, lit with a red flame that colors the room in a maroon glow. There are archways that lead to other rooms, and the whole place is expansive and vast, marble walls and floors creating a home of pure wealth and riches. You can practically feel the money dripping off of each and every piece of furniture in golden trim. If any of you were to look at Arthros, she looks entirely solemn. She's not even looking at the site of her home, not even looking and taking in any inch of it. Instead, she stands, staring at the ground as though waiting to be told where to go. Mud, however, is staring at the place in awe. His jaw is practically on the floor, marveling at the decor. He is, like, obsessed. He is in love. It is as you are all taking in the sights of this home that you hear a clip-clopping of 2 pairs of heels on marble floor. It is around one of the archways that 2 new faces appear. And I'm going to show you the first one first. I have references. I drew this fucking family, you better believe.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I'm
so
ready for this.
I love.
Also,
you.
Julian's looking at this place in absolute disgust.
Valid.
Yeah.
As he should.
Theron is unimpressed. He is mostly just, like, glancing
Ari's overwhelmed.
constantly at Arthros. Try to stay near, but not, like, too near, because, you know, just in case.
Under the guise. They're roommates.
They're just roommates.
They're just roommates.
They're
Well,
not. They're
roommates.
Technically,
They're not even that.
she-
They're mere
And they're
acquaintances.
Yes, she didn't even say that you guys
They don't
were
even
friends.
know each other.
She said you were travelers that she was aiding. So
Exactly.
We're just
He's
trying
trying
to
to keep that up as much as possible.
Mhm.
And they think that we've killed people. There's a possibility that we've killed people.
With Andromeda's tattoo, he was a little bit suspicious of it.
So
But then she's like, no. I was just like,
No,
just
Yeah,
had
you
it
really
since
just
I was
that's okay.
born.
That's
I was
okay. That's
born
only
with
one
it.
person.
I have
That's
sent
only
the reference
my
to the
God.
chat.
What?
No!
That's so
Where-
pretty.
Oh my gosh, she's so pretty.
Thank you.
You really called me out
Oh.
with this. Like, just how uncomfortable it is to simp for these people.
Sorry. I literally said, I told Theron I was drawing NPCs, and I was like, it'll be funny if you simp for them. Because they're just
You knew I was
Arthros'
going
family.
to. You knew I was going to.
That's so pretty.
They are
Did this
really
on
pretty.
purpose.
She looks younger, of the two that are there, and you see that her skin is like this pale shade, lighter than Arthros's and lighter than Apollo's, and much lighter, of course, than her father, with the dark, kind of more drow-looking skin. Honestly, he's got much darker skin, and you can see several of these markings on her as well, down her forearms and across her shoulder that you can see from what she is wearing. Their clothing, it's clear that their clothing is much more regal than what you saw in Muskwell. Layers, but layers in the way that they look particularly elegant. I also wanted to try and base it a little bit off of the fact that that's kind of what Arthros's ball gown looked like, because that is what she's used to. That is her culture, I suppose. And she walks up beside another tiefling, another woman, and I have a reference, so let me bring that up for you guys.
Is this it? Are we doing it now?
This is
This
the
is
one
the one
I'm the
that's
most
the
proud
mother.
of, so
This is one you're most proud of?
yes,
Oh.
I'm very
They've all
proud of
been
this.
There we
proud,
go.
though. Brethren, we must stay focused.
We must stay
must
focused.
stay
brothers.
focused.
Ooh,
Ooh,
there's no way we're
I've
staying
lost my
focused.
focus.
Wow.
I've lost my focus.
Wow.
Oh,
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Here's
Not
the
staying
most
focused,
lines of
brothers.
everyone.
Wow.
Oh,
Mommy,
in her
sorry,
tail.
mommy.
Wow.
Mommy,
We are
sorry,
awesome.
mom.
Horns
Focus.
in
Wow.
her tail.
Mommy.
Mommy, sorry,
My
mommy,
God.
sorry.
Oh dear.
She
I
got
am
a lot
not
of tally marks.
respectful.
no.
I'm in danger.
You can
I'm
tell
looking the most
that
disrespectful.
This is
this.
the family I'm gonna marry into.
Hey yo, your baby's gonna be pretty.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah. But the in-laws, man. The in-laws.
Ooh, yikes.
Yeah, you're in danger
Family dinners,
in danger.
holidays, no thank you.
for
So
multiple reasons.
For many,
you can
many
tell
reasons.
that this tiefling
They're
is
hot,
a little
though.
bit older than the one next to her. She has long, reddish, almost burgundy in hue hair, and her skin is in the middle between like Arthros's and Arthros's father. And she is not decked out in as much jewelry. Her look is a little bit more simple, but she wears a very extravagant gown that it hugs her frame quite well and spirals down to the floor. And I'm sure that you can all see the sheer number of markings on her in comparison to everyone else. Of course, you don't know what lies beneath the clothing, but just on arms alone, it is clear that she has more of these trophies, you could say,
The
than...
fact that you just put that thought into my head of like what's under the clothes. No.
More
like
marks.
That's where
I
all
would like
Arthros's marks were, so...
I would definitely like to.
I think that's like an interesting like comparison though, because Arthros is like all of her locations of her tattoos are like pretty well hidden.
Mm-hmm,
Someplace that like they won't be on display. Like they're not like under her eyes or anything.
mm-hmm.
So
Whereas her family...
yeah, definitely not trophies, but those are trophies. If I've
Yeah,
ever seen
her
them.
family is very...
Oh, and then there's a bunch on her tail.
mhm.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, these look like
Oh.
a bunch of well-rounded individuals.
Yeah!
Ah, the tail.
Ah.
We
Ah.
are safe. We are safe.
We are in danger.
We are in danger.
I'm in danger in like multiple ways.
I'm so in danger. I'm the most in danger.
The
Can this
taller...
art that you sent us count
Yeah.
as like attempted murder?
Attempt...
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry,
'Cause
say
they're so
again?
hot.
You giving us this art
Oh.
like counts as attempted murder?
Thanks,
I think you
guys.
should get the little marks.
Yeah,
on
I
them.
think there's
Aw.
probably like some form of
I'll
like
draw the marks on me.
complaint that we can file.
Do
of,
they get like half a tally mark if they don't complete it?
Oh, they complete it.
Oh.
That's not
I
a good
don't think
question.
failure is an option in this family.
Yeah, I know.
No.
Probably not.
Not quite.
Not quite.
Do you guys want to take a break here at all, or do you want to go until we get to a kind of medium spot for a break?
If I can just grab some water, I'll...
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
also
I
grab
need some water. I've been pretending to drink.
Me
because I've
too.
been thirsty.
There's
I've been
nothing
doing that
in
too.
this cup.
There's nothing
You're
in this
like,
cup.
you're inhaling the remnants of
It's a good moment.
I'm very
You're
much
like,
trying to
I
get
remember
water right now
water.
because I'm very thirsty right now.
I've been literally
because
going
of
like this. Oh.
Everything that we were saying.
like
Valid.
so a
It's
single drop
all
left.
because you're thirsty.
I'm also very invested, so.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Oh.
Do you guys want to do a little 5-minute break then?
Oh,
I think we're
5-minute break. I'm gonna also go pee real quick. So,
Yeah.
Sweet.
okay, so it's
Okay.
50 here. So let's go till 55.
Uh-huh.
How are we all feeling, by the way? Because
Good.
on my thing, we've hit 7 hours and 30 minutes.
feeling good, feeling
Cool.
pumped.
How much
feeling,
do you think is left?
Feeling
24 hours.
There's not a lot.
24 hours
It's
free.
one of those situations where it is a conversation-based thing. So what I have written is actually not a lot, but for you guys, depending on how expansive the
So 3
conversations
more
are,
hours.
how meaty.
It's 3 more hours.
I could see this last part if I needed to vary maybe 2 hours, maybe around there.
Okay.
But it rounds off fairly well. Huh? What'd you say? I said maybe 2 more hours. Is that okay? We're still here, just so you know.
That's
Okay. I just want to make sure before you
We're still
said
here, by
anything
the way.
exposing.
Left immediately.
I'm still
We're
live.
still here. We're still.
Jazz zoomed to get her water.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe 2
Agua.
more hours, something like that. Let's go to
Try
55.
to keep it short.
Grab
yeah.
water and bathrooms. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
conversation-based thing. So,
Mhm.
okay, let's go from there.
We'll try
Yeah.
to restrain ourselves, maybe.
Maybe we'll see you all in a
It's not gonna happen.
moment.
It's not gonna happen, but we'll see.
Farewell. 5-minute break.